our panelists. Feel free to ask questions in the meantime. And I'm very happy to introduce you to our panel. Today we're going to talk about investments in sustainability, available tools and models. My name is Edith Alderweireld. I'm one of the founders of Women in Sustainable Finance, which is based in, our headquarters is in Switzerland, where we actually empower women to act and transform the financial industry into a sustainable one. So for people in the financial industry as well as for investors. And we all think that sustainability is about purpose. So it's about how actually can we have our companies and our countries grow in line with the resources of our nature. And I'm very happy to have this diverse panel today where we come from different regions with different backgrounds to speak about their purpose and how we can create together and discuss this together, and also to learn from each other what are actually the best learning practices and what can we do best to move forward to make our economy and our companies more sustainable. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Giacomo Zamboni. He is the deputy manager of Henley & Partners. He is at the left side. And his company is one of the leading companies also helping people, private individuals, to immigrate to different countries. Then we have next to him, we have Mr. Lina Yakupov. He is advisor to the Prime Minister of, and now I have to check my notes to be sure that I'm doing the right thing, to the Republic of Tatarstan, correct? He has and owns next to that also the Jakub Group, which is producing halal products and does also trading and distribution. And I'm very pleased also to announce that he has been awarded with the prestigious Global Islamic Finance Award. And we're very happy to have you on board. Then we come to our next panel member. Also from a diverse point of view, I'm very happy that she's in here today. Navroop Sadev, I'm very happy to have you here. She is the founder of the Digital Economist and Rethink Markets. I like this phrase. She's a pioneer economist and a technology futurist. And what that means in practice, she will share more information about it, is she's combining emerging technologies with economical science and business strategy. So very happy to have you here also on blockchain and see what the future will bring on available tools and models. Then we have here on my right-hand side for you at the left, we have Mr. Boris Korchemkin. He's the CEO of Aon, which is one of the largest international insurance companies in the world, and he's the managing director for Russia and CIS countries. So actually his company has more than 50,000 employees in more than 120 countries. So today, please feel free to interact anytime you would like, because we would like to make it lively, also for you, and as interesting as possible. What we would like to do actually is also to guide you from history. So what have our companies and countries been doing successfully in the past? Where do we stand now? And what available tools and models do we need actually to make a sustainable future going forward? So I would like to each one of you, and also you can be very interactive. What has your company and organization been doing successfully to invest in sustainable products and solutions in the past? Boris, I would be happy to hear your view from Aon.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be the first speaker this morning. Well, Aon is a global provider of risk management solutions and insurance brokerage services. So we've been helping our clients and helping different stakeholders, whether it's national governments or private investors or investment funds, to invest into sustainable companies. And the message that I wanted to send, which is very clear, is obviously if you're doing business in the old-fashioned way, if you're only about getting about immediate profits to your shareholders and you don't care about the future, in some cases you would still be okay. You would still get some financing, but given that we live in a very competitive world, and given that we're talking about Caspian region, which is definitely very attractive and potentially very prudent, still at the present time it's a challenge, and so we're all competing. We're competing whether it's finance, we're competing for resources, we're competing for people. So you have to be sustainable, and the promotion that we as a company do for our clients and prospects is that you have to be sustainable, otherwise you will not be competitive. You will not be able to get financing at competitive terms. You will not be able to get guarantees, because again, insurance is about guarantees, right? You will, there are many companies, and the number of such companies is growing every day, that are simply sending a message that we as a bank, we as a financial institution, or we as an insurance company, we're not going to support businesses that are not sustainable. Some industries, for example, coal, are facing major challenges in getting financing and insurance for certain countries. So we are promoting sustainability by providing more attractive, more favorable terms to help companies become successful and competitive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if I understand you correctly, it's also about being international, be co-creation, and also make sure that also from the financial and insurance industry, I come from the financial industry where there's a lot of discussion going on, how sustainable is the financial industry? On one hand, we say we invest only in sustainability, but on the other hand, we still give credits to companies which are less sustainable. And I definitely agree that there is a big challenge going forward, but also a big opportunity going forward in providing finance to companies who are really sustainable to make a statement. You're very well suited in blockchain technology, also new technologies. How do you see actually what has been going on in the past, and also where do you see actually where it's going? Very keen to hear your view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So I'll just take a step back and say I started my career at the UN Environment Program in Geneva. That sort of turned me into an environmentalist. But you know, it's more of a, as an economist, you know, we talk a lot about competition, about sustainability. We talk a lot about market movements, and you know, this panel is focused on investment. But if you really fundamentally think about economic systems, the idea of competition, the idea that you have to outcompete others, is one of the core reasons why we are where we are. It has driven us to a point of, you know, where things are not sustainable. And then you have to fundamentally think about what are we trying to sustain. Right? I spent my summer last year in Costa Rica, and I learned about regenerative agriculture. And in fact, we are at a point where sustainability is not enough. We need to actively regenerate ecosystems. So that's fundamental, and I think the issue so far has been that it has been, you know, the Sustainable Development Goals or sustainability versus business as usual. So as an economist, my focus is on what are those models that would facilitate the transition, not disruption, but transition to a sustainable future, right? And so what does that take to move away from control more towards access? And we have, you know, global commons, 100 years of literature on global commons. Elinor Ostrom, who was the first economist who won the Nobel Prize in economics, she wrote a book on governing the commons. So, and how do you take care of shared community resources? So that's fundamental. So with that, coming on to today, the future, what we're doing here is the Digital Economist, which is pulling forth these emerging technologies and talking about the convergence of these technologies, and again, the business models that define it, right? And again, putting human at the center, and what does that take, you know, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? So very much focused on that. So partly, I think, implicitly answer your question on what is it going to take. Well, it's going to take economics to get there. So that's the biggest challenge I see with corporations as well, that they have to move away from you know, this control mentality where they have to actually take care of the resources and control them more towards, well, how do we create shared value, and how do we share a piece of the pie without overrunning the system?
Thank you very much. And I fully agree with you that it's very important that we're not only talking, but that we're also acting. And it's a transition. So it means we've been doing business in the past, and we came to a certain point where we realized this is not sustainable with the resources of the planet, so the way moving forward should be different. So I fully agree with you, and also that only acting enough is even in some cases not enough, because we need to rebuild systems which already have been damaged in such a way that we can't, or that it's very difficult already to sustain them. Mr. Yakupov, we have the honor to have you from the corporate side as well as from a governmental side. So we're very keen to hear your view on how business has been doing in the past, how economy has been built in the past, and where do you see actually, where are the learning effects from that, and where do you see it going forward? If I'm not mistaken, you have one of the microphones next to you.
Thank you very much. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think when the moderator announced about the Republic of Tatarstan, most of you might be confused, thinking that it is most probably part of Central Asia that you haven't heard before. But actually it is part of, very integral part of Russian Federation, tiny republic with 4 million population. It's like 1,000 kilometers to the northeast from Moscow, basically 1 hour flight. And it is one of the most economically developed region of Russian Federation. Certainly geographically we are integral part of Russian Federation, but spiritually, and there's also one more reason why I'm sitting here thinking that I'm part of Caspian Week, is that the Caspian Sea, we believe, starts from our republic, because that's where starts Volga River, and Volga River is the main feeder for Caspian Sea. So we think certainly Republic of Tatarstan is part of this Greater Caspian Region. And then historically, we were always within the economic cooperation, trade with Central Asia and our neighbors like Kazakhstan, almost like immediate neighbors, and then and then some other republics of Central Asia. Regardless whether we were before the Soviet Union or during or after, still I think we are one of the catalysts of cooperation within the region, because from economic perspectives we are very much diversified, and basically if you look at Tatarstan's economy, it is like mini Russian Federation, because we got oil industry, we got chemicals, petrochemicals, huge manufacturing, airplanes, trucks, ships, and a lot of other things, electronics, and now IT industry, and a new city called Innopolis, and a lot of other initiatives that makes Tatarstan one of the leading regions of Russian Federation. So promotion of Tatarstan, I put full stop. Now, let's talk about the Caspian region.
Thank you.
The Caspian region, basically, it's about, I still believe it is more about cooperation of Turkic-speaking part of it. Language is very important, and we were just talking with almost the same name as mine, Jakub, and about the similarities of our regions. For 70 years, we were all part of Soviet Union and sharing the same values and common language and things like that. And at a certain point of time, after 20 years being apart from each other, I thought that it doesn't work anymore. But last, I think 2, 3, 4 years, I've been very actively working within the Caspian region. I understand that Russian language is really a tool for us to get back together, and the volumes of trade between the countries are really going up, because I think it's impossible to ignore your immediate neighbors. And whatever economic system which was built during Soviet time, yes, it was torn apart, but then it's coming back again. And we try to find out more value added to our cooperation. And then it's not only about oil and gas. It's about diversifying our economies to something new. And we talk a lot about new economy, about digital economy and some other things. But I think one of the major points that our regions overall have that not many people know about us, Promotion definitely plays a very big role, and when you talk people about Caspian region, about Caspian Sea, they know, okay, sea, yeah? But it's not sea, it's a lake, right? Sea, lake, where is that? Where does it go? Everybody got confused. So then we tried to figure out, okay, we got access to Black Sea, and then we also have the airplanes, ports, and things like that, and trains that are linking us to each other. But then, what are the things that make our regions to be attractive for people to come to explore? I think one of the latest initiatives that really took to the international level is creation of Astana International Financial Center. And I think this is for the first time when entirely new approach, introducing the British law, introducing the international arbitrage and things like that, came into the picture. And then somehow it became a platform. In the beginning, everybody doubted about it, but now it's getting more and more a solid platform for our companies to get together and be the frontier kind of things to interact with other countries. And I'm sitting in two advisory boards of Astana International Financial Center, which is based in the city of Nur Sultan, the capital of Republic of Kazakhstan. One on Islamic finance, another one is on green finance. For now, we have more than 330 companies there, representing basically all the CIS countries, plus there's a lot of emphasis on dealing with Muslim world. And so coming up with kind of new indicators, new magnets to promote our regions and to create new platforms is very important from, I think, from sustainability point of view. But then I think the signals that we are also doing now for international community is that we are prepared and ready to work based on the standards which are very well accepted in the world. And it's not about come with your investment, it's about also the commitment of the governments to those investments. And here we start talking a lot about PPP. And within the last 20 years, I've been involved in Islamic finance, halal industry, renewable energy, and lately, last 2-3 years, actively involved in the development of healthcare industry, hospitals, medical education, and things like that. And this is where we realize that we really have to look at those international standards, bring them in. A lot of changes are happening, and standard things are not working anymore. And this is where we start cooperating with our American partners, with Canadians, with Saudi, with Malaysians and European partners, because playing by international rules is something very important. And if it is backed up by the government, definitely people will come and support those initiatives. And from the movements, from the activities that we have for the last 2-3 years, I can really see that it is two-way communication, the two-way, how to call it, like going forward kind of relationships. And PPP, I think, will be something that, and it is actually, and will be something that will create a new kind of industries that we didn't really have before. And that's why I think, I could say that one is creating new kind of magnets. Second one is creating a new type of ways to cooperate, and this will give kind of sustainability to our region for future industries and for new sectors to come.
Thank you so much, because I think it's very important what you say is that you, from different perspectives and in different corporate divisions, you're talking about healthcare, you're talking about the country and your region. It's very important to find co-creations and also to have international expansion and find co-creation internationally. I will come back to that also in the next question. Giacomo, I'm very happy to hear your view, actually, because you have been supporting so many people internationally to move from one location to the other. What movements have you seen? What difficulties have you faced? And what are your lessons learned from the past so far?
Thank you. So on one hand, it's quite surprising that I'm here, considering my ignorance of the region compared to many people in this room. But I've learned a lot, and I've taken the liberty to read about history of the region. So let me actually connect to two terms that were used by the other panelists. One is regional cooperation. I think this is very important. And while I was reading about history of the region, there was a situation, well, many hundred years ago, when regional cooperation was on the table. It was not accepted, and a certain Genghis Khan, let's say, decided to act in a way that destroyed local economies in the region. So I think regional cooperation is a very good alternative to war and conflicts if we want to look at extreme consequences. Nevertheless, the other term that is used, and it's also part of the title of the panel today, sustainability. I think it's a used and abused term. So I actually just want to give you a bit of framework as to what I mean by sustainability. I will not be talking. I actually want to show some slides just because then it's easier for the other panelists to either agree with me or attack me. I will talk more about when our company interacts with authorities and governments, sustainability means everything and nothing, right? Because if, as you said, a country relies a lot on coal, and suddenly it is hard to attract investors into their coal industry and they lose jobs in that sector, this might not be seen as positive in the immediate. Maybe in the long term they agree, but they have to make a political decision as to whether this is sustainable for their local population, who in the meantime need to earn money to buy food, okay? So I will not be talking about that. I will actually mention the points where when we interact with authorities, they tend to agree on what sustainability means, okay? So authorities usually agree that investments in their countries are good, but at the same time, too much of everything is bad. Because if you invest, you want profits. If you invest in a country and you make profits, usually the shareholder is abroad, you take those profits out. I'm not saying investments, foreign direct investments are bad. It's just that too much of everything has consequences. And governments usually tend to agree with this. Second point, some economies are very successful, but very focused, very specialized. And it's very, very difficult to diversify, right? So it might be easy for certain regions to attract investors because they're very good in oil production, right? But they might have very other little sectors which might be appealing to foreign investors. And third, foreign investments are good, but governments are worried that these foreign investments are not really foreign investments at all. So it's what the IMF calls round tripping. So it's local funds which were exported, right, and just reinvested, appearing as foreign investments. And then we go back to square one, and then the profits are exported. So this is what usually authorities we interact with are worried about. And so we help them amend their legislation in such a way they can attract funds in such a way that these risks are mitigated, okay? So I just will speak 3 more minutes just to show you some examples around the world. They're not exhaustive. It doesn't mean they will work for the Caspian region. Refer to specific countries in the region because our company is already, has already managed to convince certain countries in the region to adopt our approach. So you will see developments in that regard soon. But I would like at least to show you how other countries have done it and what it means, okay? So you actually realize what I'm talking about. So since we're in Switzerland, I just want to show you this table. So how does Switzerland attracts talents and funds in various ways, and I'm not talking about their banking sector or other highly technological firms. I'm talking about the fact that they attract wealthy individuals from abroad because it allows them to negotiate how much taxes they will pay in the next foreseeable future. So I'm oversimplifying, so if there's any Swiss tax advisors in the room, I apologize, but I just want to get the message across. So it works like this. Wealthy foreigner, wealthy investor comes and says, okay, I relocate here, I will spend money here, I will enroll my kids in local schools, I will be integrated, I will pay a certain amount of taxes. And the bare minimum, if you're a person who is non-European, will be $250,000 more or less. Minimum in tax liability per year. Okay? So just since we're in Davos, you probably see in the back, but there's a line, we're in Graubünden, there's about 230 families that have decided to do it here in the region. So how much money does this bring to Switzerland? Just to show you the numbers. It brings about 1 billion francs per year. Of course, on the overall tax revenue that Switzerland has, it's not a lot, but still with 1 billion you can do also good things in Switzerland, right?
Is 1 billion a lot also for Tatarstan? It's worthwhile, right?
I think many of the regions that are represented here today have the ability to earn hard currency from abroad, but still, if you have an investor who invests, we go back to square one, right? This has advantages, it creates local jobs, but still you have a foreign liability, right? A credit is always a debit, depending on which side you are on. So Switzerland, of course, also this is not free money. They residents, so they need to ensure services are at high enough level to justify such high tax liability. Okay. Another example, and then I'll go very quickly from here. Portugal, they attract investments into real estate. In return for such investments, people have a residency permit. Okay, it doesn't oblige people to live there, but they also provide preferential tax regimes for new residents. So this can be combined with this. Numbers again, you know, Portugal, like other European countries, faced a crisis in the recent past. So just to give you a number, foreign direct investments in Portugal in 2014 represented about 13% of direct investments, right? So I was looking at statistics while I was having coffee. So if we look at Turkmenistan, foreign direct in net FDIs in 2018 were about 2 billion. So this would be about, if they had the same percentage of FDIs attracted as Portugal, it would be about 200 million. Not bad, but still significant. Or Azerbaijan, they had 4 billion FDIs. This would mean an additional 400 million. Okay, just to give an example of what we're talking about. Then very quickly, countries in the Caspian region don't have high debt. But for example, when it comes to another European country, which is Malta, which basically says, if you help my country, if you transfer funds to my country, which they will use for charitable purposes, so they will help those in need in Malta, they will also grant citizenship, potentially. So Malta now is one of the fastest growing countries in Europe for this and other reasons. But since the program was implemented, they reduced their public debt significantly, over 20%. So Antigua, same thing. Here's 20% reduction. So they reduced public sector debt from 100% to 80%. Okay, so very quickly, and then I'm done, because one of the objections I face is usually, okay, these countries are small, and so this is a way to attract funds. But it's not countries that do this, because it's not just about money, it's also about increasing the interaction of these countries and the local authorities with talented people. I'm not saying all wealthy people are talented. There's no, I don't know if anyone ran statistics on or studies on this, but there is a high correlation. At least this is what we see in our company, since we interact with very talented entrepreneurs. So countries, even large countries like the US, Italy, Canada, UK, they have similar programs where people can invest, and in return for such investment, they get some sort of benefit, be it tax or be it an immigration benefit. Okay, and then maybe I will give you the objections that probably the other panelists want to raise, just to make this a bit more lively, since it's still morning. With this approach, we solve the first 3 sustainability issues that I mentioned. Okay, but this approach raises other sustainability issues, and this is probably my key takeaway. I don't think there's ever a free lunch, right? Sustainability is about making decisions, okay? So if you look at, if a country decides to do what I'm saying, amend their immigration laws, tax laws, etc., they need to be careful, because immigration to a country means emigration from somewhere else. So you're gaining someone else is losing someone. So Switzerland is gaining a very important taxpayer. Foreign country like Italy, let's just name Italy since I'm Italian, loses a significant taxpayer. The others are self-explanatory. So since I've spoken a bit too much already, I'll let you read them on the slides, and I leave the other panelists to interact. Thank you.
Ahlborn, go ahead.
So yeah, I just want to disagree with a bunch of things, actually. I think what you just described is a macroeconomic system of incentives that perpetuates the system the way it is, which is the wealthy people can buy anything in the world, including citizenships. I don't see how that's helping sustainability in any way, shape, or form, right? I think the conversation is really about what does it take to transition from the way currently things are to where it needs to be. So FDI is an important tool. I come from India, which faces the worst brain drain in the world. And at the same time, we also have the highest remittances in the world, which is the flip side of it, right? And so what you see in the world, in the global economy, is this 2-part system, right? The core and the periphery. Who all knows about it? Raise your hands. The core and the periphery. So Western countries which are at the core, wealthy countries like the United States or Switzerland, continue to attract capital, continue to attract talent, while the rest of the world loses it continuously. So I think what needs to happen for investing, and I see investment as the fastest tool to inject energy into the system. I do some venture capital on the side, mostly early stage and emerging tech, is to really create these innovation hubs, which don't just copy the way things currently are, but are unique, local, and are plugged in with the communities, right? So maybe in the Caspian region, there are a lot of lessons to learn around the way people are taking care of their natural resources, which perhaps Switzerland needs to learn about, right? And so rather than superimposing the same systems, structures, measures on the rest of the world, I mean, that's why we are at the brink of where we are at this point. Great presentation, but 15 years of economic thinking, learning, teaching. I think we really need to turn things on their heads on what we're doing. And I would just jump in and say tomorrow we are launching the digital economy, which is really how emerging tech is the driver of the waves of global economic transformations. And so what does it take, to have the human in the center of it, and the conversation on sustainability as key part of it. So bringing investable opportunities to the fore. And I think you mentioned before, work, with women in sustainability. So some of the biggest randomized controlled trials have been done in India. And by JPAL, which is Jameel Poverty Action Lab out of MIT. I'm also a fellow at MIT Media Lab. And they found that if you put money in the hands of men, they end up spending it on alcohol, cigarettes, you know, yeah, right, so all kind of gambling. But if you put the money in the hands of the woman, she spends it on the well-being of the family. She spends it on the well-being of the children, which is, and this is tens of thousands of people, right, that are in these studies. So maybe that says a lot about where we need to invest when it comes to investing in sustainability. So I'll pause here.
Yeah, that's why you see that a lot of impact investments are actually, I think, 80 to 90% of the capital is actually invested with female entrepreneurs, because then they have more than 95% possibility that the money is returned. You sustain a whole family, and with this family, you sustain a whole economy. So we see this trend going forward.
We should call it invest in women, huh?
Definitely.
Invest in women. That should be the new way, right?
That's why we have, that's why I have co-founded together with Marta Ra, Women in Sustainable Finance, to empower women to act, actually to become more diverse in C-suite companies also, and also to invest investors to move their capital much faster into sustainable investments. And that's also, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I think it's quite common that every conversation, sooner or later, ends up talking about women. So I think we are in the same track now. Right?
Yeah, the woman also wants to say, now, if you want to have an equal or
yes, of course we are for equality, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but then we need to move to it together. Not only women alone can do it. We need to engage. We all need to engage to set a new standard, because it's about creating new standards to make this world more sustainable and to live actually in balance with the global resources of our planet. So it's asking something from all of us. I would like to go to the last question.
We believe in partnership, right?
So, thank you.
Yeah.
I love co-creation. Let's discuss
right.
it later on.
Can I just say something about FDIs? And
sure.
I think not only our countries, but most of the countries for the last 20 years, when they talk about FDI, they're not really worried about the country's portfolio that those investments are coming from. As long as the money is coming in, everybody was happy. But I think a certain kind of disbalance took place. And most of the Central Asian countries are very much concerned, and I noticed this within the last 2 years. Countries are trying to figure out how the new ways of attracting other countries. Somehow or other, China became the dominant investor in most of the countries, and from security point of view, I think most of the governments are not happy with that thing anymore. With all my respect to Chinese, and when I was Minister of Investment of Tatarstan, and China was one of the great countries that I was working with, and they really did great technological investments to Tatarstan when the largest company, Haier, came in, and they set up research and development and the whole industrial park and things like that with almost $2 billion investment. But I think when it comes to strategic kind of investment projects, most of the countries, they show their concern, and they are trying to attract some other countries, which is quite difficult when China is so aggressive. And other countries are rather looking, and will be estimating a lot of times before they come in. So I personally came up with my own formula, whereby I think the best diversified kind of investment is where you have a combination of, let's say you have a project in a certain country, then the finance will come from one country, technology comes from another country, and you land it in some other country, and then this is where really international cooperation takes place, and it is happening. And again, I have to mention about Astana International Financial Center. This is where it plays its certain role. Now, the other very, the other approach that we are trying to push forward is when we have, let's say, Russian technologies. We have foreign companies with finance and expertise as well. We combine the things, and then we go to other countries, not only in CIS, but in the Middle East and Southeast Asia as well. And I think this is something which kind of, because basically we should talk about tools and models. I think we got carried away with this sustainability kind of thing. So if to be specific on the tools and models, whatever. Okay. I mean, we still have to look at tools and models, you know. So I think it could be one of the models.
Thank you very much for
Okay,
your question.
when it comes from, I mean, on my definition of sustainability, I think it's always about creating new kind of industries for our countries, which were never there before, and creating it with active participation of locals. And this is where we got like expertise from all around the world. We try to mix it up together, and then we come up with something that will be changing the whole landscape and will be a new trend for coming 10, 20, 30 years ahead. This is what I understand sustainability from this investment point of view. And I think most of the governments are quite happy with this, because it gives some kind of sense of security and things like that when you have this involvement of different parties, and then you are creating entirely new industries, and it also gives feeling to the government that you are in the global trend of those new economic activities.
Thank you. Navroop, I think you answer that one first, shortly, please, because we have more other questions which we also like to answer.
Can I quickly answer that one? Because I think it's really critical. Yeah, so thank you, first of all, for your question. The issue of sustainability is around that humans are one of the species on the planet. We share this planet with billions of other species, right? But we are the only species that have the ability to manipulate our environments. And we're doing it to a point that it is causing systemic changes into the entire ecosystem. So my background is in innovation, and I look at systems as a whole. So the planet as a single organism. Right now, this is out of touch, because what we've done is we've tapped into resources, the energy of the sun that was locked into the planet through fossil fuels. And we've tapped into that, and right now we are in what we call an energy transition, a global energy transition, where we are harnessing that energy over and beyond the system can contain, causing large-scale systemic changes unlike the planet has ever seen before. So it's not about climate change, it is about the fact that the uncertainty that it poses and the impact that it poses to humans, to other species, to the planetary ecosystem is completely unknown. So we can talk about financial sustainability all we like, but there are more refugees in the world right now, climate migrants, than there were ever before. Ultimately, it's resources. Ultimately, it's a claim to resource. What is money, right? Define money. Money is a claim on energy spent somewhere. So the physics of sustainability is this energy and currently energy transition. So when you're talking about sustainability, it's fundamentally tied to the ecology. So economists talk about the economy as if ecology doesn't exist, as if the resources are unlimited, but that is not the case. So the new measures we need are accounting for those, right? Are accounting for the planetary boundaries, planetary upper limits. And we can talk about very specific measures, FDI stuff, and I did macroeconomics for 10 years and that sort of thing. But again, it's business as usual. It doesn't help anyone. Essentially, what you see is a race where the Western countries, the first world, has made it, and they have put in place these measures. And now you see the rest of the world trying to follow suit, right? Trying to do the same things, trying to develop the same way. But that is only going to increase that systemic risk that is already in the system. So what needs to happen is that leadership and innovation needs to come from regions that are outside of the West and outside of the way things were so far. And so I'll leave with that here.
Thank you, Navrat. Thank you, Lina, for your answers. I would like to move on to the next question, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adam, and I'm a co-founder of Digital Bank. So it's my third day in Davos, and it's my second day in this great panel. So yesterday we were talking about sustainability and exploitation. And I would prefer that you have been started with the nice description that you gave about the ecology and so on, because what is lacking here, I think, during all these days, you're talking, Mr. Boris told us about sustainability and investing in companies that create revenues and working places and so on. Would you invest in a Swedish company that took in rent 2 million square kilometers in Latvia, and they're cutting wood now? They're creating great revenues, great percents of income. Would you invest in this? Navrup, yesterday, I don't know if you were here, fashion industry based on women's need to be beautiful pollutes more than anything else, more than oil industry,
Those
right?
are the demands of patriarchy. So I'm gonna.
No, I'm not. Hold on. So.
Just responding to women's needs.
Thank you. Can I, for the sake of time, because there are other questions.
Sake of time.
What is your question?
It's not a question. It's more like 2 days ago I've seen this group of a little bit strange people walking on the streets of Davos and saying change now, and there was a enforced police group of people that took them away from here. So they said change now. What I would prefer, my background is biology and biochemistry. I'm a doctor in biochemistry, so I think that we should start from the beginning, the nature, the Mother Earth, which gives us everything. And if we want to invest in a company, we should make kind of a green index and understand if this company pollutes more or less. If this company, it might create less working places, but it can affect our planet less, because all things we're talking about eventually is money here on this Congress, this week. But it's an anniversary, 50th anniversary of Davos. My question is, where is Amazonian wood, and what happens with rivers and ocean and plastic and all this stuff? So maybe we should start with, very basic things like ecology, and to put ecology at the very first layer of all businesses in the world, and then it might change.
Thank you, Adam. I think it's very fair, and also come back to what you said. What is actually the basics of sustainability? What are we talking about? I think you, Lina and Navrup, you also said it's the ecology point of view to deal in balance with the natural resources, because that's what it's all about. Mother Earth doesn't need us, but we need Mother Earth. That's where that's actually where we're all going to. And capital is a very strong force to drive change if you act, really. So, Jacob, you want to react, and then I would actually close it off. We have one more question, so please keep it short. Then one more question, and then we need to close off the panel, unfortunately, due to the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you also for all the questions, and also for fostering debate. Maybe I also wasn't clear when explaining my slides. So I started with constraints. I don't think anyone in the room is voting for pollution or for destroying the environment. And my first slide was exactly that. It was just trying to give you the framework of what we mean by sustainability, or not we, the countries we interact with. And the main hurdles to doing things properly, in the sense of doing things that reduce damage to the environment or revert past damage that was done to the environment, is usually money, and also people's reaction. So one might say, okay, I'm against pollution, but you have a watch that pollutes, right? Or or you have a phone, right? Two batteries, quite polluting. So we go from a theory where everyone, I think, here agrees we have to reduce pollution. Some countries can already do it. They have no excuse. I'm paraphrasing perhaps what you were trying to say. Others cannot, because if they say, I want to transition from coal, it will take time and money. Also because maybe they're overexposed to foreign investors, and so they're squeezed between the local population, so democracy, right? And also the foreign investor who wants to be remunerated. So in practice, it's always a trade-off between interests. And we all know what the final goal is. And what I was mentioning here is that countries have tools which allow them to bypass such hurdles. So if they have to pay out investors and they need money to invest in new schools or open a new degree in chemistry, right? Because their country doesn't have, cannot train enough biologists that can help with the transition. There's other sources of funds which can be tapped globally, which do not require a return on investment. This is what I was trying to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. One more question here.
There's been a lot of greenwashing. So everything that you mentioned exists in the market today. There are lots of ESG funds and whatnot funds, and it's greenwashing. Mostly. The question is, there is a lack of listed securities in the capital markets in whichever region you go for credible investment opportunities in this space, due to which the amount of money that could flow into this kind of companies is very much limited. Because when we talk about large-scale funds or investments, they look for volume. They don't care about 1 million here, 10 million there. They look for billion and above as a minimum volume. And this is my question to whoever wants to pick it up. How are you going to create that volume in listed securities market? That's the key that has to happen. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Boris, I would also like Boris to give an answer, please. Thank you. Boris, can you please give a short answer to the question the sir has answered?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there are listed securities is not the only solution here. So there are funds, there are platforms that take out different investors and shareholders' money and invest into an agreed industry, for example. And being sustainable, I would like to repeat myself, it's not about, like taking Latvian forest and moving into Sweden, so Swedish people get more money in taxes. Sustainability is a long-term game. So of course, any business that proves to be sustainable attracts more money than someone who is not, somebody who is from the 19th or from the 20th century. So it could be either, as you suggested, listed securities. There are some alternative stock exchanges. And there are also some specialized investment funds. There are some angel investors. Again, angel investors are playing maybe not such a noticeable role, but they're sometimes the drivers, because people would be investing as a matter of, well, certain extent of goodwill. And then other larger volumes, the billion-dollar funds that you mentioned, would follow.
Thank you very much. Short, please. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So BlackRock just announced that they're divesting in fossil fuels completely. That is the biggest hedge fund in the world. Hedge fund. The other, JP Morgan announced $1 trillion investment. I don't know how it's going to play out, and I make no claims. I've not worked in a bank, and I don't intend to. Okay, there you go. So I think what needs to happen is to create enough pressure on corporations and holding them accountable to what the demands of the ecology are, and again, for humans, because the planet would go on, right? So I think the value of a space like the World Economic Forum is that we could foster that understanding, and these leaders, I prefer the term innovators, because innovation can come from anyone rather than the implicit followers when you use the term leaders. But create that accountability for things to change. And the thing is, with change, with emerging tech and tech in general, so it seems like it's going to take forever, but when change happens, it happens immediately. You achieve an inflection point, and then, and exactly so. It's happening already, is what I would say, and that perception has to change first of all.
Thank you very much. I would like to close this panel off with thanking you all for your interaction. I think you posed some really, really good questions. What is exactly sustainability? What are we actually talking about? And I think also with all the different capacities and all the different skills we have here, it's about creating a new standard on an international level, co-creation with each other to make a change which is badly needed and fast. And that's why we need capital, because it's a strong force to act on it. Thank you very much for your participants, and please feel free to interact with us afterwards.
These pictures that way, because in all these pictures they will going to show it to somebody.
Okay.
And then they'll put a lot of advertisement, who you are, what you do.
Yeah, and then I get a lot of men.
No.
Hey,
And I
tell her this
disagree
after
with-
I've done the interview. I still need to ask
Somebody
her the
said to me,
question.
"Why do you hate men?" I'm like, "I love men. What the hell?"
Well, that's good. I'll take your car.
Okay, sure. All right.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you what your biggest takeaway from the panel was and what your message is going to be this Davos. So
Sure.
It's very light.
Perfect.
It's for the
That's my sister.
I
Sister
know,
from
you're
another mother.
putting more women in front of the camera.
Yeah.
All right, ready? Okay.
What was your biggest takeaway That's a great question. I think this was a panel on investing in sustainability, and pretty much every person who was on the panel had a different definition of sustainability. So that kind of makes us go back to square one, which is, well, do we even agree that, the shared goals we are trying to achieve, because the UN Sustainable Development Goals are supposed to provide that common denominator, that minimum understanding and the minimum threshold of what, companies and stakeholders around the world need to align with. My takeaway from this particular panel is that that has not happened yet. Something that we've been taking for granted, quite honestly. But I think the conversations are still very open and variable. So it's a little bit of a cause of concern in terms of, do we even agree on the definition of sustainability? So how do we actually achieve them? It's 2020, we are supposed to have achieved the Sustainable Development Goals by now, but what we really see is that agenda got pushed back to 2030. So perhaps the big effort that has to go in is to align stakeholders around the world to agree to what sustainability means.
So important. Thank you. In one sentence, what's going to be your message for the rest of Davos?
Invest in women.
Thank you.
Yes.
If
But what is sustainability? Bring it back to the core and then co-create together on an international level. What can we do? What can we learn from each other? But also, where can we set new standards together and then act on it?
fantastic and so brief. Thank you. One more question. What is going to be your main message this week in Davos?
My main message this week is going to be from a fear-driven to a purpose-driven economy. So if you authentically see what your specialty is and how you can create a more sustainable world that can live in balance with Mother Nature, then actually we should co-create together and move forward and make it happen. It's purpose-driven, it's not fear or greed driven, and I think that value is an explanatory thing of purpose. So purpose-driven economy.
Purpose-driven. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last one will be yours.
Those friends who are standing, if they can come and sit, please. Yeah. As we have to keep time, I think people are still enjoying their coffee. But let's get started, and I'm sure they will join. And my speaker panel today is attractive enough to attract all the peoples here very soon. We have been listening about the great potential of the Caspian region since yesterday. We have very interesting sessions. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Mohammed Saeed. I work for a UN agency called International Trade Center. This agency is the 50% of the budget comes from the UN, which is the development part, and 50% from the WTO, which is the trade part. So it is at the nexus of the trade and the development, and my responsibilities is to assist, especially the developing countries and the economies in transition, to reduce the cost and time of doing their business and to increasing their competitiveness to be in the player. And specifically, we work with the private sector also, so that the small and medium-sized enterprises can be made part of the value chains. In today's sessions, let me introduce my panelist. I'm still missing one of my panelists, but as he comes, you have listened to him since yesterday, he will join. Let me introduce my first panelist is Dirk Ahlborn. He is specializes in the crowd collaboration, the internet, the technologies, and he's founder and the chairman of the Hyperloop transportation technologies. I'll skip Babar, and then I have Azhar with us, who is the deputy CEO of the Azhar Telecom. So we'll have the perspective from the telecom industries also. We have with us Alex from the tech startup. He's director of the embedded Micro, and he will be talking to us their experience in Switzerland and how it can be replicated to the Caspian region. Then we have Marina with us. Marina is the postdoctoral fellow at the Center for Eastern European Studies at the University of Zurich. She would be talking how the regulatory compliance, and especially in the light of the sanctions, what are the challenges which brings and how we should be addressing those. And then we have Taleh with us. He's the Director General of the Baku International Sea Airport. Before I pass on the mics to my panelist, let me bring you and connect you with the panelist that we are going to talk. As you would be seeing on the screen, we are going to talk about new transit opportunities as a means to access to the enhancing trade and transit connectivity in this region. When we talk about the market access, starting from the firm's productivity, then its connectivity, whether it is the freight forwardings, whether it is the ports, whether it is rail, road, by air, then the border regulatory agencies, and then the others. So it is a throughout from, producer to the consumer, and we have to see in that context. When we talk about the connectivity of a region, as the Greater Caspian region is, then we are seeing that how those countries which have been struggling of being landlocked can be land-linked, that transition. And that, in my view, have two aspects to it. One is about the hard infrastructure, which is about the roads, which is about the ports, and then it has to be combined with a soft infrastructure. And from the soft infrastructure, it is the regulatory compliance as well as the regulatory cooperation in the region. And living in the 21st century, I think the technology has come in such a big way that it is changing everything we do, from our personal life to our professional lives, from trade to transit to connectivity. So we would see that how this infrastructure, which is supported by the advancement of the technology, can help this region to connect. Let me invite my first speaker, Dirk, who has done the work the technology and the transportation technology, that how this would work in the region. Dirk, please.
All right, good morning, everybody. So as you just heard, my name is Dirk Ahlborn. I'm the founder and chairman of Hyperloop Transportation Technologies. And well, we say that we transform transportation at the speed of sound. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? So what is Hyperloop? Imagine a capsule filled with people hovering inside a tube and moving really, really fast, basically just below the speed of sound, from one place to the other. Inside this tube, we're creating a low-pressure environment. So basically, that means that we have vacuum pumps along the tracks that take the air out. So that's a capsule, which is basically similar to an airplane without wings, can travel without a lot of resistance. This means that we can go really fast with very little energy. The whole system is completely green. We're using the same right-of-way to have solar panels on top. We use wind, kinetic energy through regenerative braking, and depending on the climate, even geothermal. And many times, obviously depends on the routes, we're even able to produce more energy than we're consuming. And that's a very important part, because when we set out to build this system or to analyze the system, we found out that on one hand, from a technology point of view, the technology basically all existed. It has been now 6 years that we have been working on it. But what we also saw is that basically there's no rail system, no metro system in the whole world that's profitable. They're all relying on government subsidies, which is a problem why in many regions you don't really have infrastructure, right? Because it's not only about building them, it's about maintaining them as well. So, but when you start out to build a completely new mode of transportation, you have a very unique opportunity. You have the opportunity to build a transportation system the way it should be done in 2020, because when we start out and if you look, I don't know, you're traveling the train, the bus, even the airplane, it's not really a great experience. It sucks, right? It's terrible. Nobody really enjoys traveling. So, but we have a lot of technologies that actually can make that easier. So this allows us to really rethink and start with a white piece of paper and say, how is it supposed to look? What is the business model behind transportation? Is it still selling a ticket, or is it monetizing the time the passenger spends inside a vehicle, for example? And all of these. In terms of where we are, because often when we talk about Hyperloop, people think that it's something that's out decades, but in reality, we're only out years. We're now in the process at this moment to finalize the first or complete integration of a Hyperloop system in Toulouse. So we have the world's first passenger capsule already ready. It's being integrated into the system. We signed several agreements around the world. We're planning later this year to start construction on the first commercial line in the Emirates, in Abu Dhabi, in Al Ghadir. And we have been working very strongly on probably the most difficult part, which is regulation. So we've been working together with TÜV Süd in creating the safety guidelines. We have been working together with Munich Re, which is one of the largest, or probably the largest reinsurance company in the world. They said that they're able to insure our system, so that's a very important part when you move into commercialization. So we plan roughly to take 2.5 years to finish the system in Abu Dhabi once we start construction. So that's when you and me can start riding the Hyperloop. So, and then of course, next step, Caspian region, right?
Thank you, Dirk. Let me bring in Alex and listen from Alex that could you share with us your experience that how this technology has helped in Switzerland and how this can be benefited by the Caspian region and the different government as well as the private sector, please.
Yes, of course, thank you. So Miromico is a Swiss high-tech engineering company. We are developing IoT sensor devices, IoT technology, which is a wireless technology intended to link a lot of sensor in remote areas or urban areas with very low infrastructure cost, and to connect, for example, pipelines, to connect, to provide maintenance, predictive maintenance on pipelines, to detect breaches or breaks of pipelines in a remote area without someone walking by every day or every week. We have the great situation here in Switzerland that we have a lot of technology. We have high-tech companies here. We can test, we can develop all the kind of system, and then we can scale it up into the different areas of the world. And one system we are currently working on is providing LoRaWAN technology or IoT wireless technology solely based on satellite communication, which means there is no ground infrastructure needed beside the sensors. So in whatever remote area, we can connect sensors and devices to direct to satellite and just collect the data from all around the world. All these devices we have now built here in Switzerland. We can deploy them all around the world and increase all around security and provide more services and data for all kind of systems in areas where there is no people around. And once the infrastructure is already set up, we can also bring more sensors into, for example, for agriculture or street lighting or all kind of smart city applications, which is now going to grow up all around the world.
Thank you, Alex. And let me now bring into the discussion from technology to specific form of the technology which is being practiced from the telecom. Let me request Azar at this point of time that how do you think the telecom industry can play a significant role in connecting the region and the region to beyond its strict geographical boundaries. Azar, please.
Hi, everyone. It brings me pleasure to be here in Davos at this Caspian Week. First of all, I would like to appreciate the organizers. They really organized a very nice platform where we can discuss our regional projects with our regional stakeholders and also international partners. I represent Azer Telecom, which is a private company and the largest telecommunication operator in Azerbaijan and in South Caucasus. Azer Telecom was founded in 2008 as a backbone provider, which is connecting Azerbaijan to the global internet. We have a diversified and a sustainable network, which is connecting all our major cities and the regions in Azerbaijan. And our international network also integrated into all major telecommunications hubs around the world. When we talk about the telecommunications and the data traffic today, first of all, we talk about infrastructure. And the global infrastructure, global data infrastructure enables new businesses. But infrastructure needs new data cables, which will connect different continents with regional hubs in those continents. And the statistics, if we look at, according to, for example, to telegeography, which is one of the leading analysts in the telecommunication business, the growth in data traffic is so fast, so rapid, that it's even difficult to predict what will be the data traffic in coming 3-5 years. It's so even difficult to predict in 3-5 years span the real data traffic. But there is some calculation that the data traffic between Europe and Asia by the end of 2024 will be the growth will be around 900%. It's very big amount of traffic, and one of the key initiatives and projects now Azer Telecom implementing is the Trans-Caspian fiber optic project, And this project is implemented in the framework of the Regional Digital Hub program. So the idea is just connect Europe and Asia with the fastest, with the lowest latency road, which is passing through Azerbaijan and connecting all countries of the Greater Caspian Region. And what we've done so far, we have established a very good cooperation with the companies around the Caspian Sea. In last year, in March 19, there was signed a bilateral intergovernmental agreement between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan on the construction of this submarine cable, which is about 400 kilometers and which is connecting Azerbaijan city Siazan with Aktau in Kazakhstan. And in November 2019, in November 28, we have signed the next contract with, that's also intergovernmental agreement, and with Turkmenistan government. And there will be second line, a seabed line, which will connect Siazan and Turkmenbashi in Turkmenistan. It's about 300 kilometers. And we believe that this is the, yesterday my colleague talked about the ancient Silk Road. So we are, again, there is already ongoing projects, transport projects, which rebuilds actually Silk Road. And we will provide those, not just the transport corridors, but also the population of the Eurasia, which is about 4 billion people with fastest data traffic. And it will be the Trans-Caspian fiber optic project will be really a game changer in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Azam. Now I would request Talib to come in. The specific aspect on which I would like Talib to talk about is that this middle corridor is presenting as an alternate to the traditional route of the maritime the transport. How do you see, coming from the port authorities and regulating the port, that how much this is complementing towards the connectivity and how much this offers you some kind of a competition to be more efficient and to be more focused on the service delivery? Please.
Thank you. Yesterday, we had a discussion about reviving of the Silk Road. So today's discussion is a little bit about what is going to change in the next 10 to 20 years and how these new technologies are going to affect us. As I mentioned yesterday, 95% of the trade between Europe and Asia is done maritime. So it bypasses our region altogether. It's done by big ocean liners, and we don't see it. Yes, the traffic by rail has increased tremendously, as was yesterday. Almost 4,000 block trains have been passed between Europe and Asia last year. But technologies like Hyperloop and what implications it's going to bring overall for global trade and also for our region, I don't think people really understand it. There will be large, as I said yesterday, there will be emergence of large cities, new hubs across Eurasia. Whether we like it or not, China's One Belt, One Road initiative is going to complement, make sure that this happens. It is about these host countries, whether they utilize this strategy for their own purposes or not. What Azerbaijan does, certainly we take the advantage of it, make sure that port and free zone around it, the new city and the new airport is going to emerge as a result of this trade. But in the next step, obviously, we are going to discuss, okay, in the future, if Hyperloop technology, for example, comes into play, and I know I followed the Hyperloop technology for a long time, they are also reducing now the cost of building it by investing in new technologies, especially this tube technology, which is the cost part of it. And with finding a feasible model for new hub building of the Hyperloop, Just imagine your containers traveling 1,200 kilometers per hour. That means instead of sending that container by a traditional ocean liner, you are going to just put this into this tube and it will end up in Europe maybe in 3 days. So it will disrupt the entire traditional global trade that used to depend only on ships. So this is what we need to think about when we look into next 20 years. So, and make sure that all these new technologies complement each other. What Azer Telecom does, for example, obviously new cities are going to emerge, new populations are going to emerge, they would need data. All this infrastructure needs data in parallel to each other. So synchronizing these developments in Central Eurasia will enable us, once again, to revive this ancient concept of the hubs in the 21st century.
Thank you, Dari. Let me acknowledge and welcome Babar Badat. One of my panelists got stuck. Babar is the immediate past president of FIATA, which is the largest NGO in the freight forwarding and the logistic industries. And Babar himself has an experience of almost 40 years. Doesn't look from his age, but still, he started very young. Babar, let me bring you, we were talking about the connectivity and the role of the technology in the connectivity and how this traditional maritime might be challenged by the hard infrastructure which is being developed under the Middle Corridor. How do you see from the logistic and transportation perspective this region connecting with the two biggest economies, which are the neighbors, the Russia, the China, as well as the Europe? How do you see the role of the logistics industry being a driver of the connectivity?
Thank you very much. Apologies again. I was caught up in the traffic in my pickup, and I especially didn't want to be late for such an illustrious compare of this program. So at the cost of being repetitive, because I'm sure this may have been touched in the last few minutes, but the subject revolves around this particular area. You see, we are seeing huge dynamic change in the modes of transport and the way things are going to be carried, particularly east-west trade in the region and beyond the region is going to have a substantial trade. And a lot of this is being driven by the Belt and Road Initiative and other initiatives which are springing up subsequently from that. And as I briefly heard my colleague over here from Azerbaijan saying that that there will be an effect, and I want to reiterate that particular point, that I think the role, traditionally, the shipping lines used to be the primary contractors of cargo. So they would be the face of transport to the merchant. But over the years, the role of the shipping lines have reduced, and the role of the logistics operator has increased, because transportation with the common use of the container has moved from port to port, which was traditional, to now point to point. So it's warehouse to warehouse, or point to point of production to the point of consumption. And because of that aspect, the role of international freight forwarders, logistics companies has grown a lot. So even commercially, you will see a lot of shipping lines are merging, shrinking, going belly up. A lot of things are happening. On the other side, with the logistic companies, you see that their size is growing. There are now companies with 1,000 and 1,400 and 1,200 offices, 800 offices, and there are lots of them. And their strength is going because they have become the primary contractors of freight to the merchant, and then they sublet it to the shipping lines as one of the contractors. So because of multimodal transport, now shipping lines are recipient of a certain part of that. So the bulk or the cream of the freight doesn't go to the shipping lines because they're not the primary contractor, and it is the logistic company. So logistic companies are able to generate this revenue. Now, this revenue in turn is being reinvested by these organizations into transport infrastructure, into more opportunities on the land. So you will see a large growth in this area in connectivity. And as I said, with the change with Belt and Road, you'll see the role of the railways rising. Now, Railways in most economies don't even take, in most economies, don't even carry 10% of the cargo. Most of them are even 5% or maybe less, and some maybe around 10%, 12%. But we will see a growth in this area. So trucking, transport, rails transport, these are the areas, and logistics centers, all these will become very important. And in the Caspian Sea, in the Caspian region, we see that there will be, of course, the eastern connect towards China and Kazakhstan and this area. And there'll be a western connect going in through the Caucasus and north into Europe. And then you will also see a southern connect, which goes down into Turkmenistan and Afghanistan and into Pakistan and Iran. Well, Iran today is under sanctions, but so these are the areas, growth areas that we see, and we'll see more investment coming over here.
Thank you, Babar, and confirming this approach that nowadays, and especially for the Caspian region, the connectivity means starting from the producer till the consumers across the supply chain. And very timely, you have flagged this issue of the sanctions because my next panelist, as a postdoctoral fellow in the East European, has specialization in the sanctions. So I want to bring in this, Maria, that when we talk about this connectivity, of course, the role of the private sector, role of the governments, and government has its different kind of, not only purely trade or the economy perspective, they also have the political economy consideration, and these tariffs, these sanctions sometimes impact the way the transaction or the connectivity is being handled and the trade is being conducted. So could you please share your views? How do you see that in this era where we are vying for the connectivities, we are using the technology to be more efficiently connected, and still from the political economy perspective, we see these kind of, do you see also like me as a roadblocks, or do you see some incentive to be more rigorous in that, please?
Thank you. Well, clearly sanctions became a buzzword recently, and it doesn't only concern access to global markets, but also when we talk about the infrastructure connectivity that was mentioned, pipelines, maritime industry as the recent industry that was indirectly targeted by sanctions. We haven't seen a lot of talk of new technology that's been sanctions, but I guess that all depends on how strategically important it will be in the future. So let's say if Hyperloop will be the key transport, that might be something by sanctions. But I'd like to raise a couple of points on the development of sanctions. So over the last few years, we've seen the enormous proliferation of sanctions regime, in particular from the US, and with the enormous power of US secondary sanctions, which is based on the centrality of US financial system and the dominance of US dollar. So according to Gibson Dunn, the law firm, in 2017, the Trump administration imposed more than 1,000 targets on its sanctions list in that year alone, which means that with this rise of sanctions, we see an enormous increase of compliance costs for the private sector, but also unintended consequences for third parties who are not much involved. And here, it's not just about numbers, but it runs much deeper, and there are two problems with that. First of all is that quite often regulations are quite vague, so the guidance comes quite late, or the private sectors, the companies need to inquire about what is specifically meant in this regulation. And the last case, ExxonMobil against OFAC, sort of clarifies that wasn't enough time to warn the company to withdraw, to divest from its dealings with Rosneft. And it's sort of unsurprisingly that OFAC's misinterpretation of regulation is one of the common errors in complying with sanctions. And the second problem that comes with this is the 50% ownership rule, which requires a much more enhanced due diligence. So which means that business cannot have deals with companies that have 50% that are owned or controlled by sanctions companies, and that's 50%. And the problem with that, of course, is to track the whole transaction and not just to know about your end users. So we are not talking about KYC, but we're talking about KYCC, so know your customer's customer. And OFAC's regulations, again, advise to not just to know the end user, but also the whole sort of transaction line, who is dealing, who is engaged with this. And the beneficial ownership doesn't help in this respect, of course, because those structures are very dynamic, indirect, hidden in offshore havens. So it requires a lot of due diligence on the private sector side. And recently, OFAC advised that caused warning that you should be cautious with dealing with companies that have 25% of ownership, meaning that those companies might be sanctioned in the future. So, and the second part of sort of my points is how did private sector react? The immediate response was from the banking sector, but also from private companies, in particular energy companies, is to introduce sanctions clauses, something that we can diminish this sort of destructive impact of sanctions, but also to diminish this uncertainty, how to deal until you wait for this clarification of regulations. But in the long term, we see a much stronger pushback from certain countries. Russia and China are the ones who are pushing maybe the strongest against the US-dominated financial system, and there are at least 4 trends that we can distinguish. First of all is the de-dollarization of assets, and it comes to reducing the share of dollar in the international reserves, but also government debt, sovereign debt, and the currency settlements. The second trend is trade workarounds with alternative currencies and swaps, currency swaps. So surprisingly, euro became the main sort of winner of this Russia and China trying to push back against the dollar. And now the share of euro increased from 7% to 22% in bilateral signed Russian trade deals. The third one is sort of these countries try to introduce new bank-to-bank payment system, and we see that they try to create alternatives to SWIFT as something to bypass the sort of US-controlled payment system. And according to the Central Bank of Russia, currently 80% of domestic transactions are run through this. And we see that BRICS countries are expressed their desires to join Russian or Chinese alternatives to SWIFT. So we see a lot of development on this front. And the last trend, although there are many more perhaps, but the digital currencies are gaining the attraction in a way to bypass sanctions and to use a non-central system to do deals.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. I'm under the strict instructions from my organizers to keep the time. So keeping in view the time, I want to have a second round, 1 minute each to each panelist. I'm sorry for that, but you have to observe that 1 minute. And in a 1 minute, I'm going to ask you that after listening to each other, and you are all experts in your field, I want to hear from you one challenge and one opportunity which arises, which can be beneficial and go and impact the connectivity of the Caspian region. This time, I'm not going to go by thematic, but I'm going seriously from Tara onwards, please.
So challenge-wise, I think it's important for countries. As you know, landlockedness means you are depending on someone else. So it's important that this large area between China and Europe has strategies that coincide and harmonized. So the biggest challenge is to make sure that all the countries along this route, they kind of understand the win-win benefit of it. So it's going to take a while before this is being realized. The opportunity is all these new technologies, including this 3D printing, for example, is going to offer a lot of new things for the region. For example, in the next 10 years, I don't exclude, for example, a student in Iran or South Russia, for example, sitting, ordering their iPhone cover, and we in Baku, for example, 3D printing it and delivering to them, in less than 24 hours. So you can't beat this. Even if you are in China, you can't beat that 24-hour because I'm closer to the customers. So this is the other opportunity, I think.
Thank you. Maria?
The challenge and opportunity depends on the actor, so it might be different from. But I talk a lot about, I guess, challenges, and one of the challenges, let's say, for the West part of the world would be the sort of pushback, the weaponization of sanctions, their overuse or misuse, depending on the case. So the more this sort of arbitrary application of sanctions happens, the more we'll see push from non-Western countries to create something else. And one of the opportunities that I didn't mention before is the EU initiated INSTEX, the special vehicle system that, although currently it allows basically to do humanitarian aid, which is not sanctioned, but the sheer idea of EU as a legitimate sort of actor of the West to push back against the US system is something that is very important and can undermine the legitimacy.
Thank you, Maria. Alex, please.
I want to think more positive. I want to see opportunities more than challenges. So I think we
You can say 2 opportunities, not any challenge.
Okay. I think that we can use the technology we already have here in Europe. We can bring that to the Caspian region and bring them one step further. And so they don't have to follow Europe. They have to probably just jump ahead and all integrate all the technology we already are deploying here in the area and bring in all the new more advantages in smart cities in supervising pipelines and probably detect problems before they even occur in the field and create great mess or environmental damages and increase safety on all the infrastructure we have over there.
Thank you. Dirk, please.
All right, so challenge-wise, I think I would say collaboration, right? So collaborating between private companies, between stakeholders, between governments, construction companies, right? So, I mean, if you're, and obviously here in my case, I'm talking about a project like ours, but not only ours, because at the end we need to work together with other companies in order to really have an impact. Because if you can just move from one place to another really fast, but then once you're at destination, it will still take you a while to get home, you're not really solving anything. And the opportunity, I mean, it's leapfrogging, right? It's being able to ideally build something that makes economical sense, that doesn't need government subsidies, so it can be privately financed, privately operated. You can use innovation to solve the issues that you're having today. You can push it literally forward further. You don't only have to think about a Hyperloop. A Hyperloop system can also be part of, of a freeway system if you want so, right? So there's a lot of different design proposals. So it's not only about moving a capsule at the speed of sound, but there's a lot of ways. But that only works if everybody really works together. You're able to push the regulators, the finance people are there, the partners are there, and a lot of the times, especially when you work between different countries, there's a fear, right? And this fear of collaboration needs to go away.
Thank you, Dirk. Azar, please.
Thank you. Before answering to your question, I would like to ask Ivy whether it is possible to show the map on the screen. No, the next one. The next one, the last one actually, the last one. Yeah. So you see the right cable in the middle, it's bypassing Caspian Sea. So this is the shortest data transmission possibility from Europe to China. So that means the biggest challenge for many businesses, the speed of connectivity. So by building this trans-Caspian fiber optic, we will make for businesses ultra-speed connectivity available, and that means they will have more possibility to develop their businesses. For example, from Europe to China, latency at the moment is about 250 milliseconds. But after after having this installed the Caspian fiber, the latency will be about 150 milliseconds, which is almost cutting down the third of 250 milliseconds. So this is the challenge, and this is the opportunity, which is our region can benefit, especially businesses and small and medium businesses can benefit from this connectivity possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Azar. And Baba, you have the last word.
Okay, thank you. I think the couple of biggest challenges will be to maneuver and deal with the politicians and the politics of the region. We'll have to rise above that if things have to happen. That's number one. Number two is how fast we can embrace technology and adopt innovation. These are the two other main areas where we need to look at. Now, the opportunities are if we can get the public sector, which is the government, and the private sector on the same table to look at a development agenda. And each sector, if each sector can connect, like in the logistics area, we created a common common association called EcolPAF. And we were looking at things, how we can synergize things. So in each sector, as you mentioned, construction or XYZ or other, if each sector can do it, and I'll speak for my sector now, if we can get logistics and transportation people on the same table, and there's commonality of thought, or even if we start looking in the same direction. And mind you, this has already started. So it's not something that we need to innovate, it's already started. If we can do these things, there is a huge benefit we can get. The second thing is, the third thing is that you need to get global money to come this way. Global money must come in this region if prosperity is to come. And if prosperity comes here, the global economy will increase.
Thank you very much. We have clocked to our time limit. I would not even attempt to summarize what have been said. I think it was absolutely very clear. At least I myself say that there are new things which I learned while monitoring you. It was absolutely clear to monitor you all. And let's give a big hand to all the panelists. Thank you very much.
We have a brilliant panel, so let's not waste more time. Take your seats, be quiet, and let's pay respect to our panel. We talk a lot about sustainability, actually even earlier today in this room, and there was a bit of a debate what sustainability means, what are the definitions, and how we can describe sustainability. And the one I like most is to say that sustainability is thinking about our children. Everything we do, we can build a new factory, we can drill a new pipeline, we can do a big project with a lot of money. But if we don't think about our children, about the next generation, we can really destroy the ecosystems and sustainable future. So for that matter, I would like this panel to focus on what universities can contribute for sustainable. First to speak is Feridun Hamdullah Kaur, who is the President and Vice Chancellor of the University of Waterloo in Canada.
So, I can get it started, and if this fails, I'll use my lecture voice. Speaking of lecture, as a good professor, as I always say, yes, this will be included in the final exam, so please pay attention. I want to first thank the organizers for having this conversation here. It's a critical point in time to have this conversation. We're about 50 years too late behind. Why is it important? Evidence is right in front of our eyes. And we all know, we don't see any further evidence that taking sustainability not as a sidebar, not as something that it will be nice to add to what we do, but make it an integral part of everything we do. As you said, it goes far behind what it is that we want to leave to our children, what it is that we want to leave for the great-grandchildren of our children. And for that, the universities must play a central role because education is absolutely critical. What we are doing, we have one part of the university, for example, at my university, over 480 faculty members, researchers. They're working on one or another aspect of sustainability. On the other hand, we have people working on various aspects from business development to power generation, and there is no connection. We are doing things, we are going in various directions, and this is the time that through our unbelievably rich, powerful education system, bring a lens, a powerful lens, that everything has to go through that lens. We've been able to do this when it comes to equality and diversity and many other things, including mental health, but it is time that collectively we, institutions of higher learning all around the world, connect with the rest of the world, go all the way down to elementary primary schools and bring it all the way up to the highest level of learning and scholarship, that if we are not paying attention to this, if we do not make this a very critical aspect of our existence, we will not be able to have this conversation in a world that we could all enjoy, prosper, and live in a very, very meaningful way. That's my message. What do? There were a lot of talks. So this decade, in 2020, the talk must convert into action. And what kind of action are we thinking about? For example, as I speak, and I'll give you two countries, India and China, they continue building coal-fired power plants. And the carbon dioxide emissions will keep coming out. At the same time, it's a fact, it's a matter of fact. How do we understand why this is happening at the same time? I know that in China, as many coal-fired power plants are being established, equally they are establishing renewable energy based power plants. because there is awareness. We want to tip that scale. Technology will provide us some answer, but the key is to realize that what we are able to get away with today that won't happen in the future. So everything, every country, every society must take this as something that has to be taken very seriously and solidly integrated into everything we teach and we study and we research at our institutions. Thank you.
Very much, Feridun. Actually, what you mentioned is quite interesting because if we think of the 6 priorities of Davos, these are economy, ecology, society, technology, geopolitics, and industry. All 6 of them, if we think the universities will have a large role to play. So really, you really point the finger into the core driver of those changes which sustainability demands. Let me now move to Alicia. You want to go second?
Sure.
Okay, please. Tell us more about what your university, how first of all, your own vision,
Yep.
but also your university work in all of those 6 elements which Davos addresses. Thank
Yep.
you.
Well, as I think I'm the Vice President of Economic Development for Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. And as we think about how we position ourselves both as a leader and the economic driver within the Mid-Atlantic region in the U.S., but also as a global university having a wide-ranging impact, what we've done is we've really done a couple of things. One, embedding sustainability across the university in all of our schools, having it as a top priority of research as well as of scholarship. But also what we've done is we've tried to incorporate the local community in the conversation around sustainability and then helping to form and shape policies that we both advocate for but also are engaged in. And so we created a sustainability council, which incorporates not only scholars from the academic portions of our university and the research arms, but also from our local community, given that we want to make sure that our actions are informed by not just our perceived needs and perceived perceptions of what sustainability means within the context of a local community, but also from the felt need of those who are most impacted by our actions, both as anchor institutions, but also from the policies that we help to inform at the national and at the global level.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Interestingly, if we talk about sustainability gap and governance gap, universities are those who can address both the science, the natural science, and the social science aspect. And something interesting which happened just now is that 2 universities, Jindal Global Universities and University of Zurich, signed a memorandum of understanding. And I'm very happy to see Michael Hengartner and Professor Siraj Kumar with us today. So please, in the same vein, tell us about your vision of what is the role of global university addressing sustainability gaps.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to really congratulate Caspian Week to have made it a point to have a devoted panel on looking at role of global universities in promoting sustainable futures. And this also shows a certain bit of vision and farsightedness about looking at these issues. Second, I want to say that universities are almost so central to the sustainability discourse because it permeates everything that we want to achieve through the impact of what human beings and organizations and institutions and corporations and governments can have on society. Universities have an opportunity to shape young minds. It's also important for us to recognize that the sustainability discourse should not end up becoming like the corporate social responsibility discourse. As all of us know, CSR for a long time ended up becoming something that the companies and corporations would do on the side, but without really doing, changing their entire framework, their entire, let's say, DNA of their functioning. Given the fact that there is no future without sustainability, universities need to provide that specific role in which what universities do in terms of inculcating a deeper sense of responsibility among young people, but also in relation to promoting knowledge and research as well as education that needs to focus on sustainability. That's where partnerships play a very big role. And as it was mentioned, the University of Zurich and OP Jindal Global University signed a memorandum of understanding. We in India recognize the importance of partnership and also learning from each other's experiences. And that learning from each other's experiences need to permeate the curriculum, the courses, the programs, the research, and also the commitment towards internationalization.
Thank you, Raj. Michael.
Thank you very much, also to Caspian Week for having invited us. I'm fully with Raj on this. Universities have two key missions, research and teaching. And Raj very cognizantly now explained how training the next generation of leaders is absolutely essential if you want the next generation to actually have a new mindset rather than the current mindset. The second thing is we need to do research because obviously what brought us here won't get us there. We need to have new solutions, better solutions than the current ones, and that's where universities have a huge leverage effect. This is what we can do better than most others. Now, of course, universities also have USPs, so you have to focus somewhere. Two examples from my university. We're in Zurich, so you know what? We set up a center for sustainable financing, because obviously training the bankers in Zurich to promote sustainable financing will make a big leverage effect also with their clients. Second thing we did is we're strong in life sciences. We set up a center for biodiversity and global change, where we focus on remote sensing and gather high throughput and high detailed data, how the world changes, so that we can rapidly identify the areas where we need to point particular attention. And there, for example, one of our sites is in Russia, where we see also the biodiversity being quite threatened. So these are two examples how in research universities can contribute to solutions. Again, not only technology, but also in social sciences, in economics. And I think it's very important to do that because at the end, it will be a common solution. It will not be a technology solution alone. We will also have to change the way we think and we act.
Absolutely. As we see, actually, the scientists already develop a lot of solutions. We hear how to address the carbon problem and the forest and everything else. But what is missing, in particular in climate change, is the action by the government, by the business sector, by the non-governmental sector, and so on. So somehow preparing future global citizens to live in a sustainable future is quite a challenging task, we must say, in the university. Although the natural science has developed solutions, this will not happen without governance change. We have also Ngin Gao. He was with us also yesterday talking about leaderships and education. So please let us know the perspective from the Business School of Lausanne on how the role of the universities can develop to address the sustainability issues.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, I'm very happy to share the experience of Lausanne Business School and how actually we implement sustainability in our curriculum. What we do for already many years, and I think it's a very good practice, we stop the school for 1 week. So bachelor students, master students, they stop doing their regular curriculum, and for 1 week, they work on a project on sustainability. So we start with the development goals. We make teams, and each team pick one area of the development goals they want to address, and their point is to try to find solutions and to try to have a business perspective on how to roll out these solutions afterwards. So basically, they have idea generation, they come with a solution, it could be a service, it could be a product, they look at how to market it, they look at how to finance it, and they look at the financial impact of it. I think this is a fantastic start. But as you know, I'm very much focused on the leadership competencies for the 21st century. I believe we can go further. I think the next step could be to look at sustainability and incorporate it in every single aspect of the value chain of business. Because if, for example, you talk sustainability in HR, it has to deal with work balance, making sure that the people have a very happy work environment and that they feel like they're inspired. If you look at it from the financial accounting perspective, we have to look at the costing of the sourcing of the product that we're having. In the sourcing, the procurement, to look at what we are sourcing and how we are sourcing it. And when we bring for the customer the product or the service, to understand that am I actually bringing something of value for you because I know for you it's important to respect the environment and society? Do I do it with the product and the solution I'm bringing to you? So this has to be that far, and to have it at every single content, as part of the content of every single aspect of the value chain in the business schools. This is my perspective for the future.
Wonderful work. Thank you very much, Guy. Let me now go back to the speakers with another round of questions, and I'll start with Feridun again, which is how do we understand global universities? What makes universities global? What is the importance of internationalization of the students' experience? How much of your students, maybe you can go into a bit more specifics, what does your university do in order for students to be global citizens, but also the university as such to develop global standards, please?
So universities, many universities are the creation of their local communities. So we start at a local level, and it is up to us now to align our institutions with the whole world. So to me, a global university has to have some basic elements. One is it has to be connected with the whole world in two ways. Bring the world to your institution and take your institution out to the world. But more importantly, make sure that every student, every faculty, every researcher, they are aware of, regardless of what they are doing, what they are studying, what they are researching, they are in tune with the challenges and opportunities of the world. They understand that, again, global health issue, global environmental issue, global peace issue, they are all related to what they do. One day they are all going to converge. So if we want a long-term sustainable solutions to anything that we work on, we study, it has to be part of the broader world. For that, partnerships like we just witnessed here, understanding that a challenge of finding the right ingredient for their crop growth in one part of the world may not be applicable to what I do where I am, should also be my issue. That with that, if we connect the dots, we're able to combining our resources, not just physical resources, our intellectual resources, and coming up with a pathway, not even a solution, I won't call it a solution, a pathway that will be long-term and sustainable. For that, we underline over and over and over again that internationalization, being global, is not something nice to have because you're recognized. It is the kind of impact you ought to, not you will enjoy making, you must make as an institution of higher learning.
Excellent. I like how do you link the local necessity with the globality of the university. In fact, we often say, think globally, act locally. A lot of solutions need to be applied to communities where we operate. Who would like? Yes.
I apologize, I have to go now,
Mike.
but thank you so much.
Thank you, Feridun. Thank you. Let's give him a big applause. Thank you very much to be.
The best and the brightest to do research at Johns Hopkins University, but also to be students of the student body. What we really think about is that pipeline. So through a number of initiatives, both globally and locally, we try to attract and foster the best talent, but do that regardless of their socioeconomic status currently. And so it's really about many of the efforts that we do to really harness the power of what universities at their utmost, at their best can do, which is to provide social mobility for individuals that otherwise without an education wouldn't have that. And in tandem with that, as we think about finding solutions and crowdsourcing really solutions for global issues, we use Baltimore as a launch pad to really tackle those issues and make the linkages and synapses with the global challenges that are felt throughout the world.
Excellent. Good luck in this excellent effort. I really appreciate it. Raj.
Well, you know, I must say that the element of globalism within a university is under challenge in many parts of the world. In fact, this is a moment when, we can use the word Brexit, We can use provincialism as a framework of governance in many parts of the world. And universities are increasingly under stress to justify and assert their own positioning as far as their commitment to promote global engagement. And this is a moment when universities should be working towards speaking truth to power and to assert their own commitment towards engaging globally. And this challenge is not going to be easy because there are enough reasons why universities could become short-sighted in this potentially volatile political environment in which governments tend to have a myopic vision in recognizing the merits of global engagement. So to me, globalism and global university imagination is so central to a university because within the word university, it has an element of universality and universe in it. And it's not something new that universities inevitably need to be global. They need to be concerned about issues that are affecting the humankind at large. They need to be addressing these issues and also potentially empowering students and faculty to appreciate and to engage in these issues. And to advance that, we need to focus on research, knowledge creation, publications, and to influence and impact both domestic and global public policy.
This is excellent message, particularly in time when we see tendencies of populism and nationalism in some countries taking over. And the voice of the people here is very important, but also when universities are full of young students who also somehow echo the voice of the rest of the population is important. So when universities speak truth to power, when they are in the front of the civil society action, we hope that that will also play the role against these tendencies of nationalism and populism. Maybe not the case in Switzerland as much as in the United States and India, but yes, Michael, your
yes, Switzerland is a special country, I must say. No, actually, University of Zurich is very privileged to be in Switzerland. We're a small country. We have few natural resources. That has forced the country very early on to become an open country. Right? So that has generated a very interesting ecosystem in higher education and research. A study in 2012 has shown that Switzerland actually is the only country in the world where there's more non-Swiss doing research and development in Switzerland than Swiss citizens. 57% of people doing research and development in Switzerland are not Swiss citizens. The people that we invited from all over the world to come and do research here. Conversely, because you could say, oh, that's brain drain, right? So you're taking away the clever people from the world. Conversely, Switzerland has a second interesting statistic. We're a country with the second highest diaspora of scientists per capita. India is number one. Switzerland is number two. A third of the people with a Swiss passport doing research and development are outside of Switzerland. We send them out, we say, go and discover the world. Some will come back, some will stay as ambassadors of our country. Right, so it's not, and then you can say this is brain drain, right? So you lose them. It is, but it's a win. So basically, by having people come, people go, we have brain circulation, and I think this is essential for mutual understanding and for getting the ideas to go. Knowledge knows no border. Research knows no border. I think scientists know no border. Humans should know no borders. I think this exchange, this working together, is what makes this country a very strong country in research and development. I think everybody should be offered this opportunity.
Absolutely brilliant messages. Thank you so much, Michael. Guy, your time.
Yeah, I just want to add some perspective. Yesterday we discussed about the leadership competencies for the 21st century, and I've addressed that we need to move forward because we have a lot of international mobility, and also talk about the economic shift, power shift, and the fact that we have to move around and to work together becomes important. So in the perspective of exchange, student exchange going in all university and to collaborate together is important. But I see several challenges, actually 3 main challenges popping up. If I take the example, for example, from Toulouse Business School and Paris Business School, we had at one point many Indian students coming to the school. And one challenge was for the professor to understand how to deal and culturally with the new student figure that we were having, and they were struggling with this. To understand how to lecture in this kind of context was a challenge. The second challenge I saw is, in teamworks, people tend to group based on their origin. So the managing to mix the students together to work really globally is an issue that we need to assess. and to address. And the first challenge that I was saying is that we're using too many case studies from Western companies. And there is a need to incorporate much more case studies from companies from India, from Africa, from Asia, from all around the world, from Latin America, for our students to get this global perspective of how other companies around the world are doing, what other solutions do they find. Then we have just much bigger breadth of creativity and of possibilities.
Thank you very much, Guy. Actually, you mentioned something which is very important, which is the gap. If we look at for example, the Global University Leadership in Davos, but also in many other associations, it's very much North America and Europe predominantly. Somehow we need to include the rest of the world. If we talk about global universities, they cannot be only the universities in Northern America and Europe. And unfortunately, I think also the ranking systems, the Times Higher Education and QS, somehow because of the nature of how they evaluate universities, they also naturally, historically, they give preference to Northern America and Europe. But we need to open that, and we are very happy to see already very successful, one of them, Jindal University, that is breaking those walls of the thinking that only in Western world the science can flourish. Yes. Who wants to follow?
I want to quickly add that it should not only be limited to that expansion, but also new regions of the world. For example, the Caspian region itself. I don't see any reason why there cannot be an imagination within the Caspian region, but also in broader Central Asia, where the emphasis and importance of universities to be drivers of economic and social change can't be emphasized. In fact, if you look at the experience of China, one of the things that we can learn from the Chinese imagination is that significant investments have been made towards promoting higher education, including research. And today, some of the leading Chinese universities are competing with the best in the world. And we in India would like to draw inspiration from that experience, but there is a case for the Caspian region to recognize the importance of how universities can fundamentally transform societies, not only socially, but also economically, and including investing in what I call demographic dividend, so that young people can play a leadership role.
Very good to hear this exactly from the stage of the Caspian Week. Thank you.
I cannot agree more. I think for a region, for a country, it's essential to have a strong university system for the next generation. Africa, sub-Saharan Africa would be another example where really we're waiting for these universities to rise and help the continent grow. At the same time, and that was already mentioned, the university needs to have regional roots. It needs to be there. It needs to also adapt to the culture of the region. I think that the strengths of the universities around the world is to have different cultures, different ways of looking at the problem, and to exchange then so that we can come together to the best generation. So I think a global university today needs to be like a tree, rooted locally, but with branches that go all around the world.
Excellent expression, really. Thank you, Michael. Alicia.
You know, and just to build off of what Mike just said, when we think about these anchor universities as anchors within the communities that they dwell in, if you just look at at Hopkins and other universities around the world, they're the generators of job growth. So Hopkins is 50% of the job growth in Maryland is due to Hopkins alone. And so if you think about what the university has as a dividend to the communities that they dwell in, it's not just around pulling the resources globally and locally, but it's also anchoring that city and grounding it in the research and development that you're working on. And what we should not fear is that, one, individuals coming globally should be able to find a home within those local communities, but we also should not be afraid of them taking back the resources from our institutions into the places that they came from so that those places can thrive. And understanding that the universities that are located in Africa and Asia are also doing the same thing in those communities, really helping them to thrive and grow as a part of a sustainable strategy and policy.
Very well said, Alicia. And I cannot give another good example, which is Haryana, where Jindal Global University and the delivery. You will see for 10 years since the university has opened in 2009 and comparing to today, how much new jobs, how much new shops, how much new development are around Jindal Global University, which suggests that university can play an excellent role in terms of community services and building up sustainable future. Guy, you want to follow?
Yeah, to add a point about having a local presence from international university in different regions of the world, why it is important? Because if you look at the future of jobs, it's going to be an area that we are not so present now, like in Asia, in Africa. This is what we perceive that the future is going to come. And having local presence gives the opportunity to students here to go there, to understand better the culture, and to understand how they can actually find jobs in this region, because jobs will be there. And it will be also very helpful to avoid issues that we are facing when Syngenta got bought by a Chinese company, because my friends working in the position there said, it's difficult for us, we don't understand their leadership approach, I have a problem, we don't understand how to work, it's shifting the way we think, it's very not comfortable at the moment. So this will help us bridge the gap.
Excellent. I think innovation and imaginations are important. We don't know the future of the job market. In 2030 and 2050, jobs might be not the same as they are now. How do we prepare students for that time when jobs will be very different? And one answer is exactly as all our panelists said. We need to encourage students also to think innovatively, how to self-employ themselves, how to start up their own career. And many do. Many already ask for space to have their laboratory in campus and do their own work. Yes.
In the world of universities, the last 10 years, it was predicted that the arrival of MOOCs and online learning and other types of platforms will lead to the demise of the brick and mortar university campuses that we have understood. And that was one of the, extraordinary wrong predictions that had happened. And we in the university world are very conscious of that, and we're very happy about it, at least personally speaking. So I say this because of the fact that Davos type forums sometimes actually has a potential to make a mistake of predicting a future and end up getting it wrong. And this is one example. And I want to say that because we in universities strongly believe that the most important aspect of our universities in responsibility is to inspire young minds, to be able to fire their imagination so that they can elevate themselves to achieve something extraordinary for themselves and for impact in the world. To be able to tell them that the contemporary views that are prevailing in the world may not actually be right, and they need to understand and actually shape that perspective. And so while I appreciate the space for digital learning and use of technology, including conscious of the arrival of artificial intelligence and robotics and machine learning, I'm also conscious of the fact that there are huge ethical issues, including issues relating to privacy, that need to be interrogated and examined and analyzed and even articulated by universities.
Yeah. Michael, Alicia will follow, but I would like also the audience to prepare a couple of questions. We couldn't make it yesterday, there was a shortage of time, but today I would like to give the audience some time for questions.
I'd just like to bounce up on that, because it comes to the central value that the university brings to the education that we give to our students. I'm sure every time a new technology comes, people will say the university will disappear. I think MOOCs are great for teaching facts, right? It's a better book. But every time a technology came, I'm sure we heard the same thing. I'm sure when Gutenberg invented the book, people said, why should my son go to university? He could just read the book. The facts are in the book. The university did not disappear then. The universities will not disappear now. And that is because we are social people. We interact. We learn by interacting with others. People who come into my class at 8 a.m. on Monday morning, they don't come because of the facts. They come because of the peers with whom they interact to learn. We teach our students teamwork. We teach them creativity. We teach them critical thinking. These are all things that you need to do in interactions. That's what we give them. We give them not only facts, we give them a backpack full of tools that they need to then take out into the world to address the problems that they will be confronting. And that's why the universities will continue to be there. It's a place for people to learn, people to teach.
By the way, if you look at the universities which existed since the 11th and 12th century, a lot of businesses has changed. Everything else changed. The Silver Road is no longer there. There are new products that replace the products of the last century. But the fact that we have universities from Bologna and from Jagiellonian and Oxford, and they found one in Morocco, which is even predating all of this, means that universities remain forever.
And the only point I was going to add to build off of Michael's point was, one, allowing for those opportunities for learning and also innovation to happen after graduation ends, right? And so two of the innovations that we've tried to employ at Hopkins have been, one, Fast Forward University, to allow for those, the research and the technology and the innovation that is created by the young minds that are within the university setting, not to finish at the time of graduation, but to really allow for them to have a home within our local community, to thrive and to grow into businesses that ultimately will stay in place. The second is really our social innovation lab, to recognize that innovation just doesn't come from those who produce products, but also those who are allowed to have a place to grow ideas that may erupt into and transform into social enterprises to solve some of the social issues and some of the business issues that we think about. And so in those two ways, I think thinking beyond the time of graduation as what does that mean for us to be sustainable in the communities, to have people find a place to have their ideas grow in place.
Exactly. In fact, sustainability means to do something after graduation. It's not a project to finish and to graduate and go away. Sustainability is to sustain, to stay after. And exactly, universities have that role to build up relationship with the alumni and to develop that sustained process. Now, we have about 7-8 minutes for questions and answers. So I'm turning to the audience and inviting comments and questions, please. Who would like to go first? Yes, please.
Good day, Igor Almazov, ABB Switzerland. Thank you very much for describing, I would say, a global educational system and sustainable questions. If we talk about sustainability, I think we're also talking about some sustainable education in some countries, developing countries, but we don't see big educational centers. Because as we know today, Western Europe, US, and probably in Russia, we see quite good big universities, but in developing countries, at least not so famous or not so strong, like India, in China, maybe in the Caspian region, there are not so well-known educational centers. And what do you think, who will play a major role to develop those centers locally to sustain the world? It should be corporations, national government, or maybe Harvard University will open a filial in Baku or somewhere else. What do you think, how it should grow up?
Thank you for this very practical and concrete question. What can be done for locations which don't have the history and the science and the knowledge how to build a world-class universities?
So I think the first thing is you're absolutely right that higher education in particular has received lesser attention in many developing countries, and there are a number of reasons. But if I were to look at the future, first of all, I would say that governments need to have a far-sighted vision about the idea of a university and how universities can build a future knowledge society and how it can contribute to the social and economic development of a nation. Second, I also think that we need to significantly focus on private philanthropy. I mean, there is a major challenge in developing countries that not all of them have a significant GDP investment in higher education, and they have very good reasons. They need to make choices between investing in health sector or infrastructure and other things. So we need to have a stronger role for the private sector. Here I am in favor of a strong not-for-profit philanthropically enabled type universities. If you look at the evolution of American universities, Harvard, Yale, Stanford, NYU, MIT, these are all private philanthropic not-for-profit institutions, and we need to bring that vision and imagination into the developing countries more and more. In fact, our own university was created through a philanthropic initiative of our benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal. And this was exactly modeled in the lines of other philanthropic initiatives, particularly in the United States, because depending upon the government alone is not going to make a difference. Third, I also think that there is a need for global philanthropy to commit towards education. In fact, like for example, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation type organizations invest in health, there is an even greater importance for investing in universities because they are going to shape the future of the society and the world at large. And unfortunately, corporations and companies and even at times foundations end up having short-sighted vision and myopic goals when it comes to looking at how universities have impacted. When you are looking at a university, you need to have a more longitudinal impact, how it shapes the future and the society at large.
At the same time, even if you have international philanthropy, you need to remember this local anchoring. Yes. I think what will not function is if you try to make a second little Harvard in Baku, and, because that becomes neocolonialism at the intellectual level. So having a strong cooperation, working together, exchange of students, stuff like that. But at the end, again, the culture of Baku will have to develop so that they become a center. You cannot have a foreign university there. It needs to grow locally and become the university of Baku for the people of Baku.
Absolutely correct. And as we see a lot of those filials or branches that universities open, mostly the purpose is to recruit students, somehow for students not to travel to the main campus to be educated locally. It serves some purpose, but again, we need the full picture, as Raj explained. We need all three elements here in order to build up higher education of a standard necessary for the global market. Anything else? Yes, Guy.
Yeah, if I can just add a point on what everything that has been said yet. I really believe that to have local participants, local stakeholders getting involved, like local companies, for example, because these are the people we're going to need the skills to actually help them grow in the future. So to develop the skills locally, to actually privately be involved, I think it's a very important key. Maybe we need to create much more awareness. I think now I'm going often to Senegal, and I don't see so much this awareness there. Maybe we need to work to develop this awareness, and I don't know where the starting point so far, but the involvement of private companies locally is important. They are the ones that are going to need the skills and the people.
Thank you very much. Vitaly has a question, please.
Yes, Vitaly Kozachenko, Managing Director of Fortilaw. So it's clear that technology is not making universities obsolete. My question is, how are universities going to evolve because of the technology? Because, well, you can now have video lectures, for example, right? And universities are important because of the interaction, as you mentioned. And in a room with 300 people, you can't have a meaningful interaction, right? On the other hand, interaction is expensive because if you have a professor and 5 students like you have in Oxford, that cannot make universities inclusive. So do you have any ideas as to how you are going to evolve to make universities work in terms of interaction and at the same time make them inclusive?
Thank you very much, Vitaly. It's very good to point that the new technologies actually present challenges, but also presents opportunities. And please, what is the experience?
I think there is a certain privilege of older universities having been benefited by it. I studied at Oxford, and I know the one-on-one tutorial experience. I was richly benefited by that. But having said that, I think the word is blended learning. The reason I say blended learning is that technology has a very important role to play, but it's a supplemental role when it comes to the educational imagination and inspiration that happens in the classroom. I entirely agree with you that larger classrooms sometimes tend to focus on the syllabus and the courses, and individual attention is lost, and that's where certain amount of recorded lectures and availability for students to be able to access that. Khan Academy is a good example, Coursera is a good example. Both are different visions. One is entirely free, other you have to pay for it. But the point is, there is a space for it. The second thing I think is we should recognize that universities have a larger role to play towards contributing to the society at large, which is not limited to only its students. So for example, if there is a global university and lots of wonderful professors are teaching for the students here, at best, even large universities can only cater to a limited number of people. I don't see any reason why some of what is being taught in those universities are recorded and be made available for students who simply can't afford to or cannot access for a number of reasons to that university's resource. And that's the kind of democratization of intellectual resource and democratization of the university space that digital technologies can contribute to. The third, I think, which is very important for companies and corporations which are involved in innovations and technology, engage with universities so that some of those technologies can become useful and applicable for what happens in a university, including, for example, the idea of a flipped classroom, or to what extent examination, assessment, monitoring of student learning experiences can be further enhanced by the use of technology. All these things require collaboration and participation and a deeper sense of stakeholdership in relation to what happens within a university.
Okay, quickly, we have another panel without a break, so please, Alicia first.
Sure, very quickly, I just think the digital versus the physical domain for education, what we'll see is that the digital will allow for individuals who are often on the educational opportunity sideline to be embedded into the university setting. I think we see corporations like Starbucks and Amazon utilizing digital universities as a way to allow for its workforce to gain an education that will allow for them to move up socially, have social mobility. But I think the collision points that happen on a university campus can't be understated, and and what that does for pluralism in our society. And so I think you will see corporations trying to mimic and supplement that pluralism that happens on a university campus by supplementing with the digital space, but also universities still wanting those collision points to happen so that really the universities can foster the sort of society that they aim to foster.
The physical reality and the digital aspiration has now given rise to a new term called phygital. The future is phygital.
I just want to add something quickly. That's a good point. I would just like to add one point. Things are happening outside of classroom, not in classroom. Now I want you to picture a Davos online versus a Davos we are here. What's happening here? This is the difference between digital and physical education. We come, knowledge is to be taken, and to do something with it. And you do something with it outside of classroom with people you meet outside of classroom. Okay?
The problem is Davos is not so inclusive.
Absolutely.
But we're happy to come and meet physically.
So that's the word we will take. Phygital will be the word we will take out of this panel. Mike? Okay, thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you all, and really a very rich and memorable discussion. Thank you. Let's give a big applause to our panel.
who hasn't been announced yet, His Excellency Minister Mastur from Afghanistan. He's the Minister of Economy. Please take a seat here as well. We have enough microphones. One for you, keep one, and we pass one to you as well. Okay, so the topic of our discussion is how to engage more stakeholders. I would just first of all like to ask, why is there a lack of stakeholders in the first place in the Caspian region? I think Ms. Teplitskaya has just joined us. Fantastic to have you as well. All right, so the question is, why is there a lack of stakeholders in the Greater Caspian region? Why is there?
Thank you. Well, if I may start with a slight disagreement, I don't think that there is a lack of stakeholders. I think there is a sometimes lack of order of stakeholders, because any projects includes different stakeholders, which include local governments, international, domestic investors, the people, obviously, and whoever is in charge should be prioritizing, there should be clear understanding who is the project for, who are the key stakeholders, and who is going to be the starting point from it. And based on that, you have to make the proper structuring of it.
Igor, do you think there is a lack of stakeholder, and why?
Well, I also don't think that there are so much lack of stakeholders. Actually, it is a lack of good projects in a region. If we have some profitable projects, which could be interesting on a social level, on a government level, and from economical point of view, then we easily can find stakeholders. But projects in the region, in the Caspian regions, there are not so many interesting ones. And as soon as our visionaries, our governments, and the consulting companies probably will develop the vision to find such kind of projects, probably regional ones, even international, like Silk Road, for instance, initiative, then we will have enough stakeholders.
Christina, purpose entertainment. I mean, entertainment is about fun, it's about interesting projects. Would you agree with Igor that there is just not enough interesting projects around?
Well, so first of all, my background is actually in space. So I managed Buzz Aldrin, Apollo 11 astronaut. I work with a lot of astronauts, with a lot of people in the space business. So interestingly, I think space is one area where the Caspian region is actually quite interested. There's a lot of opportunities for small satellite companies, getting engaged with like components, that sort of thing. So I think there's interest there. I think maybe there's a lack of awareness of other areas that they can try to be involved with the SDGs. And that part of the reason I'm here is because I think that space could solve or play a big role in SDG 4 through 17. And I can explain, I think, all the ways that that would be. But I think that's awareness is probably the biggest thing, because I get contacted from a lot of Caspian regions about getting into small satellites, that sort of thing.
Boris, how to engage more stakeholders, and do you think there is a lack of them?
I'm Alexander. Businesses in their current activity must keep attention to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I have some presentation concerning this activity. If it's possible, I will show it to people.
Yes, we can bring that up, I think. Katharina, there is a PowerPoint presentation. How long does it take? A couple of slides?
Not more than 5 minutes.
All right. No, it's not working. All right. We don't have them. Okay. Would you like to expand on this a bit later, or include in your answer right now?
Maybe a little bit later, because maybe remote control will be.
Okay, fantastic. Linar, what's your opinion?
Well, I think in our regions it's very important that the governments, being one of the major stakeholders of all the initiatives that are taking place in our countries, they give proper signals. And I think the lack of the projects that my colleague was telling about is about the comprehension that the governments have regarding the projects that will bring other stakeholders and give them a proper signal to come in and join. So I think the proper signaling is a very solid job of the government as a stakeholders. And just like the way it is done in Southeast Asia, in the Middle East. Central Asia is almost the same, very much government-driven. If the signal is properly accepted, then normally business comes and joins those kind of initiatives. I think in terms of involving more stakeholders to the Caspian region overall, it's very important that we come up with projects that will be kind of interregional or involving a number of countries where it's not only about Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, or Russia or some, but rather
are you talking about the Belt and Road Initiative as well, and
that's
really
one
connecting
of them, right.
with the whole
and
initiative?
And I think the initiative of Caspian Week and signal that is trying to deliver to the world is that let's consider our region not only as a place where we have lake, sea kind of logistics, but it's rather more comprehensive. It is interrelated to other regions, and we are integrated part of the whole new concepts of development of the economies.
Minister Mastur, of course you're from Afghanistan. Afghanistan just had peace talks with the Taliban and US and so on in Doha. So engaging stakeholders seems difficult because the history of insecurity and conflict in recent years has been very sad. So how can you get more people on board and attract more foreign investment?
Thank you. Engaging more stakeholders, it depends to the initiatives of the host government as well. There are some stakeholders on the globally, they attached their programs to certain goals of SDGs, and in every country they are doing the same thing. But then on the country level, it is up to the country how they do a division of labor, how they prepare a program, and how they engage different partners. Luckily in my country, the stakeholders, in terms of the number, in terms of the quality of their engagement, it's good. Not only it is donors, not only UN agencies, civil society, NGOs, private sector, and not in many other areas. Private sector in Afghanistan is interested in SDGs. And more than that, what we've done, an initiative that I took, because Minister of Economy in Afghanistan leading the SDG agenda in the country, we engaged academic institutions, and now we are working on an initiative called One Goal, One University. So we are engaging universities in each goal so that they could make or help us with researches, studies on that goal, and then there is also a healthy competition among those universities. So it depends to the government how they engage different partners.
And have you noticed more donations and more fundraising from multinational donors and also United Nations? Like the World Bank has recently again put in, I think, $1 billion in the fund that they have in Afghanistan, or do you think there's less interest now?
At least one difference between the programs that multilateral financial institutions were taking care and UN agencies. In MDGs, there was a really lack of interest by World Bank or ADB or Asian Development Bank or other regional banks. But on the contrary, on SDGs, we see that World Bank created a vice presidency for SDGs, and also IMF at the highest level, at the deputy managing director level, they are interested. But I see that engagement of all their country level offices in SDG, they are great. But then on the global level also, for example, only on the climate change, we see that over $100 billion are there, or other crowdfunding initiatives are there for certain goals. So I think that the funding is not a big issue. How you program, how you prioritize, how you localize the SDGs. For example, in Afghanistan, out of 17 goals, we taken care only 16, because one of those goals is about underwater life, which we are a landlocked country and we are not, it's not related to us. And also we limited the number of targets to 110, because not all targets are the top priority for us.
Ms. Tabletskaya, you are the advisor to the chairman and CEO of Sberbank, one of the biggest banks in Russia. When you talk to him and to your clients as well, do you feel there is a stronger interest now to invest in the Caspian region and to engage those stakeholders?
I'd like to elaborate a little bit. We are the largest in Central and Eastern Europe, not just in Russia. We have 151 million clients in 20 countries and 300,000 employees in the bank. So we start from ourselves. When we talk about SDGs, we actually started action from ourselves. And I can tell you that even at home, I really started managing my own waste in a very different way. And I think if 300,000 employees of the bank do the same, and we all started doing it, it's really something that gets engraved in you, and indeed we communicate and collaborate with our clients. And when it comes to
give us an example. How do you do your waste management?
We have
we
a
can
separate,
learn from you.
Well, we have a separate waste management in bank offices, and I can probably surprise you. We collect Nescafe coffee capsules and recycle them. I don't think you will find any other organization in Russia easily which would do the same, probably, but we work a lot with the youth, and we outreach a lot to youth and to children through education. And Sberbank supports education. It's one of the highest priorities. And when we talk about SDGs, of course, we know Fall 17, and we strive to facilitate achievement of all the goals. But indeed, I agree that country to country, the priority of SDGs varies. And when we talk about actual engagement, and this is what I think we're here to talk about, we first of all need to define who our stakeholders are. And when we talk about countries, there are governments and there are corporations. Are we a conscious capitalism company, or are we actually Milton Friedman type of a company which takes just shareholders' interests at heart? And I think it starts at the root. And our bank is a conscious capitalism corporation. We are multinational in the sense of our shareholder base, and we try to implement ESGs even in our investments. We just started criteria for investment based on ecological and sustainable behavior of our clients. So I don't want to take too much of the time, but I believe that proper communication with the stakeholders, when you have a matrix, when you prioritize, and you know the law of 80-20, you pick your 20% that have the multiple effect, and of course, resources are scarce, but if we're to engage the stakeholders, we need to know who our stakeholders are, how to talk to them, because you cannot talk. The United Nations has this major groups of society, and this is not a joke. You cannot appeal to the same groups in a cookie-cutter way. So I think this is very important.
Great. Let's get a concrete example. For example, from ABB Power Grids, right? So how concretely do you engage your stakeholders? And to get back to her comment just now, who are your main stakeholders in the Caspian region?
Yes, ABB is Yes, ABB is a global company, and for sure we having our offers in power grids and industrial automation, mostly high-tech products. And when we talking to our stakeholders in the region, first of all, I have in mind Caspian region stakeholders. We're always trying to find all pain points of the project. And one of the pain points quite often, it is lack of financing for local or regional projects.
And what is the main reason for the lack of fundraising?
Because probably the project is not fully ready. They didn't find some banks who are supporting them, or
what about geopolitical issues and political reasons?
That's sometimes it's not only geopolitical. It's sometimes not professionalism of some companies who are willing to change something in their business models. And we understand this, and that is why we decided to cooperate with export credit agencies. There are about 40 in the world. For instance, in Switzerland, it's SURF, or in Germany, it's Hermes, and they cooperating with ABB and finding financing, insurances for projects where ABB is taking a part. And in such schemes, customers, first of all, get a very low interest rate. Second, they can invest at the beginning only 15%, and also they can use this money not only for ABB products and solutions, but also for local purposes.
Alexander, is this the right way to go? Would you agree with what Boris is saying?
Yes,
Igor, sorry.
Yes, it's a real thing, and but there are some differences in sustainable development goals from international corporations and local corporations. So I hope in my presentation I can show you a little bit.
Is it working now? I'm not sure. The presentation, the PPT. We might have to move it back a bit to the lunch break, probably. It's here. Yeah, it's running.
So now I am deputy head of United Nations Global Cooperative Organization in Russia, and my presentation shows you some activity in this field in Russia. So you know that United Nations declared 17 SDG goals until 2030 in 2015. And so we have a global compensation in Russia. It's more than 60 companies, and we are part of regional network Europe, and we are at advanced level. Now we have more than 20 events per year, and we invite you to participate in our events. There are, for the last 3 years, there are several research that were published in Russia. It's mainly interesting is Russian Federal State Statistical Service report and the report of Analytical Center belong to Government of Russian Federation. And also we have 5 private research. We show you at the right side of the slide. One of this research, KPMG research, shows that highest level for implementing SDG goals is FMCG sector, petroleum, gas industry, telecommunications sector, and IT. Some sectors in the middle, like electric power, pharmaceuticals, financial sector, chemical industry. But there are some problems with implementing SDG in retail, agriculture, transport, construction, and foreign industry. Now they are in Russia at the low SDG. In Global Compact Network have special research for investigation of SDG goals in current activity. It's more than 32 Russian strategic enterprise participated in this research. More than 50% of the Russian unions of entrepreneurs participants. Now we show you that SDG priority for Russian businesses There are two questions. SDG is highest priority, and second question, SDG rated as perspective for 2-5 years. And we see that there are a little difference between these. The main idea for highest priority is 8.3, and for perspective is 12.8. We compare SDG goals in Russia and in the world. You see that all three research in Russia show that so the SDG number 8 is the topest priority for all Russian companies. But in the world, we see another situation. The topest is 9, 11, or 8, and sometimes 4 also. This slide shows the what's meaning of SDG goals for businesses. Some of the businesses take care that federal authorities must create some rules for this, but Russian branches of international companies think that the most part of the activity must belong to private business. And this is only small details for development of responsible finance in Russia for the last 3 years. It's Central Bank of Russia creating special Russian sustainable working group. Also, Moscow Stock Exchange must a special section of sustainable development with 3 segments. It's green bonds, social bonds, and national projects bonds. Also, there are 3 stock indexes at Russian Stock Exchange. It's a vector of sustainable activity and openness in Russia. Now Moscow Stock Exchange from last year also participated in global initiative sustainable stock exchanges globally. And now you see that first the green board starts in Russia last year, and for current year the main idea is creation of a Russian code of responsible investment. We hope we see this code this year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Great, let's get back to the now. You mentioned the SDGs, all the efforts for sustainable development goals in Russia that you're doing. I would like to ask, who is now responsible for implementing the SDGs, right? Is it more the national governments? Is it the responsibility of the private sector? What do you think, Linar? Whose responsibility is it to engage those stakeholders in the SDGs?
Well, first of all, I think it's joint efforts, responsibility of both the government and the private sector. I think we have quite interesting case with the solar power industry of Kazakhstan, for example. One of our companies, jointly with Chinese and French, we set up a consortium and took over solar power industry, basically, which was created by the government, and we took part in the privatization and then developing it further. But then I think it took us almost 2 years to clear up all kind of obstacles, and we couldn't move any further unless government really understood that in order to enhance and to give next push to this industry, there are a lot of initiatives that has to be approved on the parliamentarian level, on the government level, on the industry overall. And I think this is a good case that where we approach to the level where after a certain period of time, we realized that only joint efforts, the special working group was created and things like that, with the governments, with private sector, with association of renewable energy and things like that. And then we reached to the level where the thing finally start moving smoothly. And I think this is a good example how private sector, government, and other stakeholders certainly have to be involved in this kind of activities.
It needs a collaborative effort. Now, apart from stakeholder engagement, it also needs more technical assistance.
That's right.
You, Christina, as a space lady, right, you know what kind of technology needs to be involved. So what kind of technical assistance would you hope to see? We need to exchange mics.
Well, you brought up solar energy. Well, where did that come from? The space program. people take for granted the things that the space program has given us. And obviously, Russia was the leader. It was a space race between Russia and the US. And I think that there are a lot of lessons to be learned from that, especially now with NASA. NASA's starting to try to pull back and let a lot of the commercial companies take over a lot of the technologies. And I think that there's a huge opportunity here for many, many people. But the part of the problem is people have very short-term thinking. And in order to make any of these things successful, you need to have a long-term plan. China is actually very committed. They have a 20 to 30-year plan in space. Space technologies, they have huge solar farms, but they're also very committed to getting to the moon, to mine the ice, to have water, develop technologies that are outside of our atmosphere. They're signing agreements with governments all over the world. Unfortunately, not with the US. Hopefully at some point we can fix that, but I know they're very tied to Russia. I think that there's an opportunity in all the SDGs, like I said, solar energy, learning how to grow food, in space where there's no water. If you can refine that, the commercial companies can take that research and development and use that for regions that are struggling. Having the government regulations working with the commercial companies so that the government helps enable the processes, but the commercial companies can actually capitalize on it and develop these things. But with long-term thinking, I think is really, really critical.
That's a very exciting outlook. Ms. Tablitskaya, now of course all of these projects, especially in infrastructure, they need a huge size of investment. Are governments, are customers, willing to cash in, do you think? And what size of investment are we looking at?
Well, I'm not prepared to address this statistically because it all depends indeed on the region. However, infrastructure development is indeed highest priority, I think, in every country, be it Russia or United States, and indeed the Caspian region, because depending on infrastructure development, the economy, it's a blood vessel system, circular, for the economy, and without infrastructure, no economic growth, and consequently, good well-being of the people of the countries are possible. So when it comes to Sberbank, of course, the bank finances mega infrastructure projects, many of which are cross-border, and many of them are energy related, but we don't finance just the pipelines, which we indeed do, but we support and finance the renewable energy projects. We have so-called green bonds to support investments in green projects. We have a green agenda at Sberbank to make sure that we lead by example, but we also instill this among our clients. And indeed, government and corporate partnerships are key. Without this kind of collaboration, without cohesion in our actions, we will not be able to fulfill any of the goals and to engage the stakeholders. So I think I agree that we have to work hand in hand, and indeed infrastructure, it connects us all. And when we think about the energy infrastructure, when we think about railroads, and some of them are symbolic like the Silk Road, but there are more and more tangible projects like railroads, for example, that connect people and allow for the economy to actually boom.
We will have time for 2 questions from the floor. I would just like to give the last word to Boris. And then we have a signing ceremony and lunch. Boris, when we talk about SDG stakeholder engagement, what has the top priority for you now as someone coming from the corporate world?
Yeah, well, I would like to agree with our partners here today that it's not just about money, obviously. It's about sustainability. It's about long-term investment. I would like to give a quick example how we managed the project in one of the countries of Caspian region. It was actually Russia, where a private company had invested $500 million in a small town, And obviously, for the private investor, the objective was to make a sustainable long-term project. You cannot expect to get a return in a year. It's much longer than that. There was no infrastructure locally, so we managed to work with the banks. We managed to engage the local governments. We managed to get some benefit from the federal government, so that there was financing for the highways, financing for railways. There was also a need to engage private investors from an insurance industry, for example, to help improve the social system there as well, because there were not enough clinics, there were not enough hospitals there. And if you bring about 5,000 employees to a new project, there will be about 20,000 more people coming up there. So that cannot be done by any one party. The government cannot afford to do it in the short term. Private sector cannot do it. So it was a great example of collaboration, which ended up very well, and it's a great sustainable project now.
Fantastic. Who from the floor would like to ask a question? Please raise your hand, identify yourself, keep the question short, and tell us who you would like to ask the question to. Maybe people are hungry and waiting for lunch already downstairs. I can smell it already. Any question? No? Otherwise, yes, some comment from the panelists? Oh, yes? Yeah. Yes, please. Hayel. Is there a microphone, or can I borrow one of yours? Or you just raise your voice? Yeah? I know you have a strong voice.
My name is Hayel. I work in sustainable investments and technologies. Just interested, for example, between Afghanistan and Switzerland, what could be cross-border stakeholder collaborations like this? Cross-border. Within one country, it's already complicated, but how Switzerland can transform their work in sustainability, for example, and how we engage stakeholders in Switzerland to Afghanistan?
That's a question for Minister Mastur.
Okay, just before coming to that point, I had a comment, something to add before coming to that point. At least one thing for the success of the long journey that we have between now and 2030 is how well this agenda is coordinated at the country level. At least in my country, it is going at the highest level. At the Office of Chief Executive, which is equivalent to the Prime Minister position in other countries. I, as a Minister of Economy and the Country Director of the UNDP, we co-chair a group which is full of all stakeholders every month. And then we have a SDG-centered economic model, so that it is more standard approach or strategy to reach to those goals. And coming to that point, I hope I got it well. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we've discussed a lot about connectivity, cross-border energy transmissions and support, particularly when we were discussing about the demand in my country, the demand in South Asia, and the energy-rich countries in the Eurasia region or Central Asian countries. We've discussed a lot, and different models were presented here. At least one project which was discussed yesterday about TAP, which is going very well. It just less than 3 years, and it is already in the implementation stage. And then we also discussed about TAPI, which is another gas pipeline project between Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, which it started the initial discussions in 1990, and still we are expecting something in 2020 to be started. So different models are there, but at least cross-border between two countries, it is much easier. We already have our projects with Tajikistan, with Uzbekistan, with Turkmenistan, with Iran, but different models. But then how in renewable energy, and how with the knowledge that you have and experience you have in Switzerland with the countries around you can help my country, which is also a landlocked country. We can discuss it further.
Ms. Teplitskaya would like to add something to your question, Haya?
I would like to add the importance, stress the importance of digitalization. Our bank is no longer just a bank. We are an IT company with a banking license. And it means that we continue serving our clients, but we create an ecosystem. And huge emphasis in our operations and in our aspirations is dedicated to smart cities. And smart cities mean smart regions, smart countries. And we have our latest project, the Smart Campus, because once you go digital, you can outreach, you can engage the stakeholders, and you can de facto actually implement the SDG goals among others. But this is an integral part of the digital infrastructure, without development of which developmental goals are impossible to achieve.
Would somebody else from the panel like to make a final remark? Yes, maybe Igor first and then Christina.
Yeah, maybe I have some comments to my neighbors regarding long-term projects. I would like that audience leave with the right understanding of this topic, because definitely we need long-term projects, but at the same time we need a short, long-term projects for corporations, for companies, for small companies who really have to survive every day. And probably it could be a good idea if long-term projects could be divided by small ones, and that could be approach how we can solve really big global issues.
Just the one thing I wanted to add is the International Space Station is the best example of 13 countries cooperating all over the world, peaceful cooperation above the atmosphere. So if there's some way to try to take a look at how they do that, and that includes the US and Russia, which maybe don't have the best relationship in many other ways, but when it comes to the space program, they're hand in hand. They're very, very cooperative, as well as with the European Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency. So I say that, obviously I'm a space cadet, I'm a space believer, but I think it is a great model to take a look at and to try to figure out how we have cooperated in those ways and maybe do it in, on the ground between countries as well.
If it's possible in space, it should also be possible on Earth. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Great job. Thank you very much. I believe there is now a signing ceremony for some kind of agreement, and then there will be lunch served downstairs, hopefully some Caspian lunch. Bon appetit. Thank you. spontaneously jumping in because he would like to be on this very next panel that I'm going to moderate. So let me just briefly introduce to you all the panelists. We have here the gentleman that I've just mentioned, Marco Passaglia, his partner at Enet Energy and a member of the Parliament of Ticino. I need to check the names as well because I've been just thrown into that panel. Then to his right, I guess you're Sven Hefner. Wow, okay, I just won the lottery. He's CEO at 30 Capital from Lusaka, Zambia. You need to tell us how you ended up in Zambia afterwards. Fascinating country. Then we have, you are, I know, Ray Leonard, Senior Advisor, Linden Strategies. And then we have Harald Karch, he's Managing Partner, International Capital Partner from Luxembourg. And then my friend Pankaj Chaudhary, he's Professor at University of Delhi in India. And we're going to talk about the energy transition in the Greater Caspian Region. And we've just discussed before lunch, actually, how we're going to run this panel. First of all, a moment or basically an hour and 15 minutes of silence, please, because we want to be, paying attention to these gentlemen here. We want to first hear from Harald about his projects and his view on the Greater Caspian region when it comes to energy transition. Harald, do you have a microphone or do you want mine? Yes. So
yes.
You have 10 minutes to introduce your project.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I would thank Murat for the invitation to have the opportunity to discuss here on this esteemed panel our projects and our view on the current situation of the energy transition globally. And in order to get a good understanding for what we are doing, I would like just to highlight some numbers where we are, based on the latest report of the International Energy Agency from 2019. So basically, we're facing a situation that we have an energy growth of 2.9%.
Can we boost the sound a little bit?
Is it? Can you hear me? I have to have it closer. Okay, great. So basically, what we are facing, we have an increase on the requirements on global energy consumption in the year 2018, which was accounted by the International Energy Agency, which is accounting the greenhouse gas emissions and also the increase on the energy requirements globally on a country-wise and continental way. So the total increase was 2.9% on global consumption, including all kinds of energy requirements for all industrial sectors. That is the outcome, which is actually the highest energy increase since 10 years when we are counting it. And we will go through that situation. Unfortunately, I have requested to have some panels, so I highlight you the numbers because it's very difficult to go through all these numbers in details. But if you want, I can just give you some highlights and then we have an understanding where we are actually standing. So just to give you a brief overview from where all this electricity generation is rising. So the major accountant on this 2.9% increase of energy requirements is actually accounted from the sector of power generation. On the power generation, we have 3.7% all over globally on this planet. So that means, besides weather effects, economic growth, there must be a reason why we are going through this rise of energy and what is really going on. And I have a nice slide which is showing you the increase of the world population.
We do not have the slideshow here. Do you
I
have
can show you it's an exponential growth, basically, the exponential growth showing the growth of the population of this planet until the year 1803. It has taken the whole human mankind to raise up to 1 billion. And then in a time frame of 34 years, we raised to the next 1 billion and so on and so on. And from the year 1975 to 2011, we had in average 11 years to raise another 1 billion human beings on this planet. So that gives us a good reason to understand why we have an increasing demand on energy on this planet. So actually, we have already bypassed this peak. The peak was actually in 2019, last year. And we are going down a flat rate, which will take us another 14 to 13 years, in best case, to come to the next billion of human beings, and so on and so on. So we are declining steadily in intervals, increasing from 14 years up to 20 years. So that's what it is. This is one of the reasons why we have an increasing rise of energy. So the question now stays, how should we cope with these requirements in a sustainable development growth? That's the main question. That's where we are addressing our attention together with our partners, for instance, in India. And we are doing projects on capital-intensive and energy-intensive structures. So I just want to highlight some of the achieved targets during the last decades. The current share of the generation by fuel of generating electricity is roughly 10% out of nuclear power plants, 13.8% out of coal, a share of 23.2% out of gas, and 17.7% out of hydropower. The renewables energy share increased last year by 14.5% and reached 9.3%. So this is our current situation. And that leads to a situation that we had 2018, an increase of 2%. 2% of carbon dioxide greenhouse gas emissions driven by power generation. No other sector on this planet actually contributes such high emissions like power generation. So now, when we look in these numbers, we have to think about what have we achieved since the last 20 years. Actually, we have achieved a standby mode. So we are having the same power mix generation out of our different fuels, which I just raised, and we are on a standstill mode. So something different has to be done in the future just to get out of that, I would call it a deadlock situation. So we have to focus on low-hanging fruits. So how can we focus on low-hanging fruits, and what are actually the low-hanging fruits to effectively, in absolute terms, decrease the carbon dioxide pollution per year? So what we say, how to decarbonize the situation. This way is actually only done if you understand what are the efficiency grades of the different fuels and what is the impact on the emission of carbon dioxides. So if you look in the generation of 1 kilowatt electricity out of a fuel like coal, so you have an average, it depends on the country, but you have in the technology used, of course, you have in average a pollution of 950 grams. So that means 950 grams is polluted by generating 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. If you look into the situation of natural gas, which is of course a fossil product, you have a potential pollution of 250 grams to 300 grams. It depends what you account, the equipment of the gas turbine, etc., etc. If you look into the generation of hydropower, you will end up something around 100 to 120 grams per kilowatt hour. Actually, interestingly, the fewest pollution in terms of carbon dioxide for generating 1 kilowatt hour is a nuclear power plant. When I was on a delegation to Seoul and talking with some professors, university professors in Busan, there was a saying in 2013 and 14, Harald, look, we believe that nuclear power plants are actually considered as a green technology. Of course, I told this professor, I said, look, if you go with that vision back to Europe, you definitely will have some resistance because people might be afraid for good reasons what happened in the past with different nuclear reactors and the safety. But at the end of the day, this is contributing only between 40 to 60 grams of carbon dioxide pollution for creating 1 kilowatt hour.
Right, Harold, we are running out of time. One more key
It's
message and then we pass it on to
messages and then
Pankaj.
we're done.
Sure.
So then I have to go a little bit detailed through the numbers
because we have more panelists, they also have
this opportunity
the right to get some time on the panel.
Yeah. So in principle, what I want to say here, if you look into the solar photovoltaic power generation, it means actually we have a current footprint of 150 to 200 gram per produced kilowatt hour. And that is actually depending on the situation in which country you're producing your raw materials, which is the polysilicon.
By the way, we have your slides on now, so we can talk to them. Is the slide?
Yes, if we can go to the slide, let's say. I can't see it. No, we should, I think, go to page 7, because we want to finish this.
Yes.
Have a good understanding. Can we just flip it? Flip.
Do we have the clicker?
This is it, actually. Okay. Yeah. So here I want to explain the current situation. From the photovoltaic point of view, it's like this. You have a country in a development industrial environment, country 1, and that is the energy mix. In order to create a solar panel, you go usually to an emerging market country which has that energy mix. So you create 150 gram of carbon dioxide footprint in the year you produce your solar panels. So you're shifting actually the full carbon dioxide footprint from a developed industrial country to an emerging market country. And the emerging market country has a different mix of energy production. And by that, as you can see, we have a 55% ratio of the coal. It leads to a situation that by that we are even increasing on short term, before we reach the break even, the carbon dioxide. So my suggestion would be, and that is actually based on real proper mathematical simulations, first we should decarbonize the electric power generation sector, starting with coal, which is the low-hanging fruit, probably using transition fuel like natural gas as an intermediary for the next maybe 15 to 20 years, and reaching a level where we bring down the whole carbon dioxide effectively by 10 to 15% per year in the next 5 to 10 years, by radically getting rid of coal-fired power plants and substituting it. And then out of that we can discuss how to go to a sustainable growth path. If you want just to give the last slide.
Catherine, can we move to the last slide? Is that it?
The next one. So these are the conclusions. Basically, we should really not try to be evangelistic, we should try to be pragmatic and look into low-hanging fruits, decarbonizing the industrial sector of the power generation by getting rid of coal-fired plants, even with fossil energy like gas, and then going into the next remaining decades. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Harold. Now, all of that obviously requires a very strong legal framework and international energy laws. Can you give us an update on that, Pankaj, and how this could work with all the developments that Harold has just laid out?
First, I would like to thanks to the whole Caspian Peak for inviting me here, and I'm able to speak. I'm the youngest one in the panel, so pardon me if I speak a little more. And the first thing which Harold also introduced is something which is required in this whole phenomena is a political will. Plus the political will, and then the legislations will come into the place. But how the political will come into the place, we have such a strong leadership, which can envisage the development and growth plus the environment. So when we thought about the environment plus development and growth, that's what right now the Prime Minister of India, the Honorable Narendra Modi, he's also looking for that. And that's what he used his phrase, that's a new India. So I would like to take an example of India. That's what he is using right now as a development plus environment goal that goes with the Paris Agreement quotes also. That if you see the India is a picture that's, okay, the GDP is growing very fast. If you see the GDP in the current prices of 2013 to 18, it's a 31% increase, where the average world was around 4%. And if you see in the Indian economics also is all the major macroeconomics indicators also rate very high. But plus, when we are getting the plus 6% of annual growth as a GDP, we are in the responsibility also. So we have a responsibility that that growth and development comes with the sustainable development goals, that comes with the environment consciousness also. And that's how me and Harold also, we are working toward this efficiency of energy. And that's what I think, that energy should not be, when we think about the future of energy, energy future should be seen in the 4 pillars. The very first is energy access. The second is the energy sustainability. And the third one is the energy efficiency. And the fourth one, which is very important, this is called the energy security. In India, if you see this, we have opportunities. Okay, we have a youngest population in the world. We are growing the fastest economy, but we have challenges as well. And what challenges we have to bringing the energy to the households? And when we talk about the development and the growth, what we mean by actually development and the growth, when we look into the big picture of GDP, okay, the growth of the economy of the country is growing, but how much that growth and economics is really going to the lowest strata of the population living in the economy and in the country, where the India needs a focus. We have because I say in the forums also that we have the poor people also like other countries, and India has a more. And when we have to bring that energy to the poor people, we have to think about the energy security. And that's what the leadership is doing. That's what my first point, that legislations, where the laws would be coming in. How do you frame the laws to give the security to the lowest strata of the population of the country? And that's what me and Harold also working in, that how to bring this that how he has also focused that the low-hanging fruit. So we want to bring that to gas, which is a part of the renewable, which is a clean energy, lowest footprint of CO2, and bringing that gas to the lowest strata of the population. And that's what we have, for example, a practical example I would like to say. There's one scheme called Ujjwala in India. And this is something which is bringing to the gas to the poor families of the India. And because most of the families, they were making their food by the fire. And that fire was going into their lungs, and was not environmentally also not good, and not good for the health-wise also. So that gas was reaching in the very lowest time to that household and giving you can say, the energy efficiency. So coming back to my second pillar of energy. So these 4 pillars of energy, they interlink with each other. And right now, we have estimated in 2030 that we need a gas around 70 billion cubic meters. And for that growing demand of the gas, and for the Indian government has just recently, last year in November, has said that we would be investment requiring of $60 billion for making a power grid of pipeline for the natural gases. So I think the gas would be a very good alternative option, and that's what we are working forward also together, and this is what we require as a support of yours also, so the most and most investments can come. And because I believe because I teach as assistant professor as international energy laws, so I think that when we talk about the sustainable development goals, when we talk about the energy efficiencies, this is nothing but about the community interest. When we talk about the Caspian Week, what is Caspian? Caspian is community interest, coming together, community for working good. And I think that if the India brings close to the Caspian because the Caspian has the energy and India has a demand. So if the energy meets demand, then something beautiful can happen. And I think if something beautiful can happen, and in this we can come forth working for the community interest and for the solidarity. So still the principles of which I talk, the international energy laws, that the principle of coordination, the principle of cooperation, still runs the basic concepts of the humanity. And this is what my point is, that if we want to work together in the energy efficiency, assess sustainability, and the security, we need to look beyond this Caspian Week and bring something which is a major economy to the Caspian Week. That's my pitch is for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj, for your presentation. We're now going to Marco. You also have a short presentation prepared, I think, or just some opening remarks. And Sven, Ray, maybe you as well, we'll get to you in a second, and then we'll open up for the discussion. So Marco Passaglia from Energy, please take a moment to make your statement.
Sure, thank you. So just give me an opportunity to introduce quickly myself. I'm active in the natural gas business. So more than once you heard the word natural gas. Natural gas because everybody now in these days would like to be active in this sector. I am, lucky me. Okay, important talking about natural gas to understand that we are certainly talking about let's say, a commodity which is probably in line with the title of our panel, is a transition vector. This means that probably this is not the long-term solution for the whole Caspian area and not even for the rest of the world. But as for now, still many advantages. First of all, in terms of infrastructures, in terms of technology, in terms of usage of markets and so on, is pretty mature, is historical, it has a very strong history all around the world. Okay, for sure for developing countries is probably a new technology, but has also very interesting developments talking about LNG. That's very important to highlight. And what is interesting is also the potential usage of gas. First of all, okay, we have gas in the Caspian region, and that's the first point. That's a very important asset. We had opportunity to discuss during previous panels about how to distribute, how to find in political negotiation the good way to distribute this natural gas all around the region or to export it to other regions of the world. Okay, that's one of the topics. But there is also a very interesting evolution talking about natural gas. For example, liquefied natural gas, I should say that is not really brand new technology. But we can say that now there is a market. A few years ago, it was not a topic talking about the LNG market.
And why is there a market all of a sudden? Because, I mean, this needs huge infrastructure investments. There are geopolitical risks. There are lots of pipelines. So why should there be an interest now? Let me ask Marco.
So talking about what's happening all around the world, we have different areas. Historically, we have Russia, we have Norway, everybody knows that. But also other countries in the last years started discovering very interesting sources all around the world. For example, just to mention a few names, Algeria, historically, also Libya, okay, now not active, Nigeria, Australia and Qatar, you know, these are the most important today exporter of LNG all around the world. Or now, in these last years, more than before, we have United States. And so there is also a very strong strategy in let's say, penetrating new markets. Since 2019, I can tell you that importing LNG into the European market is very interesting. I did it. I didn't do that. My company didn't do that just for fun, but of course because there is a profit to do on that. But my point is, I want to just highlight this aspect that there is an interesting evolution. The good example of Spain, I think from a historical point of view, is very interesting for other countries. For example, in the Caspian region, Spain had no pipeline network. They started from LPG in the past, and they are very mature, very and strong presence of LNG. LNG small scale, this means trucks to bring LNG all around the country. LNG importation from all around the world. And also, they started developing LNG network for trucks all around Europe. This means that there are also other potential evolutions. Another one, and I stop here, talking once again about LNG, about natural gas in the liquefied form as a transit vector. Also opportunity with the production of power to convert power to gas. There are many, many new projects also in this field. Later, if I have time, I will talk about another very important and absolutely not new technology, which is hydropower.
And you'll also have to explain why this is so important now. Ray from Linden Strategies in Geneva. I believe you have your clicker there, so that basically indicates that you have a presentation ready. So tell us what you've got. Energy in Southern Africa. All right. The Caspian. As simple as that. That's usually the best. We're just getting that ready up for you. That's it?
Okay. First of all, thank you again, Murat.
Raise your mic a little bit.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now? Okay. First of all, thank you again, Murat, for the opportunity to speak here. And I was requested to put together a slightly longer presentation to summarize the status of climate change and what will be happening in the Caspian region during this century for climate change, and finally, just what the Caspian nations have been doing and what they should be doing. I'm a geologist, so that means I'm very visual, so you're going to see a lot of pictures in the next 15 minutes or so. The first slide on the left shows the map of the climate and how it's warming since in the last 30 or 40 years, and what it shows is the Earth has not been warming uniformly. The areas that have warmed the most are the Arctic areas and also the Eastern Hemisphere. And it also shows that some areas have actually been cooling. So in other words, we talk about climate change, not just global warming. For example, West Antarctica is getting hotter and East Antarctica is getting colder. The overall, though, is getting much warmer. And on the right-hand slide is a satellite photo of the Caspian area. And what it highlights is, if you see on the upper right, what was once the Aral Sea, which is probably the world's greatest environmental disaster. And as you'll see later in the presentation, the world's next great environmental disaster probably is going to be the North Caspian. The Aral Sea was a really man-made disaster because of the damming of the Amu Darya and Sirdarya rivers. The North Caspian is going to be a climate change disaster because of the heat and increased evaporation. This slide shows that climate change is actually a normal process in the Earth's history, but the difference here is the pace of change. 50 million years ago, the temperature was about 14 degrees centigrade warmer on the planet than it is now. And as recent as 100,000 years ago, it was 6 degrees cooler. The difference is the pace of change. In other words, it took about 50 years to drop the temperature down from 14 degrees above now to what it is at the present, but it's going up at 100 times the pace. In other words, in 300 years, we'll have gone back up a significant portion of what it took 50 million years to go down. By 2050, the temperature will be as warm as it was in the last interglacial period 100,000 years ago. And by 2100, it'll be as warm as it was in the Pliocene of about 3 million years ago. So we're moving backwards in time at an incredibly rapid speed. Now, what's interesting is the large amounts of CO2 being pumped into the atmosphere really started after World War II with the expansion in the US, the reconstruction in the Soviet Union. But interestingly, the temperatures didn't start rising until 1980. It's as though the Earth could take a certain amount of punishment before it started showing results. And of course, since 1980, the temperature has been rising steadily. So how has it been shown? Well, first of all, temperature's been rising twice on land as it has been over the ocean. So temperatures have risen about 1.5 degrees over the land and about half of that over the oceans. But in the Arctic areas, it's been rising twice as fast as on land. So temperatures have risen by about 3 degrees already in the Arctic. So what's happened is in just a little over 30 years, most of the ice in the Arctic during the summer is gone. Over 70% of the ice is gone. This just shows in the upper right, you see the ice in 1982 versus 2017. By the middle of the century, there's not going to be any ice in the Arctic during the summer. That's how fast things are changing. Sea level rise is increasing by 50% the rate every 15 years, or doubling in years. So when you look at the rate now and you think 4 millimeters per year, well, that's not so bad. It means a rise of about 2 feet by the end of the century. But if the rate keeps increasing the way it is, the rate will be 2 meters at the end of the century. And just think about what that'll do to the coastal cities of the world. So after 2000, what started to happen is isolated different factors started to come together and start reinforce each other so that it actually accelerated the process. For example, there's 10 snow covering the areas because it's warmer, and of course snow, the white snow reflects sunlight whereas the ground absorbs it, so that speeds the process. The permafrost is melting, and as the permafrost melts, the methane that's accumulated under the permafrost is going up. So as a result, over the past decade, the amount of methane into the atmosphere has spiked. The oceans are warming, and because the way the currents in the ocean go, the heat gradually makes its way down to the southern oceans, and the deep water in the southern oceans is warming faster than the rest of the oceans, and most of Antarctica, the ice shelves actually extend beneath the surface. So what's happening is the ice shelves underneath the coast of Antarctica are being undermined by warm water, and the possibility of large glaciers breaking off in Antarctica are increasing very rapidly. And finally, you've all heard about the wildfires in the Amazon and in West Africa. Well, they're not the worst fires out there. The worst fires out there are in the Arctic, and the slides here show the size of the fires in Siberia and Canada and Alaska, which of course cause increased emissions. So the worry is we're going to get to what's called a tipping point, which is where major things happen to change the climate. And I'm just show 2 examples here, and these things 10 or 15 years fantasy that we're in a Hollywood movie, for example, the Day After Tomorrow, if you've ever seen that. They're now looking at by climate scientists as having perhaps a 30 or 40% chance of success. One is that the jet stream, which serves as a barrier between the Arctic climate and the temperate climate, which keeps very cold weather from coming down into the temperate latitudes, or very hot weather from coming up into the north, is beginning to break down. And you actually had an example of that in July of last year. And the slide on the left just shows what the jet stream looked like in July. And what happened was the weather in North Africa moved up and covered Western Europe. And for those of you who were unhappily in Paris or in London, where it was 45 and 40 degrees, that's what happened. And it was looked at as a once in a lifetime. Well, it's going to happen probably every year, and it may not come to Western Europe, it may not come to Eastern Europe. I think if Vladimir Putin has 40 to 45 degrees in Moscow for a week, he may not think this global warming is such a good idea. But it's going to happen because the Gulf Stream is breaking down, but the jet stream is breaking down. Your other problem is the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is a warm current that goes along the eastern coast of the U.S. and then goes across the Atlantic, and it actually keeps Western Europe much warmer than the opposite latitude in eastern Canada. Well, the Gulf Stream is breaking down for 3 reasons. There's a hot spot off the east coast of the U.S. in terms of warm water, but then south of Greenland, there's so much ice melting off Greenland that if you remember from the first slide, there was this blue dot which was cold. It's disrupting the Gulf Stream. And then to the north where the ice is melting, the barrier that turns it around and keeps the current going is also breaking down. So there's a good chance that the Gulf Stream could break down during this year, and ironically, that's going to make it much colder in Northwest Europe. So these are things that seem to be it's, a slow chance of happening, but as time goes on, it's getting more and more possible. So now we come to, given the current trends, what is the likely future? And the sad news is, and climate scientists will tell this to you once the politicians are out of the way, is we've passed the point of no return on 2 degrees climate change. It's gone. The real battle now is if we can keep it below 3 degrees. And a recent report by the UN, which was called the production gap, basically took a look at at all the plans of the different countries for building new coal-fired power plants, new oil developments, et cetera, and they estimated that we're going to increase by 20% by 2040 the amount of emissions from fossil fuels. In other words, that's the plans. The Paris Climate Accord, unfortunately, is probably one of the most ineffective documents since the Treaty of Versailles 100 years ago. It has unrealistic goals, it has unenforceable mechanisms, it has unfair provisions, and there's no penalties for failure. It's well-meaning, it recognizes the problems, but if we're going to do anything here, we need something stronger than that, unfortunately. So the problem is we're not going to stop using fossil fuels in the near future. Since it's unrealistic to eliminate the use of fossil fuels in the near future, we can at least shift to lower greenhouse gas emitting fuels. Now this slide is probably one of the most important slides you'll see, because what it does is on one axis it shows the amount of emissions of CO2 per equivalent, it's put in equivalent barrels of crude, and then it shows the different type of hydrocarbons, from coal on one side to natural gas on the other. And what it shows is natural gas and ultralight oil give out less than half of the amount of emissions per unit. And so the real potential that we can do right now, while we're building up renewables as fast as we can, is shift to the lower hydrocarbons. So from a practical standpoint, what does that mean? That means cutting coal use by half by 2040 and another half by 2060, reaching a plateau in oil, and then increasing natural gas production by 60% to fill the gap, while you're continuing to increase your renewables by 7% a year. And if you can do that, which actually is doable with the systems we have, with the reserves we have, then you can flatten out your greenhouse gas and you can keep your ultimate result to somewhere around between 2.5 and 3 degrees increase. Otherwise, you're looking at 3.5 to 4 degrees, which is where we're going right now. And the key to this happening, I believe, is implementation of a carbon tax and stopping building new coal-fired power plants. So this is the world picture, and now we get specifically to the Caspian region. And I try very hard to put this in ways that are clear for everybody here. Now, the World Meteorological Association, in cooperation with Climate Central, has looked at the cities of the world, the capital cities of the world, and said, okay, in these two scenarios, one of which we managed to keep it at 2.5 to 3 degrees, and the other, if it's business as usual, what are the climates of these cities to look like? And so what I did is I just showed here what the major cities of Central Asia, Baku, Ashgabat, Tashkent, and Almaty, would be like in those two scenarios. And the bottom line is the cities of Central Asia will have the climate of the cities of South Asia, of Iran, Iraq, India, and Pakistan. That is what will happen. And as you know, there's a significant difference there. So you have a significant stake in the game here. The second thing is, as the Gulf Stream breaks down, extreme climate weather systems will be able to make it from the north to the Caspian area. Now, right now, they make it maybe once every 10 years. By 2040, it'll be almost a yearly occurrence. And this has an important effect on people who are living along the coast. It also has an effect on the oil and gas industry that have platforms there that build it for certain wave heights and certain storm heights. But as the jet stream breaks down, those major storms will make it down to the Caspian area. The other point, and this comes back to the slide, is that as temperatures rise, evaporation increases. And already we're seeing the evaporation increase in the Caspian area, and the sea level is dropping. In this decade, it's dropping between 5 and 8 centimeters per year. Now, the problem you have in the Caspian is the northern Caspian, the very northern portion, is all less than 10 meters in depth. And if it continues and the Caspian temperatures rise in the range of 3 to 5 degrees, the sea level drop in the Caspian will be between about 9 and 18 meters, which basically means the North Caspian will be gone. and the border of the Caspian will be right about here. And as people have seen in the Aral Sea, once it's gone, as you've seen in the bottom, when the water's gone, it's hotter in the summer, it's colder in the winter, and the various rivers that are going in have dumped huge amounts of pesticides there. And once the water's gone, the wind blows those pesticides, and it'll be the Aral Sea all over again, except there are about 5 times as many people that live around the border of the North Caspian as lived around the Aral. So now we come to the importance of the Caspian region and what are they going to do. One important factor is the Caspian is one of the 4 giant holders of natural gas in the world. 3/4 of the world's natural gas resources are in just 4 regions: the United States, Russia, the Middle East, and Central Asia. But Central Asia, interestingly, has the greatest proportion of their reserves of export and are producing the smallest amount now. And their central location means they can service the 3 giant gas markets of the Eastern Hemisphere: Europe, Central Asia, and South Asia. And you've seen earlier some presentations about the potential for increasing their gas exports. Now, the Caspian nations have the potential for greenhouse gas emissions, but what's happened is after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the economic problems of the 1990s, the greenhouse gas emissions of the Caspian nations have been steadily increasing. As a matter of fact, they've increased by 70% since 2000. When you look at the slide on the bottom left, what you'll see is they really have a very, very poor record in terms of how much the Caspian nations are using low-carbon sources, renewables plus hydroelectric. They're using, to get their power, they're using only 2% of renewables plus hydro. And that compares to the rest of the world. South America is using almost 30%, Europe's using 25%, et cetera. Even Russia's using 12% because they have nuclear and hydroelectric. Only the Middle East, which is less than 1%, has a worse record than the Caspian. When you look at the fossil fuels they're using, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan are predominantly using natural gas, the lowest fossil fuel. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, uses mostly coal because they have it. It's cheap and it's convenient. The interesting thing is that even though they're only using 2%, Central Asia, the Caspian area, actually has the potential to be a major player and to use a large proportion of their power from renewables plus hydro. What's interesting is Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan could produce 10 times as much hydroelectric as they're producing now. They just need the financing and support. And here's the interesting point, that global climate change actually helps there, because what's happening is the temperatures are rising, the glaciers are melting, and you have a window of 30 to 60 years of a major increase in potential hydroelectric power coming from Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. So the question is, will they be able to take into account that window? In terms of wind power, as you know, there are potential for wind power in different places around the world. And interestingly, northern Kazakhstan is the best place on the Asian continent for wind power. But they're not doing it. But they can do it. And so getting the support to do that in Kazakhstan is something that is doable and should be pushed. It's a lot less expensive if you put your wind power in places like in northern Kazakhstan. Finally, in solar power, the further south you go in Central Asia, the better it is for solar power. So when you're in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, particularly the southeastern parts, you have up to 50% more strength for solar power than in other areas. And as you can see on the graph on the lower right, it's up to a third lower in terms of cost for the sunnier areas of Central Asia. So as a final summary, the goals for the Caspian nation should be to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and support the worldwide effort in combating climate change. And 3 specific things. First of all, you need to increase your share of renewables and hydro and power generation. You're at 2%. The real number should be 20 to 30%. Kazakhstan needs to significantly reduce reliance on coal for electricity generation, and you should utilize the abundant reserves of low greenhouse gas emitting natural gas to increase exports to Asian and European markets to reduce their coal-fired power generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ray, for your strong message and stark warning as well. I think a lot of people who live maybe around the Caspian region might be really shocked about your forecast and prediction that resonates with the climate change activists here as well.
I'll be happy to give a copy of this presentation to anybody who's interested afterwards electronically. Just give me your card and I'll send it to you.
You would like to get it for sure, so feel free to approach Ray afterwards. Sven, given this dark outlook and pretty pessimistic picture that Ray just painted in terms of energy transition in that part of the world, how are you involved and how can we cut some of the emissions? How is your company engaged?
Do we have the slides? Or? Yeah.
Do you need a clicker? It's in Ray's hands.
Thanks, Ray. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks to the Caspian Week. It's great being here. I'm a little bit of an outlier. My name is Sven Hefner. I'm based in Lusaka in southern Africa, so far away from the Caspian region, far away from the next petrol sources. Zambia is landlocked. Natural gas is not natural to us. It may be to you. But I want to give you a little bit of an idea of what's happening in a part of the world that is growing fast. And Pankrat, I'm going to be here next year, and I say it's the youngest continent. It's not, India may be a bit younger now, but Africa is leapfrogging ahead. To give you a tiny bit of statistics and numbers and ideas. Currently, the sub-Saharan African region has a bit more than 1 billion people. 600 million of them have no access to a grid, to energy, except of energies which are very, very unhealthy. I'll come back to that in a second. Those who have access to energy, like myself at home, I'm lucky, I guess, very often face blackouts. We don't know when, we don't know how long. It may be an hour, it may be 10 minutes, it may be 24 hours. There's a schedule, and the first day the schedule comes up, the load shedding or the blackouts are definitely different to what the schedule tells us. Now imagine the impact on companies, on the economy, etc. So we only have about 1/3 of companies in sub-Saharan Africa, that's not Zambia alone, who claim we have constant and good, reliable energy. So 2/3 of companies, they may be micro companies, they may be huge mining operations, they don't have reliable power. Coming back to the unhealthy, one of the most staggering statistics in my view is the biomass and the amount of biomass used in the energy consumption. 45% of all energy consumed on the continent is biomass, which means wood, charcoal, so stuff that ultimately is leading to deforestation, leading us to a change on the climate, etc., etc. So these are figures which we shouldn't ignore and shouldn't take lightly. So if you have access to energy, then you have vast, vast opportunities. So if we look back where the US was 100 years ago, 1921 is exactly the access to energy we have now today. What does that mean? There is, in theory, a massive opportunity for the African continent. In the small picture, if we have a additional secure energy source, a child may have the opportunity to read, a small business may have the opportunity to operate. If that is in a bigger picture, midterm, if we are able to produce more reliable energy sources, it obviously will have a massive impact on society. Suddenly you have clinics, schools, whatever, with electricity, with lights, but also in terms of economical development. So from the small shop that is dark at night, you have supermarkets springing up. And if we go further, if we have more of that reliable energy source and more coverage, then it leads to transitions on a society base and obviously on an economical base. So these transitions, for example, could be that we are on the communication side, on the manufacturing side, etc. Demography is a big topic. So currently on the sub-Saharan continent, we have about 1 billion people. By the end of the century, it's going to be 4 billion people. It is the fastest growing population, and we can look at statistics. I thought it was the youngest population already. But that doesn't matter. It will be the youngest population soon. That brings total different requirements on the energy sources. The demand for energy is not the same anymore than it used to be. Everyone wants to have the mobile phone charged. People want to have communication working. You have payment systems that are reliant on energy sources. Now, currently, in most of the countries, the national grid is the provider of that energy. And as I said, it provides maybe to 40% of the population. So what hasn't happened yet and hasn't happened enough is to use alternative energy sources. Hydro currently covers 70% of the renewable needs, but there's much, much more that can be done. And rather than working on big-scale projects, there are hundreds and thousands of small-scale opportunities around. Small-scale opportunities on the efficient cooking side, super important. Reducing the biomass, optimizing the biomass. There's mini-grids. Now, there's solutions for specific companies, solar plant for a mining project, for example, rather than trying to put them on a grid that ultimately doesn't work at the end of the day. With that comes a lot of technology change on the digitalization of ways of doing it. I'll give you an example of a microgrid. A microgrid is a container. On top of the container, there are solar cells or next to it. In the container are batteries. They link up maybe 200 households and small businesses. How does it work? I don't go to the microgrid provider and say, hey, I want to have 24/7 of energy for light, TV, and my fridge. No. I buy 2 hours of light from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and maybe the little shop next door buys twice 2 hours a day to cool down their freezers and to provide a service to the community. And that is enabled, obviously, by technology solution these days. So what does that mean? There are vast of smaller opportunity investment side. We are active on the efficient cooking solutions, for example. We are looking at the microgrid spectrum. We are looking at solar leasing, where people are, instead of investing into the solar provision upfront themselves, they are going back and ultimately lease the power or lease the solar installation. It's like a utility bill at the end of the day. So there's vast opportunities. There's also big opportunities, as I said, for example, for a mine directly installing for them a solar plant or a biomass installation. So that's a little idea of a world that doesn't work 24/7 on a switch, but has a lot of opportunities to offer.
Thank you very much, Sven. Thank you for sharing the perspective from Zambia, a country that we don't hear enough from and about. Thank you very much. So we only have 15 minutes left, and because it's such an exciting panel, so much insight, we gave a lot of time for these presentations because they share all of these different views. I would like to open to the floor already for questions for the next 15 minutes. I saw quite a lot of interest already in some of the presentations, so please raise your hands, identify yourself, tell us who you would like to ask, and just keep your question short. The lady here, I'll pass my mic to you.
Hi, my name is Camilla. I'm from Australia. We're in Foundation. I just have a question for Ray. I would like to know your opinion about a nuclear power. Do you think we should use it, or?
Well, there's one big plus and one minus for nuclear power. The plus is that from a standpoint of carbon, CO2 emissions, it's one of the best types of energy there is. The negative is it's significantly more expensive than a lot of the other possibilities. What's happened due to technology and efficiency is the cost of solar energy has been reduced by 80% over the past decade, and the cost of wind energy has come down almost as much. So the problem with nuclear energy is it's more expensive than the others. The advantage is, of course, that it's regular, whereas the sun doesn't always shine consistently, and the wind doesn't always blow consistently. So storing energy is still a problem. One of the biggest problems you have with nuclear energy right now for the people who have it is the plants are 40, 50 years old and are going to need a lot of money for renovation to keep running. And in many places, it's the sentiment against nuclear energy is so high that they may not get that money. And Germany is a good example, where they shut down the nuclear and they were so short of energy they started using more coal. The answer for nuclear, it's not straightforward. From a greenhouse gas emission, it's one of the best alternatives there is, but it's no longer price competitive.
Marco,
I wish
you would
I had
like
a
to
straighter
add
answer, but
something,
that's
and then
what
we
it
go
is.
to Badar and the lady in red.
Just shortly, I think that here Switzerland is a very good example about what's happening in the nuclear power sector, because Switzerland 3-4 years ago decided to just run away from the nuclear power, not in the short term, but this will happen in the next 20 years, and now we are absolutely in a transition period, and this means that we used to be a net exporter of power. We will become more and more net importer of power, and things and relation with other countries will also change. So there are also geopolitical issues to consider.
Even in Switzerland. Yes, first tackle the problems at home, right? Badar, you have a question.
Yeah, for Ray. Again, so is there, in many communities or countries, is there a mental block with nuclear energy, which is not balanced on the merits of the thing itself? That's one. And secondly, is it fair to assume that in the next 20 or 30 years, the overall cost of energy is going to go substantially lower?
Well, there are two separate questions. The answer to the first question is yes. And there is, you've gone beyond rationality in some of it. The other answer potentially is new technologies. There are potential technologies that could significantly reduce the price. When I say it's more expensive with today's technology. There can be breakthroughs. A lot of people have lost money by assuming that technology won't change. So if there are technologies that reduce the cost, then nuclear energy could be another player. And it could be that the price of not reducing greenhouse emissions gets so high that nuclear comes back into the mix. Well, for overall energy, the problem is with solar and wind, there are certain physical limits. And I think there have been a number of papers that have shown that you had huge efficiency increases over the past 10 to 20 years, and the increases from now will be more incremental than from orders of magnitude.
My Swiss friend in the first row.
Yes, the lady in red is Margareta Kinnunen, immediate past Member of Parliament of Switzerland. Indeed, we shut down the first nuclear power plant in Switzerland in Mühleberg on 20 December 2019. I was a mayor 20 kilometers from this nuclear power plant, and I can tell you, 8 years I was a mayor 20 kilometers from that. And I can tell you the only sleepless nights I had as a mayor was because of the risk of an accident of this incident of this reactor. And I think you underestimate, Ray, the waste problem, the nuclear waste problem. You have not mentioned it. And economically, that nuclear power plant in Switzerland was closed down by Bernische Kraftwerke AG, clearly on economic reasons. It doesn't pay, doesn't pay. And my question was another one, to Ray also. I just entered the room when you were talking about the Paris Agreement. And I want to ask you, why did you discredit the Paris Agreement? You said this was probably the most ineffective agreement in history.
No, since the Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah, no, I mean, why?
Still.
I mean, why didn't you say that the most ineffective countries or presidents are those who broke away from the Paris Agreement? So many countries stick with the Paris Agreement and at least do that. Switzerland does it. Switzerland has the CO2 tax, a rather interesting model by which me, as a lawyer with a law firm, I receive a refund. The private economy receives some refund from this tax so as to have a political majority, which is at least brings us to an average thing. I will close on this. My shawl here, my scarf, is the climate warming scarf for Switzerland. This shows that since Switzerland measures Celsius, the temperatures has risen average over 2 degrees over the global average. So we are bad in Celsius in Switzerland. We must act.
So the question is, do we need to enforce the implementation of the Paris Climate Agreement? And needs there be punishment? Up to the panel.
There's a couple of questions. First of all, with regard to nuclear power, a lot depends on where you put it. If you put a nuclear power plant by a fault zone by an ocean that has tsunamis, it's a terrible idea. I mean, so for nuclear power, if they're putting it in a dangerous spot in Switzerland, it's a bad idea. With regard to the Paris Climate Accord, the CO2 emissions reached a plateau from 2014 to 2016. After the Paris Climate Accord, it started going back up again. And interestingly, the country that had the greatest amount of CO2 emission reduction in the past 10 years has been the United States. Now, I completely disagree with President Trump's view of climate change, and anybody who saw the first part of my presentation understands how much I disagree. The problem with the Paris Climate Accord is if you get into the details, China, for example, is allowed to increase their amount of emissions by 60% from a 1990 base. India, about 200%. Russia, another 60%. In other words, if you get into the details of the agreement, it allows the temperature to rise by about 3 degrees. That's the problem. It's a well-meaning agreement that when you get into the details, doesn't work. In other words, I don't like the Paris Climate Agreement because it isn't effective, not because I don't agree with the goals.
Okay. What's the alternative?
Let's maybe get the perspective from Pankaj, because you come from a legal perspective. Should we have stronger legal frameworks? Do we have to enforce the agreement?
I think surely we need to understand the very basics also very first. That's when we're talking about the international environment law, we cannot legally enforce because the very basic principles of the international law is the sovereignty of the states and the equality of the states. So when you're pitching the international environment law for the sovereignty, you have to come up with something new. So when the Paris Agreement, some kinds of agreement, I'm very for kinds of these agreements. I will not say I'm not against this. I'm very for these kinds of agreements. You know, reason is why when you're giving up the sovereignty, there the principle of solidarity comes in. So what is the principle of solidarity? Principle of solidarity is something when you're giving up your right for something big. So when I'm giving up something of my right, I'm reducing the CO2 emissions in my country for what big is for the community interest. Community interest for the globalizations, not for only my country or for the A country or for the B country. So the very basics of international environment law that we have started somewhere. We have to acknowledge the starting point. The 1992, when we were talking about this particular laws, we were talking about something soft laws. We talk in the international law. And what is soft laws? It is non-legally binding, and this is a gray zone between the law and politics. And now we are talking about only law. This is very important, not politics. At least we are talking about this, and now we are acting about it. It's now depend upon the political will of the different country leaders.
Marco,
and
would
for
like
the
to add
people.
something.
I think we do all agree that there is an environment issue, and that's for sure a topic not to be discussed here because we know it. I think that it's also important to understand that, okay, big companies, multinational companies play, of course, a very important role. But politicians, guys, we have to implement clear policies at, of course, international level, national level, but please remember, and we have also a few politicians, remember that there are also costs of this transition. Often we're talking about costs on the poorest part of the population. Often we are talking also about the fact that climate solutions is not for poorest people. And very important to say that sometimes citizens, people do not want to be part of this change. You have to oblige them. You have to implement clear policies. Otherwise, nothing happens. This means clear laws. This means subventions, incentives. Otherwise, nothing happens. So, and just my last statement, I think that politicians play an essential role.
We have one last question there.
Sorry, I just have one question. My name is Schönberger. I'm active in the agricultural sector. If I'm a private investor and listening today what I can do in terms of sustainability and fulfill the criteria, I was listening yesterday to the TAPI project as well, and I see there is so huge amount of money available, and we just don't know where we shall invest this money. Would I think that I invest $10 billion in a project which is maybe on the second or the third generation still not paid off? Questions number one. Or would I think as a private investor where I see that the renewable energy is paid off in a fraction of the time today already, and I can use it in a micro scale, in a medium scale, and in a big scale all over the world. You mentioned Kazakhstan or Central Asia with huge capacities. Shall I invest in this case in the long infrastructure project like natural gas, still today billions of dollars? Or doesn't it make much more sense to use the same amount of money today already, decentralized, and put it into the communities in the scale where you said that solar is already reached already its peak. According to my understanding, we are at the beginning and not at the peak.
Right.
The efficiency, the last thing only, the efficiency in solar, what I understood, we are today around 20%. The growth can be 40% going up in a couple of years, so there's huge potentials on the existing level, and that means all other the technology as well. So my question is, where is the future in the transition, or shall we move forward immediately, directly, according to me, in the much cheaper solution of the renewable energy? Thank you so much.
Who would you like to answer this question?
Can I take a part of the question first?
Sure.
I'm on one side of that spectrum personally. So decentralized renewable energy solutions is one part where I do invest in, and I think it's an essential, absolute, a big part, and it's going to grow, and it's going to make huge differences in many different means. Urbanization changes, etc., etc. Big infrastructure, in my view, will remain and will have to remain as part of the solution. I don't think there's a single solution to that. Without the big infrastructure, if we go to back to the African continent, we have 3 billion more people in 80 years. 80 years is not that long to go.
No.
In Zambia, it's going to grow threefold in 30 years. So by 2050, instead of having 17 million people, it's going to be 50 million people. Now, there is obviously a combination of the two that needs to go hand in hand. Now, which one of the bigger projects would I push for? I think that there's a big transition going on when it comes to enabling certain projects, that there's a move on the investor side, moving away from as dirty and cheap as possible to as sustainable and efficient as possible in an environmental context as well. So that's what I would say.
Harald, we have time for a final comment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hefner, what you mentioned, and I totally support your view. I think at the current situation, we have to utilize maximum the existing infrastructure in current gas, for instance, gas pipeline projects, but at the same time, we have to increase photovoltaic projects wherever suitable and feasible. And I totally agree that the coming years and the decades will favor definitely the photovoltaic. But what I said in the beginning was we are currently in a transition phase. And just want to mention what we have suggested to the General Director of Indian Oil Corporation. They are currently going through rural states by virtual LNG pipelines. So they are not building any more expensive pipelines, which are costing, as you mentioned, billions of dollars, and you have to wait maybe 2-3 years just to have them rolled out. We are going actually in the way, as Marco suggested, in Spain and in other countries already existing, to deliver small-scale LNG barges to rural areas, distant areas, on a low, first of all, on a low investment scale, and combining and substituting actually what Mr. Hefner mentioned, biomass-based energy creation, and at the same time also petroleum-based energy creation. And I think this is the way forward. It should go hand in hand, and that is actually my final statement. It should go hand in hand, the alternative renewable energy, hand in hand with a transition phase, probably based on fossil energy. Thank you.
Ray, please include your last comment into my final question, which is in 1 or 2 words only. What is then the best renewable energy mix for the future that actually complies with the SDGs? In very, very short 2-3 words. Let's start with Marco and all the way down to Pankaj.
Well,
Ray first, okay.
Actually, to me, the most important answer is to the question of if the Paris Climate Accord doesn't work, what can be done? And my view, and this comes from long experience in business and in politics, is you get 5 countries or organizations, the EU, Russia, India, and China. What else did I forget? The US, Russia, India,
BRICS,
China,
the BRICS countries.
and EU. and you get them in a room, and those organizations produce most of the world's greenhouse gases. They use most of the world's coal, produce most of the world's gas, and also produce most of the world's renewable energy. They come up with an agreement, and then they sell it to the rest of the world. Because you've never come up with an effective agreement yet with 130 people around the table. That's what has to happen.
Pankaj, you have the mic.
I think we have to strike a balance between like the investment, like you taught, the investment projects, plus what is the renewable energy, what we're talking about, the projects. How we are going to invest in the renewable sources of energy. This will be the goal. And I think what makes a smile on the poorest person of the world, and when he see the energy in his hand, this is also we should not forget when we're talking about the environment. And this investment plus environment, should be like the sustainable development which we're talking about. So I think this should be the goal, like what India has envisages 450 gigawatt of energy. That's an investment is there we are calling for the next 5 years. So we are giving as a strong economy can give the more purchasing power agreements, we can assure the investments as well as the security, energy security.
Marco, Sven, and then Harald, just 2-3 final words.
Just talking about solution, on the one side, the role of politics is very important, implementing clear policies, okay? On the other side, solution is for sure multi-element solution, talking about for sure hydropower, but I think you already mentioned during your presentation, in any case, hydropower as a very long-term asset, gas and LNG for just in order to have a quick transition. And of course, talking about photovoltaic, talking about wind, and talking about these very consolidated technologies.
Sven?
I would start thinking of switching the light switch on or off from a personal view. Is it necessary to have 50 lights, or would 42 be enough?
Thank you. It starts with every person, every single day. Harold, one final word?
I think I don't have much more to add. I just want to emphasize that we have to take all different stakeholders, investors, governments, NGO organizations, and finally, the most important part of the stakeholders, the consumers, into the board so that we come to a swift energy transition in the future.
And that includes all of us. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, and to you, dear audience. Thank you. The next panel will start shortly, but I think there's enough
Somebody who stay telephone in your hands, pay double after presentation. Yes, okay. No, назад. Look at this. I represent who knows this island, please? Yeah, you know. Who one time alive was here in this island? Nobody. Okay, you have great chance to visit. This is island. This is in the middle of the Baltica, Gotland Island. And this island, fantastic, beautiful, incredible island. We say this like Monte Carlo of Baltic. And in this beautiful island, opened soon, Etnomir Baltic Polo Resort. And this island, so nice because look here. This is Sweden, Finland, then Germany, this side, Estonia, Latvia, all over countries we want to unite in this beautiful island with this beautiful resort. Yeah, what we represent, why we organize this. You know, now in the world, not so much stability. And if we want to be friends, all together, all countries, what's the main point to do this? Any answers? Number one, what is this? I think culture project. Number two, all people all over the world want to be what? Healthy. All people all over the world want to be what? Wealthy. This is why we have polo and we have horses and etc., etc., etc. Also charity. Yeah. And we opened this Etnomir Baltic Polo Resort. And in this Etnomir Baltic Polo Resort, we have one beautiful, beautiful department. This department, I think, number one, Department of Health. Because health is so important. If you don't have health, you don't have nothing. Yeah? And please. Then to show to you about health, this is company from San Francisco, from America. Yeah. And this company produce these beautiful oils. If you have not so much energy, because now world not little, but it's your mind little crazy. If you need more energy, you do few drops of this oil and you get more energy. Next slide. This is all natural grass. If you have headache, you use this cream. If you have pain in your body, you use this cream, and then pain disappear in one night. Number three. And so important, what is the problem of our century? Guys who sit in mobile phones, problem of our century. What is this? Sleep? Sleeping. Who sleep good every night? Raise your hands. Okay, not so much, 30%. Who sleep not good? Raise your hands. Don't be shy. Okay, but if you use few drops of this lavender oil, you sleep super good. Your nervous system relax, and you can sleep good. You can try all this product on Friday. Okay? We bring this all on Friday. We have yes, and yes, this is good for epilepsy. Also in America, a lot of research. And we have in Gotland resort with horses. And this is super nice for animal. This is nice for horses. You can read it. Or you can come to me. I give my visit card. We send you this presentation. You can use this for dogs, for horses, for different parts of diseases of these animals. Okay? Yeah, this is about this CBD oil. If somebody interesting, because we want to represent this company and we want to find partners in Davos, in Caspian House in Davos. We want to find. Okay, 5 minutes left? Okay. And then I want to explain not just healthy department, because Katerina, she's a doctor, she represents the healthy department. We also have this beautiful man, and he represents Ethnomir all over the world. And he have big Ethnomir in Russia, in Prague. Now we start in Sweden, and I want he explain about few words about Ethnomir all over the world, and then I continue about charity. Руслан Байрамов.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Я буду говорить на русском, и Екатерина будет переводить. Фатим, передайте, пожалуйста.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So Ruslan will speak Russian, and I will try to translate today.
Хочу поблагодарить Caspian House за возможность сделать презентацию.
First, let me thank Caspian House for the opportunity to give this talk.
Мы первый раз на Давосском форуме.
It's our first time at the Davos Forum.
И мы рады тому, что то, что происходит здесь 50 лет, это то, что мы делаем в Этномире 12 лет.
We are happy to see that what is representing here for these 50 years, we are trying to also represent in Etnomir for just 12 years.
Что такое Этномир?
What is it, Etnomir?
Это весь мир в одном месте,
That's the whole world in one place,
где все страны себя каждый день презентуют.
where each country is getting represented.
Это и Экспо, который происходит каждый день.
That's also an export that happens every day.
Это и Давос, который происходит 10 дней в году.
This is also Davos that's happening only 10 days per year.
И мы говорим в Этномире о дружбе между народами.
So we're talking about friendship between different people and nations.
Мы говорим об экологии.
We're talking about ecology, of course.
Мы говорим о мире без оружия.
We're talking about the world without weapon.
И мы говорим о том, что нам нужно все вместе сохранить нашу планету Земля.
We're talking about saving our planet Earth.
Мы 12 лет опробировали опыт и поняли, что этот проект нужен каждой стране, по сути, каждому городу.
After our 12 years of experience, we realized that this project is necessary for the whole world.
Нас посещают тысячи и миллионы детей, школьников и взрослых ежегодно.
Thousands, millions of people and kids are visiting us every year.
И мы очень хотим, чтобы такой проект был во всех странах и во всех крупных городах мира.
And we'd like this project to also exist in every country on this planet.
Чтобы люди общались между собой без границ.
So that people could talk with each other without any boundaries.
Чтобы люди воплощали свои идеи.
So that people can perform their ideas.
Впитывали идеи всего мира.
And inflate the ideas of the whole world.
Презентовали себя и принимали культуру всех народов мира.
Represent themselves and get the culture of the other nations of this planet.
Наша основная миссия — единство в многообразии.
Our main mission is the united
Unity
world.
and diversity. Yes, it's our mission. Да, и мы очень хотим,
We'd like very much
чтобы и каспийские страны, которые проводят хорошую неделю, и Европа, и Азия, и весь мир, то, что сегодня обсуждается здесь, могли воплощать в своих странах, в своих городах.
So the whole world and also the Caspian countries that have this very nice event during this week will also
Все остальные страны
and
мира.
also all the countries were working together.
Мы также говорим о необходимости диалога между политиками, экономистами и гражданским обществом, бизнесом.
We're talking about the necessity of the dialogue between economists and politicians of the different
И
countries.
государственным, и гражданским обществом.
And the society, of course.
Да. Поэтому добро пожаловать в идею Этномира.
So welcome to the idea of the Etnomir.
У нас несколько презентаций, не получилось их показать. То, что происходит в Давосе, мы говорим об этом, чтобы это происходило каждый день, в каждой стране, чтобы люди обменивались опытом, любили друг друга, любили нашу планету.
So we couldn't show here today the presentation, but the main idea to have, as a Davos happening here now, to have this happening in the whole world.
Нам всем нечего делить.
We have nothing to divide, to spread.
У нас одна планета,
We have one planet.
и мы должны жить на ней также дальше радостно, вместе, сохраняя нашу планету.
And we have to live all together, keeping it safe.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Еще секундочку вашего внимания. Если вы хотите присоединиться к нашей партнерской программе, пожалуйста, наши партнеры культурные, артистические, это Александра Быкова. Пожалуйста, подходите, она сейчас наш оператор. Вот. Далее Да, да, это Александра Быкова. Также Charity, фонд Благовест, которому 26 лет. Мы помогаем... Я на русском заговорила. Простите, пожалуйста. Мы помогаем детям с ограниченными возможностями, детям-сиротам, детям, у которых есть какие-то проблемы в жизни. Это все, вот, пожалуйста, к Александре. Так что по партнерству к нам. И огромное спасибо Ширин, огромное спасибо Мурату за возможность выступить на этой прекрасной площадке. И в заключении 2 минуты Digital Detox, Caspian House. На 1 секунду отложите мобильные телефоны, закройте глаза. На секунду, 1 секунду. Закройте глаза. Закройте глаза. Почувствуй. Please, close your eyes. Out mobile phone. Digital detox. Close your eyes. 1 second. In breath, slowly in breath. Slowly out breath. Stop to talk, please. 1 second. In breath, out breath. And number 3. In breath, your nervous system relax. Out breath. And applaud to yourself. You are great. Thank you for your attention. Come to us.
in the health and wellness industry. I hope you can all hear me. Yeah? Can you hear me? Good. Okay, I'd like to introduce to you our panel from the health and wellness industry. We have Sasha, Professor Salzberg, right here in the first position. And we've got Julia, who is coming from the UN. Everybody here is from the health and wellness industry. We've got Tian, who is coming from China, and a background in traditional Chinese medicine. We've got Andrea Parodi here, who is coming from Italy, and a producer of refined products. Unrefined, excuse me, unrefined oils, products, and foods, sourcing ingredients from all around the world. We have got Masha, who has opened up medical centers in Russia, and she's going to talk to us also about technology. And we have finally Daniel, who's coming from Spain, so we've got an international group of people here. Daniel is going to contribute to us a little bit about what he produces in his company, wellness ingredients, products, and also education. Our focus today will be the SDG health and well-being. Our panelists are going to talk about how they can, from their different parts of the health and wellness industry, contribute to improving the state of health and well-being in the world by 2030. That's a big goal, but I think it's doable. If I can ask each and every one of our panelists to introduce a little bit about the work they do, starting with Sasha, please.
Marta, thank you very much for the introduction. Also, thank you to the organizers of the Caspian Week for inviting me. My name is Sasha Salzberg. I'm a cardiovascular surgeon. I'm a professor at the University of Zurich for heart surgery. My daily work is composed of cardiac surgery, focusing on arrhythmias, but I also have a big activity in humanitarian work, which is non-profit. The Eurasia Heart Foundation is the foundation I'm presenting here today, which does work all over the European, Asian part of the world. And I would like to share with you some ideas also on how a for-profit clinical setting in an industrial country like Switzerland can also help drive non-profit development and translation of knowledge and science into the healthcare industry to really bring state-of-the-art therapies to the people in the field and not only go there on humanitarian missions. So that's something I would like to share with you today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sasha. We're moving on to Julia, who's going to introduce the work she does.
Thank you very much. My name is Yulia Andreeva. I work for the United Nations Development Program, and I support a 2 billion health portfolio at the organization in Geneva and in New York. I focus on risk management, partnership, and legal advice. My team fights the epidemics in the most challenging countries in the world, such as Afghanistan and Sudan, and we also work quite a lot in the Greater Caspian Region. Just to sort of illustrate the relevance of my work, as we speak, WHO is having a meeting on the new Chinese virus. Who has heard about the virus that is coming from China? Yep, exactly. WHO is considering whether to call it a global health emergency. And my organization, as the operational arm of the UN, we will be the first responders on the ground dealing with the issue. And actually, one of the main concerns for the spread of this virus globally, it's an interesting piece of trivia, is the celebration of the Lunar New Year this coming weekend, because many Chinese are expected to travel to other countries to celebrate the New Year, and this will mean that actually the virus is likely to spread even faster than we anticipate. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I'd like to introduce Tian, who's coming from China.
From China Vibers. Yes, I'm gonna stay in Switzerland for Chinese New Year. Yeah, I come from China, and before I studied my MBA in Business School Lausanne, I saw my professor here. He's a panelist too. And now I worked in the Infinitus China Company Limited, which is a large-scale health herbal product, which is just developing, producing, and distributing Chinese herbal health product all over the world. We have 32 branches in China, 7,500 exclusive stores in China. Also, we have companies in the Southeast countries like Thailand and Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. Also have companies in Canada, and we are about to open the market in the Kazakhstan and Russia. And my role in this company is Senior Operation Director, mainly responsible for sales and new market exploration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tian. I'd like to introduce now Andrea.
Good evening. I am a founder of Parodi Nutra, which is a company who produces specialty oils, vegetable oils for health, for food and cosmetics. And because we are here for health and wellness, these are ingredients that we source all around the world. And we are here to help and provide, the biodiversity oils that are rare and almost impossible to find today in the market. So.
Thank you, Andrea. Now we will introduce Marsha, who will talk a little bit about the work she's doing.
Hello, I'm coming from Moscow, and I'm co-founder of medical centers WellCure, and I will speak about increasing resistance to diseases, also about the prevention, because according to the American Psychological Association, chronic stress is now linked to the 6 leading causes of death. So we have to speak about it, how to avoid stress situations in our life and burnout syndrome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marsha. We've got now Daniel, who's going to introduce himself, the work he's doing through his company.
Okay. Good evening, everything. I'm Daniel. I'm a Chief Strategy Officer for GBioMed. The base is in Spain. We made 3 areas in specific. Medical device with everything is patent in USA, Japan, Europe. Focus in the cryopreservation with animals and organs, and the second area is digital health with patent too in cardiovascular, cardio warning, plus blockchain solutions for the data patients. And the 3 is the pills for nutraceuticals, the healthcare and wellness. But this is very important, but we discovered the hydroxytyrosol is a polyphenol, is very antioxidant, and this is, I think, is the revelation in these years.
Thank you, Daniel. So with a diverse panel like this, I'm just going to reach out to you, each and every one of you, to help me out on telling me how the work you do can help to reduce the death rate, the spread of disease, social issues that are actually surrounding the spread of disease, and environmental issues that lead to how we source the natural products that we need from the environment to make us well, and some of the technologies that we're coming up with to help us maintain our well-being and also to address the health. We want to talk about education and certainly also alternative medicine. So I'm also coming from a background of wellness. My background is Ayurveda, and so I link very well with Tian, and because we work with traditional medicine, and it's more about lifestyle and really management of, well, managing your health and not waiting till you get sick before you do something. And it's, we at Caspian Week, we've been talking about energy, and human beings are significant energy forces in the planet today that we need to invest in our health and well-being. So first, I would really like to talk to Julia, because I think that you actually have a very good knowledge on what's happening in the Greater Caspian Region. And you talked to me about the social issues surrounding how the spread of infectious diseases are happening because of the social issues and stigmas that surround certain unpopular diseases in certain cultures. HIV, drug abuse, and it is killing our youth. And if we can shed some light on such an important subject, please, Julia.
Thank you very much. First of all, it is true that we're witnessing the emergence and greater diversity, of viruses and infectious diseases all around the world, and there are at least 5 reasons for that. The first one is overpopulation. Viruses grow much stronger, they get spread much faster, and they travel. Second one is globalization and accessibility of travel. We talked about the Lunar New Year, how many tourists will travel to China, how many tourists will travel out of China. This will immediately spread the virus around the world. The third reason is climate change, actually. Melting ice is releasing a lot of poison, bacteria, and viruses that were contained for millions of years. A couple of years ago, there was an outbreak of anthrax in Siberia because of the unusually warm temperatures. So we have to tackle these challenges. And also conspiracy theories. There are now hoax, bogus reports circulating around the internet that supposedly link vaccination to diseases such as autism, and there are more and more parents who choose not to vaccinate their children, which means that many diseases that we won over a lot many years ago are actually coming back, and we're seeing outbreaks of infections such as measles or polio or rubella, again, all around the world. And then the challenge that is specific to the Greater Caspian region is actually related to conservative policies, a greater role and involvement of the church in civil matters, and increased focus on criminalization of certain behaviors. And the specific example in this area is HIV. Many of us think that this is an African problem, that it doesn't concern us. But actually, this is wrong. In Africa, the numbers are declining. HIV, we could say, is contained because we can treat it, and it's not on the rise. However, the only region, the #1 region where HIV is rising at an alarming rate is the Greater Caspian region and Central Asia. And the leader in this respect, I'm sorry to say, is my own country. That's Russia. We're talking about a 10-15% increase every year. This means that 250 people get infected every day with HIV. And these are only the detected official numbers. How many unreported cases there are is really hard to estimate, but we're talking at least 2-3 times more cases. And the leading causes to this are, first of all, criminalization. We criminalize sex work, we criminalize drug use, we criminalize homosexuals. This marginalizes these already fragile groups of populations. They go underground, they use unsafe needles, they don't use contraceptives, they don't get tested, they don't get treatment. So if you think that the government is doing a good thing by criminalizing drug abuse, no, it is killing your children. The second leading cause for this is the absence of sex education. And here the church is playing a big role. We are no longer teaching our children about reproductive health, about the use of contraceptives, and this poses an immediate and serious health threat to our youth. The third reason is medical privacy laws. Not many of you know that most of the countries in the Greater Caspian region have passed exceptions to the medical privacy principle, which actually requires doctors to report drug users, for example, or sex workers or homosexuals to the authorities. This again drives people underground, and they don't get tested, they don't go to doctors. And another reason is that this is simply not a priority. There is no education about HIV. How many of you knew that this is a real, huge, alarming health threat in the Greater Caspian region? That it is the only reason, the only region where HIV is on the rise. 10-15% a year, 250 people a day get infected. It is the only region in the world where HIV is rising. Not many, I'm sure, and this is simply not treated as a priority. There is no education, there is no awareness, there is no treatment, there is a stock out of medication. Even when people get tested, they have difficulty accessing medication, and this is not free of charge. This again means a spread. And another alarming fact, that it is not contained to certain fragile groups of population like drug users or sex workers or homosexuals. We see a reverse dynamic. Only 1.5% of infections come from homosexual intercourse. 48% of cases come from heterosexual intercourse. This means that male to female, this means that men bring infections home and they infect their female partners. It is heterosexual. This is a reversing dynamic. It is an emergency, and it is an emergency for the Greater Caspian region, and we all need to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yulia, for shedding light on such an important and urgent issue of health in the Greater Caspian region. I would like now to take Andrea Parodi, who can actually, Andrea, you're coming from an industry where you're producing, you're sourcing raw materials from around the world for wellness purposes, food, and keeping it pure. And you are noticing, your company is in Italy, and you're noticing that there are some major challenges that actually connect to environmental issues. And I would like if you could share those with us today.
Okay. Let's say that everybody would like to live more than 100 years, and that is why and in health, try to survive like with the consciousness that we are here, and we have a different place in the world that called blue zones where the people live longer, and they are happy and they are active even more than 100 years old. And the secret of this is for sure the mental attitude, the movement that they move, so no stress, open air, but the heat, something that is we call in SDG points, the number 15, life of Earth, the biodiversity. And these are local people that keep a tradition alive by eating what they are locally harvested. And that is what we miss, everybody, because we try to eat what is fast, what is edible nearby at the supermarket, and on the species that we need to take care in the world, and there are 100,000. Only few species we stay with. So only 3% of cereal we eat. And of these 3%, only 3 major cereals are eaten by 60% of the people in the world, like rice, maize, and wheat. And so what we see, even in our industry where we produce specialty oils, even the clients are normally stocked with the standard commodities. So sunflower oil, olive oil, and there are thousands of seeds. The seeds are the life. There is no life with the seeds, and the seeds are important for us because they are a source of proteins and fibers and fats. And these fats need to be the most possible difference. So again, how many of you knows, vegetable oil? If we talk about, maybe we speak about palm oil, like again, olive oil, sunflower oil, canola oil, and whatever, maybe a bit of avocado or grapeseed oil. But all these oils are fully processed. Like today, everybody say, I need to eat less refined product, like, less processed. And so what we start to work with, especially, we collect seeds from all around the world. And especially, we collect those seeds that are coming from those countries. You have some in Caspian region, but there are neglected species like baobab in Africa, or sea buckthorn, that is a special shrubs that grows in the Ahlborn region, where they are source of vitamin C and nutrients. So we are committed to collect those seeds or those raw material and make it turn in oil and protein and fibers. And by using,
what are the challenges that we're facing to source all of these?
Yes, the problem is that we don't know that they exist. There is no information. So in a world that we are all connected, we normally eat what is really easy for us. And that is a big problem, not only because by not collecting those biodiversity, we don't help the forest, to be alive, because we live in the towns, so in the cities, and we more and more abandon the inland, and these places are full of food and very biodiverse, so different species. So these ingredients are important to us to survive more than 100 years, and the quality of what we eat today is really low. So the target is really to be linked together and to be also in a community like these people in the blue zone. They are different, and they share information and look after what you buy, and especially what you eat and even put in the skin. So unfortunately, I cannot tell you the recipe now, but it's important by looking at the range of the oils that we have, around 65 different of vegetable oils. Mainly you don't know maybe the 5% of what we produce. And another story that I can share, like because now it seems like it's impossible to do something. But I live in Genova. I don't know if you know, but it was one of the famous Marinara Republic with Venice, and so we are merchants since 100 years. And in Genoa, in the Liguria, where there is like a nicer coast, we have a lot of mountains. And in these mountains, in Italy we have a lot of hazelnuts. More in Turkey, but a lot of in Italy, the second place in the world where hazelnut grows. And there is a place nearby Genoa that they harvest hazelnut since 1,000 years. And they are the only one slow food hazelnut in the world, 5 species, and they are harvested by people that are 85 years old. That I've been there before Christmas to say hello, and they were like a little house, eating happy and surviving the life. And I just work with these people to collect this hazelnut, and I made a spread like to help them. So you can do something. Just look around you and see what is possible. You know, that's
Thank you, Andre.
Sorry.
If I can pass the microphone to Sasha, because I'd like to talk about the work you do, Sasha, because it's absolutely vital with your expertise and what you're doing in surgery, especially heart surgery, cardiology. You're actually taking that to developing countries, your know-how, and you're sharing that, and that's very important to the SDG of education and empowering them to actually be able to look after what is actually killing a lot of people today in those regions. Please tell us about the work you do.
Thank you. First, I agree with Julia. The emergency on HIV is crucial. In Western Europe, however, we are seeing that HIV patients no longer die of HIV, they die of cardiovascular disease. Because HIV is now a risk factor for cardiovascular disease, in part due to the fact that we give drugs to these patients who promote cardiovascular disease. So the work I do as part of the Eurasia Heart Foundation is we take teams of heart surgeons, anesthesiologists, OR nurses, and we go to areas in the world where there is no heart surgery. We do this first with a humanitarian idea in mind, to go there to save lives, to operate children, to operate adults. I've prepared a couple of slides. I don't know if we can show these. And so that's one part, that's a humanitarian part. The other part is, so I'm speaking on behalf of the Eurasia Heart Foundation, and the Heart Rhythm Center in Zurich is the other, the for-profit branch, which allows us to do this work. Next slide, please. It's non-politic, no politics involved. However, to get licenses, to be able to go to the ORs, we need contacts. And sometimes we also have to bribe people so we can do our work. It's unfortunate. So we have funding challenge. The funding of these projects can be challenging because we have to know where the money goes, and that's a really crucial part. So what's the sustainability and the growth? Next slide will show you a bit more. So now, this is a small movie from the Eurasia Heart Foundation. We have sound with it too, because we have nice music. Press play, please. It shows some images from a recent mission we did in Myanmar. You're making it very suspense. So on these missions, we're about 10 to 15 people every time. So this is a logistical challenge to get everyone going. From the doctors, the nurses, anesthesiologists, we have to bring everything with us, all the instruments. We can't play the video. Okay, so next slide. Unfortunately. So to summarize, we have 120 people who are committed to the Eurasia Heart Foundations. We have done over 4,000 surgeries worldwide, 21,000 patients treated, and we've spent 6 million Swiss francs in funds, which leads to $350 million of worth created if we would have done these procedures in Switzerland. So we're actually number one if we look at the countries, the hospitals, the missions, and the patients treated. And this on the right is the president of the Swiss Confederation, who is heading up, who is a patron of our foundation. So we'd be glad to welcome you all. Eurasia Heart Foundation, you will find us on Google. We're very thankful for donations, but also thankful for some tips on places we can go next. Also interested medical specialists who want to help us go further. But that's the one part, is bringing medicine to the people who need it. Next slide. The next part is the for-profit part. How can I, in my daily medical practice, help people who work in medical fields which are not so developed? So we have, on a fee-for-service basis, we have relationships with industry. We have physicians coming to our centers in Switzerland who are hands-on, who can learn our treatments, our therapies, and whom we can guide. With our networks, we can go there, we can send them, we can help them do the procedures with even FaceTime, with WhatsApp video calls. guide them through indications in whom to do what. The funding is clear. There, it's money which we spend on them and also governments who help us. So it's a whole part of strategic public health counseling, consulting, which I call it. So there's an economic link, and that's why I think why the WEF is so important for us. Next slide. And in regards to cardiovascular care, we are two teams of surgeons and cardiologists who manage to spread out in a small network. We're only 6 doctors, so we manage with these 6 doctors and partners all around the world, universities, to set up these networks. Next. And go bring a smiling face to a child with things we wrap up, echo machines, drugs, unused supplies in the OR. Everything we use in Zurich in the operating theater is sterilized. We take with us again and help other people in a humanitarian fashion. Just want to tell you, you have big device companies who re-sterilize things we use in the OR all over Europe and then sell it to Asian countries. That's also something we must know. But I mean, we pack this stuff up, ship it out, and then also we can bring people to our high-end facilities, and we also have people who will fly in treatments who come from developing countries, and obviously this is a great way to interact the humanitarian, non-profit with the profit part. So this was in short what we do, how we do it, but it's really difficult in this 2-3 minutes to tell you everything.
Exactly.
But our heart is with it, and we really try and bring it to the people who need it the most.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Congratulations on the work you're doing. I would like to put Marsha, if I can give you the voice right now. We are running low on time. We have a very short panel.
I try to be
Thank
very
you.
short.
If you can tell us about the work you're doing in Russia, and why you opened the medical centers, and what are the most significant ailments that you are treating through your center, and some of the technology you're using.
Okay. We started with centers in Moscow, and they are more spa medical centers. So this is all for the prevention for the diseases. So you come, for example, 75% of people who are going to the doctors, the problems they have are psychological stress, according to the stress ailments. That's why you have to do something before you have your burnout, before you take some additional medical pills without going to the doctors. You just know that you can't cope with the problems, with the risks of our absolute busy life today. And we have all not anymore clean minds, because of course we are from the baby life almost. We are having our telephones and iPads in the hand. So it's really a problem. And I think the future is lying in the integral medicine, where we have, for example, the old traditional methods like Chinese medicine. We are speaking here about the producing of absolutely new plants and oils, because it is something coming from nature, and if we do something against it, or for example, we spoke now about the old diseases who are coming back. So we all need real health, and we want all to be healthy, fit for everyday life, and of course we want to be beautiful. But we can be beautiful only if we're healthy. And that's why, for example, we started the centers with flotation, and floating center is something very special, because it is really against stress, against burnout. And it is also, for example, there were a lot of physical, sorry, I tell you now,
will we get a bit more time?
Yeah, 27% of different studies that flotation therapy also
bladder
pressure,
disease,
yeah,
pressure,
and the level of cortisol, this stress hormone.
Yes.
So that's well, if we take all these methods together, it brings a special sort of center.
It makes sense because we're 70% water.
Yeah.
And if we immerse ourselves in water, we relieve stress immediately. It's a harmony to our body. And so it makes sense that the flotation therapy really works. Yeah.
So osteopathy too.
We are
and
running low with time because I don't know if we can have 5 minutes more. But if I can introduce still 2 more people, if I can go to Tian, sorry. Tian, if you can introduce something about Chinese medicine, traditional Chinese medicine to us, and also the herbal medicine that your company is producing.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. It's really a great honor. Thank you, Sharon. And I'm so happy to be here. But you know, the first time I saw this topic, sustainability in health and wellness industry, I feel a little bit panic. You know, my role is responsible for selling, and every day I contact with numbers and the sales, revenues, and how much money we can earn. I'm sorry, my English is quite basic.
It's
I don't
perfect.
know use the,
it's perfect.
Is it okay? I don't know the fancy words and how much percentage raised compared to last year, something like that. I went through the list you sent to me, and it's like some
overwhelming.
Yeah, it's really like by 2030. How to reduce the third premature mortality from non-communicable diseases, or by 2020 have the number of global deaths and injuries from road traffic accident. I'm like, what can I do about this? I'm just doing sales, or from my role, and what should I deal with it? And it should be someone like Julia from UN to handle this very national level word. But on the second thought, I talked to Sharon and Martha, and they are so helpful, supportive. And I feel like I just refreshed about myself, what did we do. And actually, we don't need to just care about the numbers. We have to relate it ourselves with all the goals. Actually, our company have the social responsibility department and responsible for all these things. And but before I didn't think about it, how related, what I care about is the sales numbers. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I hope so. But how to engage ourselves? I just think, you know, I worked in a company to produce the Chinese herbal health product. And in this panel, I introduced myself. And today I met people who said, I met you yesterday. You just do some herbal thing. And that's most people think of me. They don't understand what did I do, especially in China too. Although it's a traditional Chinese medicine, it's a pity that more and more people didn't realize how beautiful it is. It really works. And from my part, and just we organize some public lectures to help them to just know the basic concept of Chinese medicine. Actually, our products are built based on these principles, and it really works very well. I think it's a great fortune. And we organize, I think, more than 10,000 public lectures, and it works very well. And the people learned, you know, the medicine. I think the traditional Chinese medicine is different from the Western medicine. It's mainly because we are more proactive. And Western medicine is somehow reactive. After it happened, you cure it. But it's really cost a lot of money. In China, the healthcare system is not covered very well. And so we have seen, you know, some people from modest families, they saved all life the money and just go to the hospital. And they spend a fortune there. That's their life. So I think it's really good to to provoke a Chinese traditional medicine concept. It's about the daily life. It's about just how you eat, the diet, and this kind of things. Very simple. You don't need to spend a lot of money on it, but you will reward a lot. If time a lot, actually, it works for salespeople. It really engages the salespeople. They love to bring people to go to listen to the lectures, and it's help us to sell the products too. I think it's kind of win-win. If we want to really engage the people, and we need to find some point related to them. And if time allowed, I want to quickly go through. Yeah, please. I just really want to introduce our Chinese traditional medicine concept.
We have a slide to put up?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't show it.
Oh, it didn't come up?
Yeah.
Can we try again?
Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. It's working.
Yeah, actually, it's based on three concepts. Sorry, go back a little bit.
Back one.
On the first page. No, go
one.
Yeah.
Here we are.
The first is optimized tea, and we think if it's very beautiful. It's like a philosophy. We said just if we are strong enough and nobody can invent us, and if we are weak, actually everything could be our enemy. That's the first one. I just go quickly through it.
Because I'm told that we are running out of time, and I've still got one more person to speak.
Okay. So the next slide.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, the second one is balance of yin and yang. Actually, about Chinese culture, everything is about balance. There's no good or bad of which one is better, yin better or yang better. But if it's balance, is the best situation. Like there's a typical yin deficiency. If you lack of yin, there will cause a menopause. Menopause, actually, many women will experience it and emotion situations. But if you have enough yin in your body, you will just pass through these symptoms very smoothly. And the third one, sorry, and this is five elements. This is quite the basic of Chinese culture. It can operate 5 organs, inner organs of our body, which respond to 5 food, fire, earth, metal, and water. And all these elements correspond to other elements, like from the spring, and for example, like this is winter time. People should it could be beneficial for them to raise the kidney and to store a little bit. Don't exercise too much. Like in Davos, it's very cold, and all the sleeves actually very narrow and like needle. But spring, and it's the season for everything to grow. So like in California, the leaves are very big. Actually, it's related to the
Sorry,
okay.
I have to give Daniel a quick moment so that he can help us conclude here. Daniel, sorry about taking up the time.
I have
got a microphone.
Slide, please.
And one slide up there, please.
Just it's a short reflection, but I talk in Spanish better.
Can we have the slide, please? The last one.
Mi reflexión es que para la parte de educación es más importante que los gobiernos y las grandes empresas.
So in my thought process, it's a lot more important for governments and big corporations.
Dejemos de utilizar el foco en el usuario y lo convertamos el usuario en líder de su familia, de su colectivo.
So actually, it's more about engaging the customer so that it's not actually a customer, but he an ambassador. It turns a little bit what she said before, which is it's more about the lifestyle. It's about taking leadership of how you do things.
This slide is show my country is the best in the top, no? But this is not a casualty, but it's a fact about the Mediterranean food, and then the base is olive. and then this is the more important element. These elements have too much polyphenols, and then I think is with education and investigation is better for the new generation. But lo que quiero decir con esto es que la investigación y la educación consigue eliminar los mitos y leyendas en torno a la nutrición, en torno a la salud.
When it comes to health, you can find research that actually corroborates these results.
And that's it.
So it's basically an olive, and one of the things that would join one of the panelists as well is that they're using stuff that is not used when it's processed. So you also deal with the waste, and the waste is now used. So on one side you eliminate the waste, and on the other side you actually take the nutrients from that and turn it into something that can be useful for healthcare.
Thank you so much. I think that we have run out of time. If we can ask for another panel next year, because I think it's an interesting subject. It's the first time we've done this on, yeah, we've got a question as well. So can we have your question?
Called Robin Hood model, where we make money in the West to deliver human societal value in the East or other regions of the world. If yes, how should that be, and do you think there's an opportunity for that?
Thank you very much. Great question. Actually, one of our key priorities is not just to deliver medicines and put people on treatment and then leave the country, but to build capacity. This is at the core of our mandate. We go in and we educate doctors and nurses and governments and their financial medical institutions. We improve their systems so that they can do it themselves. We go in to help with an exit strategy, so that when we leave, the systems, the health systems are in place and can cope with issues going forward. This is at the core of our mandate. And we see an increasing number of governments, developing countries, who are approaching us with their own money, with money that are coming from their national budgets and asking for help. So we actually don't just use the money from the West going to the East or to the developing countries, but we also see a lot of feedback and a lot of interest in our assistance. But thank you for the great question.
Thank you. I'm told we've run out of time.
A short
Yes,
comment.
please.
I will vote for Julia as president. She's my president.
Yes.
I agree with everything.
Thank you.
One important thing is human empowerment. Patients are becoming more and more aware of their own conditions, and this is something we can influence. Diabetes, too little sport, smoking, cardiovascular disease, mental health, all this we can go directly to the patients and get them involved, which will make them better, and they'll make the politicians spend the money on the issues which are important for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasha. I think we're going to have to wrap it up because the next panel's ready, and maybe next time we'll do a bit more. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
just to be very quick and very efficient. The topic, circular economy, is a very, very actual topic, but it's also a very old concept. It's not new in history, it's not new in philosophy. I think it's very important to understand how, what do we mean when we talk about circular economy. And I would like to start about that with Pankaj, Professor Pankaj. Thank you.
Okay, before coming, because this topic is very traditional and very old, so before coming to the topic, what is circular economy, I would like to give you a very exact, practical, like what happened in my experience. I am coming from the north part of the India. I'm coming from the village part. And I used to sleep with my grandfather. And he used to have a very small toolbox with himself all the time. And he used to use the products. And he used to repair them. And those products were so made at that point of time that they were built to the last. So even though when my grandfather died, we had this fight that who will be holding this whole what products in the grandchildren's. So the products, how they have been built, how they have been used is very important in the circular economy. And when we're coming back to the circular economy, we have to understand what is happening in the world. The world is not only going to the cultural changes right now. The world is changing, having the technological innovations. And as we are growing up, as my generations, we are growing in the 90s, we have seen, I think, a lot of technological innovations in this world. And coming back to the world and coming back to the human nature, if you see the human nature, there's one professor, Yuval Harari, of Israel, and he always mentioned that what is peculiar about the human nature is adaptability. That we adapt to the certain kinds of technology is coming into this world so fast that we even understand and we do not even understand what's happening to the impact of that technology. Now coming back to the circular economy, that what is the state of economy right now we are going through, this is called the linear economy. As we all know, this is what we take, make and dispose. That's what we are doing in this. Also sometimes that we are taking the plastic cups, we're drinking the water and then disposing of to the recycling.
Silence, please. Thank you.
So what is happening in the linear economy and what are the needs? Because the topic of our right now, this is needs and opportunities besides going to the circular economy. So what is important that there is a problem in each and every phase. So when we take out, so when we are taking the more resources than actually producing it, there is a problem. When we are making them, there is a problem. How we are making them. And when we are disposing them, that's causing a waste. So there is a problem in each and every phase. So I think the very basic concept of we don't just need to circulate that linear line. We have to shorten this also. That we have to take out the less resources and we have to go down on the waste side also. And when we're talking about getting the circular linear economy shorter and then the circulated, that will be, I think, the best idea to go to the circular economy. And apart from this, if you say the topic of ours is needs and opportunities, and the needs, as we know, the circular economy is a means to achieve the sustainable development goals. This is not the end. This is what many people think, that circular economy is it the end. If you behave like this, if you think like this, if you act like this will be the end. No. The circular economy is a means to achieve the sustainable development goals. And coming back to the opportunities, now because we are now in the World Economic Forum, and we have to think something on the economic perspectives also. We just need not to give the abstract idea of what is circular economy and how we are going through this. There's something because people are sitting here because they have made the wealth out of their economic prosperity because of this circular economy. If you look to the opportunities, I think right now the word would be this: the waste is the wealth. And how do I say this? There's one. I want to give you a very good report last year, which we got in the European Union, that India is right now making a 5.2 million ton of e-waste. This is what smartphones we have. And many of us may be collecting the smartphones and back home, not giving back to the company. This is also bad. But since we're throwing back our laptops, we are throwing back our smartphones after using, this is also a waste, e-waste. And there is opportunity for the companies to go to the India right now and make a $2.5 billion out of this because the precious metals are going out from this e-waste. So if there's a company go out and take out the precious metal after this e-waste, they can make the $2.5 billion and 1.4 million jobs. So there are opportunities also, and there's a need of that hour also for the circular economy. So I would say that the basic concepts remain always the same, but how do we change it? How do we adapt it to the present scenario? This is very important.
Professor at the University of New Delhi, and now Harald Kag, Managing Partner, International Capital Partner. So talking about circular economy, are we talking just words, or there is more than words?
No, I think there are a lot of opportunities. And I actually want to say it's exactly the way how Professor Chaudhry mentioned it. We have to look into the opportunities, what we can create out of current product life circles of products which have increasing product life circle, and the finishing of these products into waste, and the reusage of products and the waste, so that we can utilize to the maximum our resources on this limited planet. This is in a nutshell the task we have to look into the future, I think. And there is not one way how it should be done. There are so many different ways how it can be done, and it's actually connected to all our appearance. Maybe we had even in the childhood where we felt something is going wrong here. If we just think about that we produce refrigerators in a time frame which was before lasting. I'm coming from Germany. We had these famous companies like Bosch and Miele, and we were so proud that we can build a refrigerator which is lasting for 30 years or even for the full lifetime, and then it's going down to a time frame of a product life cycle of only 6 years and then decreasing to 4 years, and that can't be the solution. We have to have a different understanding how we are producing, designing products, and that might have even an impact on our understanding how the future society will be incentivized. Because, of course, that has a financial and that has a social impact on the human beings living in this environment, and everybody is in fear of losing their jobs, and it means a substantial impact in their daily lives. And I think when we talk about the digitization is the challenge of the future, I think it's totally different. I think it's actually to think about the future of circular economy, and as Professor Bangash mentioned, it's not one loop you do. You go in a consistent, steady way forward, looping every circle and trying to strive to get the best out of your natural resources on this planet for the good of the human beings. That's my thoughts to circular economy.
Let's move forward with, thank you, Harald. Boris Eicher, CEO of Open Mineral AG, Swiss company. As Homo economicus, I would say, okay, it's just a matter of efficiency, isn't it?
Well, you can actually combine things, right? In order to get the private sector to participate, you have to make it about profitability, right? So in this case, you don't have to rely on the government actions. You don't have to come up with all the big words. You can actually do it tangibly with willing partners. So just to give you the example, because I think that works the best, e-waste that was mentioned here. Multiple smelters around the world recover e-waste. They build up the circuits for that. So, for example, in Europe, Arubis, Umicore are very good at recovering, and I think the numbers are actually above $2.5 billion in the value of the precious metals that they recover from electronic scrap. And so what you need to do is basically combine the opportunities to make it profitable. So it's not only about the efficiency, it's about profitability. And then the private sector finds the ways to make that more efficient. And what we have done in order to help that, we have created an online platform where we digitize the information about all the metallurgical plants around the world, so we understand who is capable of recovering which element. And that allowed us not just to work with the e-scraps, which is obvious, it's a precious metals. That's easy, a lot of people are trying to recover. You can actually go to the more scrap material. You can go to the old tailings, reprocessing the old tailings, right? Helping the environment, and at the same time, making the profit.
I think that we have to remind to all our guests that we are in the Caspian Week pavilion. So it's very important also to give accent to give a focus on the Caspian region. That's why I think it's important to have the very interesting view of Helen Tepliskaya. She's an advisor to the chairman and CEO of Sberbank. Sberbank knows very well all the Caspian region. I think that your opinion, your perspective is very important about the region. Thank you, Helen.
With this kind of an introduction, it's very easy to satisfy the audience, not exceeding the expectations, but I'll try my very best. I think, it's not optional for us to engage in circularity, because this is what de facto circular economy is. We are in the survival mode, and there are no ifs anymore. It's just a matter of recognition and stop being like a straws, like hiding from reality. So we have to adjust to the new rules of the game. And Sberbank, as I mentioned earlier today, we have 300,000 employees and 151 million clients. So when we start from ourselves, and when we use less paper, and we use recycled paper, be it for printing, be it for hygienic needs, we all like quality, but when we start from ourselves and recognize, we decrease consumption of electric power, we try to be much more energy efficient, we think about how we consume water, and I think this is what we can share through education. This is what we have to do to engage what we earlier discussed. I don't like stakeholders as a term. We're people. And I think that if we find the right language in the Caspian region or globally to appeal to people in different languages, in different ways, finding channels of proper communication to instill the desire to participate in circularity, it will happen. So our sustainability, our livelihood depends on this. So my belief is circularity is not a choice. It's a prerequisite for our survival. And Sberbank is ecologically very conscious. We do it ourselves, and we support charities that support ecological development, not just at the level of cleaning, but promoting it. We support hackathons. I don't know if everyone here knows, probably you all know. We work with the school children, we work with college students. This is where it starts. So I'm very grateful for the invitation, and I humbly hope that our gathering today will contribute to circularity.
You said prerequisites for survival, for our survival. So it's interesting to have an example of what's happening also in other countries. Talking about Zambia, we have in Africa, we have Sven Hefner. He's a CEO of 30 Capital, based in Lusaka, Zambia. Thanks for the silence. Thank you a lot. And Sven, what's happening in Zambia? Is also this concept of circularity, of circular economy, a topic, actual topic?
I think we start at the word survival. A lot of people in Zambia are trying to survive, which is a total different aspect to where we are here today. Meaning, fight for food, really basic needs, covering them. Now, if we take it maybe a step forward into the take, make, and dispose aspect, a lot of natural resources are ultimately taken, they're shipped to Europe, to China, US, and then when the products are old, let's say a 20-year-old car, it's going to be disposed in Africa again, which is not necessarily the best way of doing things. It may expand the lifespan of a car or of an asset, but it doesn't really ultimately bring any added value to the circular economy. Now, on the other side, we are in a state where economies are growing. They're growing fast, populations are growing, and they're growing from a low level, which means we actually can be much, much more positive in many of the business models we start implementing. And it is a topic, it's a big topic, whether it comes from the agricultural side, whether it goes into various other parts of the economy. The longevity of the product is definitely an advantage. The throwaway economy exists to a certain extent, but to a certain extent, I mean, plastic bottles are thrown away onto the roadside. Plastic bags have been banned. So it starts slowly, but it's probably a process where we can, in a bigger picture, help and work together in that growth phase to really instill the models from an early day rather than trying to be running behind the curve. I think that's how I see it.
I think that it's important now also to introduce a little bit also Christian. Thank you for also your presence. Talking about circular economy, we are also talking about very relevant principles like the idea of the regeneration of natural systems. You are active actually in the soft commodities trading. You developed, your company developed a platform talking about rice. Please tell us also a little bit about how technology, how the most modern technology are somehow considering sustainability, considering also all these very, very actual topics.
Exactly. It's a little bit funny. When you think about circular economy, you think about materials, you think about refrigerators, cars, and electronics. And now I'm going to speak about food, actually. And I'm speaking about the largest food commodity in the world. It's a $450 billion market, actually, rice. So we are the first company which produces a digital marketplace for connecting buyers and sellers for buying and selling rice, exporters and importers all across the world. And over the last 30 years, the international rice trade has increased fivefold. And that has many reasons. One of the reasons is, of course, also climate change, because we have droughts and floods in different areas, and we have whole harvests which are destroyed. And then a country like the Philippines in 2018, they had a loss of 250,000 hectares of rice, so they had to import rice as a kind of an emergency. And how are we doing this? First of all, we are creating a digital platform in a very inefficient market to increase the efficiencies and bring buyers and sellers and also all the service providers like insurance companies, banks, shipping companies, and inspection companies to ensure the quality and the provenance. Also have traceability solutions to trace back the origin of the rice. And we, in terms of sustainability, maybe you know that agriculture is one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. Especially rice is under subdued water conditions. So in the water, we have a decay of the organic matter, and that produces methane gas. So it's about 10% of the methane gas emissions worldwide, which rice is contributing to. And we are working with the United Nations convened Sustainable Rice Platform. And the Sustainable Rice Platform sets some regulations for sustainability. And it's very important that we have a mechanism, and our platform can provide this mechanism. So we use blockchain, and we can record all the transactions in smart contracts. We use a private permission blockchain, and we work actually with Fujitsu, the Japanese company, with their European blockchain center. And I can maybe later explain a little bit more. In terms of circular economy, there's a lot of food waste and loss, especially in cereals and rice, and some of it is burned, which again contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, and some of this is just given back into the economy. So in some countries there are examples that the rice straw, for example, is used to make beautiful handcrafted products, and that's more in the developing world. So yeah, this is a little bit about our project. And
thank you. Before open to questions, I know that Boris has to leave because we started in delay. You have less than 1 minute to convince me about the fact that also digitalization is somehow considering, is supporting this kind of concept, the circular economy concept. 50.
That's a very tough sell, but I'll try to do that. Again, I'm looking from private perspective, right? So the question is, can you create an additional value with digitizing stuff? So one approach that has been mentioned is you digitize all, for example, all documents, you get the quotes from the logistics, suppliers, surveyors, and that adds the efficiency, reduces the cost. So that's one way. The problem is you need to create the whole ecosystem. Very, very difficult to do in the reality. Opaque industry, no one is interested in changing the ways they're operated, right? They want the consistency, they want the reliability. So what is the other way? One thing that we have done when we digitized every single product raw material, we have discovered that you can actually blend different types of the raw materials of the ores together, where 1 + 1 is equal more than 2. And so you get the benefits of digitizing, creating the algorithms that calculate the value of any type of the random, weird scrap materials, raw materials, and the combination of them adds additional value. So where it helps you, then everybody, of course, is interested in your solution, because that's a real profitability, and the percentage of profitability is very significant.
We don't have much time left, so I open to questions. Please, questions and not statements, please.
I have a question about...
Wait.
Mircea Davidescu, Fair Square Financial from the United States. I have a question regarding sustainability in the circular economy. We're talking a lot about reuse, but a topic that also comes up a fair bit is reduction in consumption, which I think is a lot harder to, let's say, market to the general populace. Yeah, and especially actually to countries that are just now trying to achieve the levels that we are here. Yes. What do you think about that, the role of that in developing sustainability?
Thanks. That's clear. And who? Helen, please.
Well, I can. One of the trends that are emerging is actually artificial food. When less meat, for example, natural meat is consumed, we're talking less waste, less energy, and so on. But there is this prejudice, which is natural. I recently was in the Silicon Valley, and I was forced to try artificial meat. And I can tell you that maybe I'm not a big meat eater per se, but it took a significant effort for me to try this meat. But I think this is a trend, and a decrease of consumption is one direction, and substitution with artificial products that have the same kind of nutritional value and taste the same, but they are artificial, which of course is impossible to achieve without digitalization, is one of the trends. Of course, there could be lighter cars, there could be less resources consumed, but artificial food is the new trend that I would like to bring to your attention and collectively discuss if this is the way to go.
Harold and Sven.
Yes. Maybe I adjust a little bit also, because we have to change the love to certain things, like the love to our meat, to our beef, and maybe also, because I'm coming from Germany, the love to our cars. So when we talk about usability patterns of how to use individual cars, maybe we should think about in the near future that we just create carpools, which we are sharing in between each other, no matter what kind of brand we are using, if it's an Audi or Mercedes or Volkswagen, as long as it's a German car, it's fine. No, of course, I mean, of course we have Toyotas, etc. But anyhow, I think that goes down really into our heart and our relationship with certain things, products, like beef, meat, cars, and other products.
Sven?
That's what I want to contribute.
Thank you, Sven.
Very similar. Coming from Zambia, and spending a bit of time in Europe. In Berlin, many people don't own things anymore. They step out of the house, they have their app, they see where is the next car parked, they jump in the car, park it again, and off they go. And that's obviously the sharing economy and technology enabled, I think, is a massive shift which is just started. In some places probably less than in others. I don't think it will work everywhere, but in bigger metropolitan areas, etc., I think the ownership of assets will decrease definitely over time.
Christian, and then please, Christian.
It's a very good point, actually, degrowth and consuming less. And in order to consume less, we have to produce products which have more endurance and longevity and higher quality. So you have an iPhone or something like this. So every 2 years or every year there's a new iPhone coming. And when the new iPhone comes, your old iPhone drains out of battery very quickly. So you are actually urged to buy a new one. So if we can somehow create products, and not only the products but also the service and the software for the products, which comes with updates regularly, and not only for these kind of products but also for fashion, for example, that we can wear clothes longer, we can drive cars longer, we can share cars, then we create automatically less consumption.
Pankaj? I think because we are young, because when the iPhone 12 will come, we definitely will change that iPhone 12 and we will definitely change for iPhone 11. My point is that rather than making the battery long-lived, why don't we change because I'm teaching law, so why don't we change the ownership laws? Why don't we just give the iPhone to you and just say you are a user. You are not the owner of that iPhone. So if I give you as a user of the iPhone, you will go back and you will get some money of your old iPhone and giving back the new iPhone. That's a better view. And coming back to the clothes also, because there's a tradition coming in the eastern part of Europe, which I was visiting the Finland and the Sweden, which I also think most of the countries should also adopt, because the fashion is something which is coming around and around. So there's nowadays a second-hand clothing apparels, clothing the stores are coming up. So even though and this is also like a vintage. This is also like opportunity coming on the circular economy. Now I'm having a coat which may be 45 years old. That's maybe having a value which cannot be expressed in the money. So this is something which opportunity coming up with the circular economy. And coming with this, so I would say that do not say no to the new technologies. Do not say no to there was something new coming up, the technical innovations coming up. We just had to see that what are the ways to get disposed into the very renewable source of type of clean energy. That when we are disposing the old iPhone, because that's what I've said. Our goal is not to make a linear kind of economy to the circular. The main first aim should be shorter than the linear economy. Produce less and produce less waste. And that's how we're going to do. If we have the less cobalt, suppose that we have the smartphones. I give you another example of, suppose we have a lighting within our room, might be coming from some other company. But when we go and purchase a bulb, it will be like what the legal status of that? You're an owner, we are giving you a bulb. Rather than, if I give you, okay, I'm giving you a service of lighting. How about that? When you end that bulb, you go back and give back that bulb, and this is only a service of lighting you're paying, not for the bulb. So if you new technology of the new LED light, something coming up, so you go back and you give back that particular product and get back the new. So I think because we are coming as a new, so I think that we should not say no to the technology.
Any other questions? Otherwise, a very quick final statement to all of our speakers. Starting from Boris, then I know you have to leave.
The world is changing. We are all embracing that, right? And I think we actually need to make sure that we are focusing not only on only impact, but making sure that there are tangible benefits that come out of that. And then the pace of the embracing the change will be much faster.
I believe in a butterfly effect. And if each of us starts beginning today being more thoughtful about circularity, we already will contribute to the environment and to achievement of SDG goals. But let's be less formal. Let's start from ourselves. Let's spread this and turn this into a new faith. Because without faith, without feelings and dedication, we will not achieve there, and our survivability will not be as probable anymore.
Yeah, I can only follow this statement. And we really need a cross-cultural, cross-country collaboration. And we need to do anything we can to bridge cultural differences and to see any kind of opportunity where we can see some similarities and some approaches where we can work together on things. And if we are sitting on such kind of panel, for example, we are exchanging ideas. We're exchanging ideas with the audience. And hopefully it reaches to some inspiration, and the inspiration translates into action. That's what is also the topic here of the World Economic Forum, that we need to go to action from 2020, because now it's not very much time left. So we need to act.
I think we shouldn't be afraid of stigmatization. It sounds like really hand-knitted if we talk about the circular economy, but it has an economical aspect to it as well. If we look at it from the economical side and then embrace the rest with it, I think there's many opportunities. So there's not only negatives about it. It takes work, it takes effort, but there can be also a lot of positives that come from it. And I think that's what we should focus on.
Yes. I think I can contribute very much to this brilliant statement which we already heard, but I just want to give that advice. Just look positively into the future and enjoy the potential which is created out of this massive change process. Take it as a change and try to get the best out of it.
We started with Professor Pangaj and we finish with you, with your last statement. Thanks.
So I think the very basic thing that human has survived over the centuries in this civilization, and we will, I think for us as a young, I think we will survive. The very thing which we have to recognize again is the concept of adaptability. It's just that we have to adapt to something new which is coming up, and we have to recognize that. This is what I have to say in the end. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you all our speakers.
Business Development Officer at Miromiko from Zurich. And then we just have another guest joining us right now. We haven't been introduced yet. Your name is?
Farhan Al-Farhan.
Wonderful. And you are the head of mission from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from Geneva. Please come a little bit closer because we are only 4 right now. We're still waiting for Kairat Kalimbetov, Governor of Astana International Financial Center, who might not be around yet, but he's more than welcome to join us in a bit. Lovely gentleman. You can exchange cards later because we have something to talk about, which is the 4th Industrial Revolution. So, in the Caspian region, obviously, that is also very, very important. I would like to ask you, first of all, Hans, the 4th Industrial Revolution has been a topic at the World Economic Forum already last year, the year before, 3 years ago. It's kind of a fancy title, but what does it actually mean?
Well, it's as we move away from the previous revolutions, which allowed us to evolve from riding animals to driving cars and mass-producing products and so on, and now going into an area where we have a completely new dimension of artificial intelligence, of biotechnology, and of interoperability of these different technologies that come together that pose or that offer a large amount of opportunities, but also pose a substantial amount of threats when it comes to particularly artificial intelligence, IoT, and so on, and how artificial intelligence is used on IoT platforms and so on. And I think for the Caspian region, it's a fantastic opportunity to accelerate some of the processes that they need to accelerate, which in the past would have taken them decades, which can now be accomplished in years.
Which we'll get back to in a minute. Jacob, where do you see the 4th Industrial Revolution in the Caspian region? And what kind of opportunities do you see in specific?
Well, to say the truth, actually, we are facing currently, for us, the 4th revolution actually already started. It's not something, a buzzword that we are talking about and we say it might come. There is a success story within Switzerland currently that we started with IoT use cases, where we partnered with the different industrial key players. For us, we brought the whole industrialization from China back to Switzerland. We are price competitive in manufacturing. For us, the opportunity that we see in the Caspian region is that it actually does not make sense to produce long-term in China. We can bring automatization back to the place where hardware or solutions are needed. That's for us the 4th revolution of the industry. That's actually what we are targeting in the Caspian region.
Dr. Al-Farhan, for Saudi Arabia, where do you see the biggest potential in terms of investments maybe in the Greater Caspian region?
Thank you. First of all, if you look in Saudi track in this area, we are the 5th station in the 4th Industrial Revolution. And they started in 2017, 16, correct me if I'm wrong. And by 2019 we are in. And in reality we have smart city like Neom, the coming city Amala. We're investing almost $1 trillion in these cities. We have the potential in the long term, according to our Vision 2030, that 70% of our population beyond 30 years old. So that means we have a great future to achieve a lot. Plus, we have the same potential as Caspian region because we all have the most, powerful deposit of natural resources. So that means it's not about we're gonna go to take loans from banks. We have the wealth. We can do anything we look for in the future.
Would you say that oil and gas and smart cities are the key focus areas for Saudi in the Caspian region then?
No. This is the biggest misunderstanding to keep play about the Gulf region, for example, or the Caspian region that we rely on oil and gas.
Tell us
we
what
look
your plans
forward
are.
for all this innovation, technology. We invest in this in order to reduce consumption of oil and gas and use technology to produce more sustainable economy, sustainable environmental friendly, all these elements. This is something, if you allow me to say it, is a dogmatic approach. And that's why if you see our G20 approach is opportunity for 21st century, for everyone, not only for Saudi Arabia or for the Caspian.
Hans, if we look into the future, which specific technologies should be developed in this fourth industrial revolution? Is it blockchain, cryptocurrencies, AI? Where do you see the biggest opportunities?
Well, I wouldn't point out a particular technology, but I would like to point out, as you mentioned so correctly, I think data is the new oil. And you and the region, you have a tremendous opportunity to move from the oil industry into the data industry. But that's where the problem also starts, because in my particular field of interest, which is illicit trade and counterfeiting, anti-counterfeiting, and developing technologies that can help curb what today is a $4.2 trillion cost to the global economy. It's about the size of the GDP of Germany. That heavily finances terrorism and criminal activities and remains a main enabler of corruption. These are the issues that we can address and curb very quickly and very efficiently with the use of appropriate technologies that exist today, and start generating unprecedented data that can then help us move forward and address these issues proactively. I mean, returning $4.2 trillion into the legitimate economy on a global scale is something that can be achieved, but we're not tackling it correctly yet. And that's something where the region can be very proactive, Saudi as well as the Caspian region, in showing actually the world that they can do that in a much faster pace than other regions can.
I've lived in the GCC for 5 years in Dubai and Yemen and Qatar and so on. Do you think that it's a GCC issue that you can solve this by yourself, or would you like to get more stakeholders involved, work with UN, other governments around the world to tackle some of these illicit issues?
I think if you follow the news in Davos, you can see the first day almost our entire government sit with the Swiss and they have a discussion and all reflect your statement, because you cannot act alone. You have to have trusted and successful partners. And I can quote Minister Maurer when he was in Riyadh in FII in October. He said in Switzerland, you have trust and quality. So this is the right partner, for example, for us in Saudi Arabia or GCC countries.
Shekeb, do you concretely work on these issues in the Caspian region, or what kind of projects are you developing there right now? Can you explain and detail a little bit more?
Well, we are actually building technology hubs currently, or we have already built with South America, with North America, with China. So whenever I fly to China, I fly over the Caspian region, and I'm just wondering what is actually below there. So no, we are not doing that, but our goal is to play transparent, as my colleague just said. We have to find the right partners in the local markets, because the complexity of the systems that we are creating with this fourth industrial revolution, we cannot handle it alone. We need the right competences in the right fields.
So from a human skill point of view, what kind of talents are you looking for? Do they need to have an amazing startup? Do they have to have the best CV, the longest CV in the world? Do they need to have the right connections? If somebody in the room, would like to maybe apply for a job, what are you looking for?
Well, amazingly, when I came here and was listening to the first presentations, I was just going back in time what we did in the last 3 years within Switzerland, because currently we are market leader within the IoT field. One of the colleagues presenting here, the startup on 3D printing, let's say, we are actually using these technologies here to do fast prototyping, fast proof of concepts within Switzerland. So I wouldn't not go big, I would start small and then scale it up locally.
Is it so challenging to find local talent because there's a lack to foreign capital as well? Or do you basically go to those countries and employ headhunters or explore the markets yourself? Or is it at international forums like the WEF or other big exhibitions, technology forums where you look for these talents?
Just in order to give you an example, what we did in Ecuador, we started to cooperate with a first partner. We started it on a small scale. We organized a small conference on the Chamber of Commerce just to gather some interest. And now so this year we will be organizing with the same partner the biggest LoRaWAN and IoT conference, just to gather more interest. So what we will do is we will focus probably on one partner which has, let's say, most of the synergies. It can also be the national communication provider, like we do that here in Switzerland with Swisscom. But the interesting thing is actually, I hope you can find me on LinkedIn. Whenever you see a synergy, please contact me. We are playing open and transparent here.
You'll be overwhelmed afterwards.
Hopefully.
Hans, yes, please.
No, just a comment on that, because I also lived in Abu Dhabi for 9 years. So,
right, we might have crossed paths already.
Exactly, and I think that there is also a problem of awareness. People don't, I'm not selling Abu Dhabi here or the region, but I think there's been a fundamental investments in technology and in hubs to promote technology, and we see Saudi now doing the same also. I would dare to say beyond any other region on the world, the investments that are being made today are substantial and will certainly bear the fruits. People do not know very often what it means living in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi. I prefer Abu Dhabi personally, and I can see that I visited from all of these years. I visited Riyadh for the first time this summer. It was a little bit warm, but still very pleasant. But it's certainly going in a very similar direction now, which means that you're creating environments where any talent will feel comfortable living there. I finally, just to give you an example, I finally convinced a couple with their family of Swiss friends that have never visited UAE. They went a couple of months ago, and they came back, and they're still talking about it. So
absolutely, it's all about
breaking
those stereotypes for sure. Yes. And I'm not so worried about the Gulf Arab region when it comes to this digital gap. But when I was in Africa last September, we're trying to build an impact hub in Dar es Salaam. And Eastern Africa is kind of off side when it comes to startups and investments for young businesses and so on. So I was not just worried about the increasing wealth gap, but also the digital gap. So how can certain countries catch up with this? What kind of advice could you share, for example, Dr. Al-Farhan, when it comes to countries that might not be on that fast track yet, like Saudi, when it comes to developing those infrastructures?
Look,
that don't have the same access to capital, right?
No. If you're talking about access, as long there is youth, as long there is future and progress and development. So that means regardless, is it wealthy country or poor country? Because the youth are the future. They are the real assets.
But how can they be the future when there is no money?
Yeah, exactly. So then if there is no money, then this is the responsibility of international community to come and support those who are in need. Saudi Arabia, for example, support a lot of countries through a lot of activities, education and structure, healthcare. I'll give you example. I was posted in Zambia until 3 years ago, and then they find out the most terrible thing is about the mortality in labor, birth, and children and women. So we built the entire huge hospital for the Zambians just to make sure that this is not to continue to cause atrocity to the country. And I don't like to talk about these things because this is something to do it for a humanitarian side. But when you come to investment, future, IT, fourth industrial revolution, this is the real future. Because if you don't equip your young people now with these tools, they will be unemployed in the long term. Then this is where you have the big problem.
Jacob, you're working in the Caspian region. How do you raise funding and how difficult is it?
Well, maybe I misexpressed myself. We hopefully will start soon.
So how are you raising funding then?
Well, I would say money alone is not solving all issues. Money will solve some of the issues, but we have to surely bring the technology first here. And then, since we have, let's say, access to a big network in the background, we have to create awareness, as you say nicely, and gather the interest of the international, let's say, investors in this region. But you have to start from somewhere. So you cannot just gather a lot of money in this place and hope that something will happen. This is not happening.
You mentioned the dangers and the risks before, Hans. When it comes to money laundering, illicit money flows and so on, trafficking, what are you the most worried about?
I think the one thing I'm worried about is that the growth continues. We're reaching scales today, as I said, in 2013, the same organization, which is the ICC, it's a little bit different than other organizations. The numbers vary a lot, but in 2013, the economic impact on a global scale of counterfeiting alone, not illicit trade, was 1.7 trillion. So this went from 2013 to now 4.2 trillion. I like the 2013 number also, the 1.7 trillion, because it's the exact same amount than all defense budgets of the world combined. Now, you mentioned the need to, first of all, the fundamental issue for me in the fourth industrial revolution is integrity of data. And how do you protect that data? And how do you generate data that can be trusted and is reliable and is not extrapolated or doesn't come from algorithms? Because if we build in that data into artificial intelligence, then we're doomed for life because it will stay there for a very long time. We also have the risk that the individuals that want to become the ethnical gatekeepers of data and data integrity maybe do not have any integrity themselves, so they have a huge challenge there. But to just address quickly the financing issues, I keep coming back to counterfeiting, but you do have 4.2 trillion on the table. That's a lot of money for African countries to stimulate growth, education, to build new technologies. We just need to be creative. And as I always say, people ask me, what technology? I said, forget about the technologies. All the technology is out there. What we need is political will. And once we get that, you can start building a lot of financial resources to cover the inequality that you see today in some of the areas.
And talking about finance, I have the pleasure to introduce now Kairat Kalimbetov. He's the governor of the Astana International Financial Center from Kazakhstan. So the topic, yes, let's applaud him. Fantastic. The topic is the fourth industrial revolution in the Caspian region, right? At the Astana Financial Center, what are you doing when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, digitization, new technologies, and so on? How are you basically improving and elevating your financial system to a new high? Do you want to pass the microphone? We share on this stage.
Thank you very much. It's great opportunities to share what we are doing in Kazakhstan. I think in a broader context, let's say, the Caspian region, but also like Central Asia, is a landlocked region. We are now struggling yet with the connectivity, to build physical connectivity to connect us to the rest of the world. I think in these terms, the recent initiative Belt and Road was very helpful, with the idea to connect Chinese market to European, towards Eastern and Western European markets, to build this land bridge. So this is from one side. And I think also in the context of the upcoming fourth industrial revolution, is very much important to this region, like to many other regions, not to be left behind. I mean, now we realize that now what is going on now in terms of the moving towards the new technologies is something which distinct very soon the many countries between each other, many continents between each other, if we will not do anything, if we will not prepare it to this. And in these terms, I think, especially in Central Asia, Kazakhstan has their own responsibility. We are 2/3 of the Central Asian economy, so we are leading economy, and I think that the most prepared economy for the leapfrog in terms of what we see that the new technologies allow us to leapfrog to many dimensions. So we have a programs which we call Digital Kazakhstan. So we're trying to prepare like a classically, let's say, to prepare economy, society, to prepare business community to really to use all of these new tech dimensions. The breaking news today is that we sign up with the World Economic Forum. The letter of intent that this year we will create the affiliate center for the fourth industrial revolution. So the idea, we understand that the World Economic Forum has a network of such centers in India, in China, in San Francisco, just to understand what's going on in different dimensions in terms of AI, blockchain, e-trade. It's especially very much important for Kazakhstan with the idea to be connected. And back to the Astana International Financial Center.
It was established in July 2018, right?
Yes, it was first time launched in 2018. Just a small background is that it's very much similar which was done recently in the Middle East, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, like a legal and regulatory financial enclave, which is based on English common law jurisdiction. But what we decided is that if we're going to build the regional financial hub, so there is no, it shouldn't be just like a traditional hub, which was countries built in 80s and 90s with just traditional financial industries like banking, insurance, and capital markets. But it should be something new. And we create like a holistic ecosystem which consists from two ecosystems, from two subsystems. One is a traditional financial institution. The other one is a so-called startups community, is a tech community, which is new companies which are building the new technologies. And we also have a special regulatory authorities, and we have a so-called sandbox mechanism, which is allowed to test for regulation authorities the new technologies just to build the new risk models. So the idea, again, to connect with like a West in East Coast in United States. So something like this we're trying to do in AAFC.
Well, first of all, congratulations on your partnership with the WEF. That's great. And we also understand why you were running late and why you're sitting on the Fourth Industrial Revolution panel. Let me ask you, how easy or difficult is it to attract foreign companies to set up also in the Astana Financial Center? And are you planning to ease regulations to attract more foreign capital and investments?
Yeah. I think first of all, we have a special legal and regulatory regime. In order to protect this regime, it was even amendments to the Constitution of Kazakhstan, which is allowed to create in the city of Nur-Sultan special enclave. So it means that we study the best practice, we study the best regulation practice globally. We've seen what was done in London, Singapore, Dubai, Hong Kong, and we choose the best chapters of this legislation for the financial institutions. But our financial center is not only for the financial institutions, it's also for the other tech companies, which we are providing them particularly tax preferences. And so in order to protect any kind of investment, we also create this system of the dispute resolution authorities, which consists from the independent court and international arbitration center. So it means whatever happened with the business in Kazakhstan, we will protect any kind of deals and transactions through these dispute resolution authorities. We will regulate if needed, if regulation needed. We will regulate the financial institutions, again, based on best practice in Singapore and in London. And we will provide opportunities to be capitalized, to be funded through different mechanisms. One is the capital markets. We create new stock exchange jointly with NASDAQ and Shanghai Stock Exchange. So it's a big hub for the capital markets. And the second is a direct investment, which is, again, we opening the opportunities to invest to Kazakhstan, but through Kazakhstan to entire Central Asia. And in recent news in Central Asia is opening up economy in Uzbekistan, which is opening the market 55 million people. In the next 15 years, it will be around 100 million people.
Now, Hans Schwab here to my right, he's the CEO of Origin All. Actually, I need to ask you also, are you related to Klaus Schwab, the web founder?
Yes, I am. Nephew.
How?
Nephew.
Wonderful. Congratulations. I don't know if you had any
Born
deal
into
in the
it, I didn't do
making with
anything.
Astana Financial Center, but you don't look very similar, Hans. That sounds all very good, the initiative of the Astana Financial Center, but from your legal regulatory perspective, is enough being done, or could you maybe give some more advice to Kairat over there?
No, I wouldn't dare giving him advice. I think that would be a little bit...
But some tips, maybe.
But,
we can always improve.
But it's, for me, legislation is absolutely key. We just need to decide in this new world, where does legislation start and where does it end?
Over-regulation has been such a headache since the global financial crisis.
Exactly, and learning from the past. If we look at, again, I keep bringing it back to my expertise, which is the anti-counterfeiting. What was one of the big issues there is that governments did implement legislation, but then they went all the way to actually imposing and choosing particular security solutions, or benefiting a single solution on an industry sector. Inherently, that brings in corruption to the country. So what you're doing is you're trying to address illicit trade with illicit practices, and I think these are opportunities that can be avoided in the future. By no means can I say, or would I say, that legislation is not important. There is a point where legislation needs to end and where the dialogue with the private sector needs to begin, which in this particular case was not just the case, not only in the region, but across the world.
Shekeb, as you are about to enter that region, the Caspian region, have you been worried about corruption? Have you been encountering corruption? Or, how did you deal with this, or has it not come to your mind at all? You're just doing business.
Well, we are pretty technology driven. It means by the end of the day, we need a trustable partner in the market that we rely on them. And since we build whatever new market we enter, we build it on a small scale. And we are not worried. I mean, we are always talking about young people driving the economy. I'm sitting here. Hopefully we create something that will disrupt the world. For us, the fourth revolution in industries is disrupting of whatever is well established. And hopefully we create efficiencies and all together.
Kairat.
Yeah, I just would like it in terms of regulation. So we now have a big kind of world which is influenced from the opinions of the regulation authorities. And so usually there are two types of regulation authorities. One is a business friendly, try and be pro-tech or pro-business oriented, and just trying to test the new technologies. So in past, usually regulators are prohibiting everything, or at least they are left behind the growth of the technologies. I think the kind of the gold middle, the truth in a gold middle. So you should just realize that from one side, you should not stop the new businesses to come. From the other side, you should protect the consumers or markets from any type of risk which the new technologies can bring from whatever point of view. It can be ethic point of view, it can be financial risk point of view, so many stuff like this. In terms of the fighting corruptions, I also would like to say that the entire topic of digital economy or digital government services, e-government, with the idea is protect and to create like a Chinese wall between the bureaucracy and between the people. And I think that we should move towards this direction. Different, like, for example, blockchain-enabled technologies allow us really to double check that we are avoiding corruption risk as well.
Talking about the Gulf Arab region, the UAE, for example, has been really pushing, the economy minister Sultan Al-Mansour has been pushing for more investments in Kazakhstan, for example, a lot. From a Saudi perspective, Dr. Al-Farhan, how would you imagine or like to work together with an authority like the Astana Financial Center in the future? Like on a practical level, how would you dream of doing that?
It's very simple. If I'm allowed to quote Klaus Schwab when he said this is a global collaboration. Nowadays, with the digital age and digital economy, it's a cross-border. That means there is no difference between Caspian region, Gulf region, Latin America, Europe. Okay, the problem is when you over-regulate yourself and then you are paralyzed, number one. Number two, when you abuse the regulation in order to present some criminal activities to cover it with the like digital currency or anything, this is very dangerous, as he mentioned earlier. The point here is when you try to do this digital economy or digital currency, you have to link it with something to prove that it is legitimate, not something coming from corruption, money laundering, or any other criminal activities. So that's why this is one of the challenges that will face this industry in the future.
And that we will see after implementation, right? I would like to give 15 minutes to the floor now for a short Q&A. So please raise your hand, say your name, the organization and company you work for, and then just keep your question short. Thank you so much. Okay. And we want to avoid any accident. I hope we have insurance here at the Caspian Week. And then, exactly, please ask just one person a question. Who would like to go for first? Fourth Industrial Revolution, technology, AI, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, Caspian region, before we go for drinks. Or before we get a question, maybe some final remarks or statement or hopes for 2020 and beyond for the fourth Industrial Revolution from the panel?
Yeah, I think back to the idea of to have affiliate center of the World Economic Forum. So first of all, it will be established VCA in Kazakhstan, and it's not only for Kazakhstan, and if it's for entire region. So I invite all the countries, all the potential partners of our program to be in touch with us. With Astana International Financial Center, I think we together can really think what we can make in the region and how we should bring holistically region to the new trends. And number two is that it's not just like driven by the government or the quasi-government sector in Kazakhstan, it's also public-private partnership. So first of all, we're working very close with our industrial conglomerates, with the SMEs, and I think that this would be very useful, really, to be together with the business community in terms of the further digitalization of our country.
Dr. Al-Farhan?
It's very simple. You see, this kind of gathering, this is to bring the fruit of the collaboration and to bring hope for the future for this industry, as long as it's something to work together as a team with a good faith, away from any kind of negative, false information or things. The opposite. No one will invest heavily in this kind of activities with the potential to do something legitimate. It's the opposite. You look for a future for your new generation.
A final statement from your end as well about your hopes and dreams in the Caspian region, because you're just about, as a Swiss company, to enter that part of the world, and I'm sure you have big hopes.
We are actually pretty open what comes. Probably we will be surprised in the beginning, but I guess we will find the right partners to increase our businesses also in this region. I am pretty opportunistic. Long term, as my colleague said, it's a cooperation and collaboration between all countries to manage that amount of complexity that's coming up in the industries.
Hans, a final remark?
Well, for me, it's the new technologies that we have today and that emerged over the last half a decade, I would say. They allow economies to substantially increase their national revenues while protecting citizens and building better environments for their citizens. I always say you can make it as complicated or you can make it as simple as you want. I'm more in favor of the simple one, and I really hope that the region will embrace that these technologies exist and can have a substantial impact now.
I'll scan the room last time. Is there any question for the panel, or Would you like to wrap up and go for drinks? I think that is the case. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I believe that was the last session of today. I'm not quite sure about the program, but I wish you a great evening and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Week 2020, His Excellency Prime Minister of Georgia, Giorgi Gakharia. Yeah. Georgia is a very important country for the Greater Caspian region. Georgia has a really rich history. Georgian wine started to be produced 8,000 years ago. Everybody in this world, they know Georgian wine. Also, Georgia is a very important transit hub. Economic development of Georgia, perspectives, current situation, and integration into the Greater Caspian region. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a great honor for me to be here with you. About the economic development, will tell you the Minister of Finance. It's his responsible zone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude of organizers of this meeting. The Georgia, we consider country as a gateway to the Caspian region, and this is a very important function for us. We consider country as a hub, as a platform, serving the big trade flows between big economies, such as European Union, China, Turkey, China, etc. And that's why for us, everything connected with connectivity is so important. That's why we are here in Davos, and we are going to discuss everything about connectivity in our region, in Georgia, and of course, in Caspian region. While I can tell you that Georgia has very important location, and now what we are doing, we are trying how to translate these resources into real benefits for our citizens. And this is very important what Georgian government at this moment is doing. That's why I think the cooperation between, that's why it's a great honor for me to be here, and it's a great honor for Georgia's government to be the part of these big beginnings. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's needless to say how wonderful place is Georgia to invest, but let me remind you a couple of numbers and a couple of rankings. So Georgia scores on easy doing, World Bank easy doing ranking at number 6, 7. So on the tax burden, we are among the top 3 countries with the lowest tax burden. We have quite a lean taxation with the only 4 taxes. So on top of this, we actually have the 0 corporate tax. You pay corporate tax only at the distribution of the profits. That's it. So on the other hand, when it comes to governance, we have one of the most efficient government in the region. That's again based on World Bank rankings. So our current growth, we are closing 2019 with the 5.2, 5.3% of economic growth. That's 2 years in a row, and our outlook is very positive. If you look at the IMF's regional economic outlook, next 5 years, we will be growing at the minimum rate of 5%. To give you a sense, currently the region grow with the weighted average as a 1.6%, so we are actually outlier in a positive sense. So, I mean, location-wise and culturally, I think you know more than me. So, again, welcome to Georgia, and we are looking forward to see you there as guests and as investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now, official delegation of Georgia will go to the ground floor. There will be served dinner with the Georgian national food. Unfortunately, place is limited. That's why we will not be able to accommodate immediately everybody, just part by part. Thank you. And we are starting concert.